There was a Dutch Advaita teacher, Alexander Smit, who once said, the dessert, they know this already, they feel it, and that the problem is that the men who come to the meetings go rationalize it and think about it. How can that be? Start asking questions about quarks and quantum physics. And is that the same at your meetings also, that the women who come there, it's for them, it's already clear, but they just come and get a taste of it again and then leave and don't start? Or are women as mental about this as men? That's my question, I guess.
There is a difference in form. In a way, men are much more vulnerable and much more suddenly they fall. And women as if much more emotionally open, but this is also a kind of strategy to stop getting to the fallback position, that position of emptiness. We have a very strong focus on dissolving that duality between male and female. You know, a flower is both. You know, and we are both. And so what's actually tends to be happening is that the women are allowing their male side, and the men are allowing their female side. And out of this allowance, there's a position taken behind that core duality of male and female, and that's where stillness is, and a lot of freedom. Yeah.
You speak a lot about stillness. Was Eckhart Tolle one of your main teachers, or how did it come about for you? What was the great search? Was there one particular guru, or was it just life itself?
Well, my first memory is an experience of awakening. So that's a bit strange, you know. Like, you know, I was 2 years old in bed, and been put there by my mother in the middle of the daytime to sleep. And I'm lying there looking at this little body and thinking how strange it is that these little legs have grown a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just learning to talk. And I was thinking about guitars. It's the age of the guitar, you know, the 60s, late 60s. And I started saying the word, I must have just learned the word. I started saying the word guitar, 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 until it had absolutely no connection to the object.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the syllables. And this was like curious, you know, like. And so I took my name, Georgie. I started saying my name, Georgie, 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 Georgie. And then suddenly I wasn't Georgie. And so who was I? And there was this kind of consciousness. This is how awakening tends to move. You become conscious that you're not this. And then so what are you? And so you become conscious of consciousness, and it jumps like this into this expansion, which is a kind of reset and a feeling of homecoming. So in a way, for me, language is very, very important, and I'm a writer, but this is all because that connection between word and the thing it signifies was broken. It never really got formed that strongly. It's what made me a poet as well. You know, it's just temporary naming.
Yeah.
So a lot of identity never got built. And out of that, I chose a kind of life, and also had a kind of karma in my childhood where it was constantly disrupted. And an easiness in moving through different forms, different identities. I converted to Judaism. I changed my country. And back again. And it's so that's the awakening. But although I can go into that, I really recognize in the power of the now, and it's such an affirmation to read it. But still, I couldn't live like that all the time. There's moments of awakening and then gone again into this, into the sea of entanglement, feeling entanglement. Stuff's happening, grief and this and that, and longing and sadness and all the feelings. They kind of take you out of consciousness. And so there I kind of began to live a life, but I wasn't done yet. Awakening wasn't enough. I could always, like a bubble, be open to universal genius, the whole
Yeah.
works, no problem, go to Oxford, the whole
Yeah.
quickness of mind was available, and the consciousness, and be in the now, and all of this, but that wasn't enough, because here there was such a pull, such a pull of wanting to love and be loved, and to feel stuff. And of course life happens, so it gets more and more contracted, because I wasn't here in the area of feeling awareness. So at a certain stage I had a nervous breakdown and anxiety attacks and panic attacks. I was working as an investigative journalist, and it gave up the system because it wasn't supported. And that's a kind of dark night of watching the apocalypse of the ego break down, and then feeling the pain which has been waiting to be felt.
Yeah.
And experiencing a kind of rebirth
And
of
what-
itself out of that emptiness. Yeah.
The lotus flower who rose from the mud.
Yeah.
Was it a long process, or that's what I sometimes think? How long have to feel this pain? Is it, if someone could tell me, well, that's for let's say you carry a child for 9 months, you have to get rid of this pain for 9 months, and then it's done. Is it done for you now? Have you felt all the pain that had to be felt, or are painful things still coming up, and you have to sit down and?
I think if there's any time when it's done, it's when you absolutely are able to allow all pain to move through you. I tell you partly why. It's not yours. You walk into a room full of extremely sad people, and you feel the same sadness.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you don't even know what they're sad about. It's in this field of interbeing, and it's there to be felt. We're not separate in it. And at a certain stage there is a spaciousness and freedom there, because it's not separate. Meaning I can feel whatever feeling, dread or grief. It doesn't matter anymore even. I don't even ask, is this mine, or unless I'm bored. And then I might, make a story from it. But it's a story, that's all it is. It's the same thing on the level of the mind. So it's an energy. It's existing energy energetically between the physical and the mental. There is also a energetic frequency here. It's the stuff of the world, and we care about it. It doesn't mean we go out there looking for all the suffering and inviting it in, but the stuff which is arising isn't for nothing. Life is so intelligent in what it brings forward at any moment.
I'm thinking about where we don't mind walking into a room full of happy people. We're having a party. You think, hey, let's join the party.
Yeah.
Hey, what a good atmosphere here.
Yeah.
But when we walk into a funeral, we think, I have to get out of here.
Yeah.
Why is that? Is that ego which tries to avoid pain and gain pleasure?
It's all the bad stuff. It's shame, guilt, fear of intimacy. A lot comes up if we walk into a funeral. And again, there can be the most incredible grief of loss. And in the social field, there's many parts of that, the experience of losing a loved one, which is not admitted. There's relief, there's spaciousness.
Yeah.
There can be joy because you see your family again.
Yeah.
It's also a family occasion, a funeral, and you see them at such a depth of truthfulness and depth of feeling. Again, we crave to experience life. So, but that's not allowed. You have to put on the stone first, right? So that's kind of the beginning of where we start to screw ourselves up, because we have to dictate from the head what we're feeling down here, what's allowed and what's not. So we're cutting ourselves up into little pieces while being very non-dual at a funeral. There is so much there.
I can remember a funeral where I don't know the right English word, but I got very, very amused by something, and I really had to put down the giggle, and my mother said, "Stop giggling, it's a funeral."
Yes.
But I was amused by, I think, some woman who wear a strange hat or something like that.
You see, this is where the mind keeps us so two-dimensional. You can be amused and sad at the same time.
Yeah.
At my father's funeral, he died when I was 14. Suddenly, he was an alcoholic. Suddenly I'm in England. I was living in Belgium, and because the family was divorced, I come to my father's funeral, and I'm absolutely, this is the shock of my life. I'm in full-fledged trauma, crying and crying in this dusty crematorium in suburban England. And the coffin arrives, and it's my daddy's inside. I hadn't seen him for a while because of the divorce. And the shock of it, and the horror, and the relatives that I hadn't seen since all of this was happening at the same time. And we sat there, and already the toilet paper I had was drenched. I couldn't even wipe the tears or the snot anymore because it was disintegrating, totally wrecked. And it's a crematorium, and the coffin is there on a conveyor belt kind of thing, yeah? Like to go rolling into the furnace, right? And so it's there. And at a certain stage, this, because they weren't religious, so there was this kind of hired per hour religious guy who pretended that he knew him but didn't have a clue who he was, and was waiting for the next one to come. And so he starts gesturing to the people behind the scenes to close the curtain around the coffin. So he starts going like this. And as he does this, the curtain starts to move as if he's got magical powers. The magician. And I'm going like from crying to like laughing my head off at like the surreality of it.
Yeah.
Why not? It's both. It's also funny.
Yeah.
Humour is really part of the game as well. And we can be soul-destroyed and laughing at the same time.
Yeah. You sometimes see that when people start crying for a lot of time, it automatically goes into laughter.
Yeah. Yeah.
To put a little more light. Georgie, you are about to fly back to Israel, and you do meetings over there also with Bart?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I asked him also, almost in Dutch the same question. Is there a difference in communicating this message in San Francisco, in Belgium, in Israel? Or is it all the same?
People's reactions are different.
Yeah, of course.
And in communicating the message, a beautiful thing is happening with us right now. And if you'd asked me a year ago if I could do this, like just go into a meeting without planning anything beforehand and just let life speak through me, I would think, well, that would be one enormous leap of trust.
Yeah.
And now it's happening by itself.
Yeah.
So we don't know really what our message is until we sit down and begin to talk. And in that way, it's totally attuned to what's needed in that moment with those people.
Is that the same thing when I played as a club DJ? I could sit down in the afternoon for hours selecting all the songs I was going to play this evening. The crowd gave me the direction I had to go with the music. And sometimes I played totally different music. I just had to be there, have the tools ready, but the audience gave me the direction.
Yeah. And maybe it's not even the audience, maybe it's even
deeper.
I'm in wonder of it, really in wonder of it right now, how extremely intelligent life is. You know, our brains, they're good little old laptops, but basically life is a genius, which is in terms of moving through time and space with synchronicity and need, which is way beyond. All you can do is bow to it, trust it, trust the intelligence of life. It's the greatest healer, the greatest teacher. And I mean life force. I mean experiential life. I don't mean this life. I mean the life that doesn't end, regardless of whether we get born or die.
So the same force that is blowing the wind right now and raining and moving the trees is the same force that is doing this interview and conversation? That's what non-dual teachers say. It's just one thing. Yeah, some. They say it's just one thing moving everything. There's just one thing, the same thing that moves the clouds to the sky, moves you. It sounds like a very reassuring message. Sit back and enjoy the show. Or is that too simple?
Sit back and enjoy the show is a stage. There's also get up and be the show. While completely at the same time knowing that it's a show. Allow it. Allow, I was thinking about sexuality because I was watching the 70s thing downstairs
Yeah.
of the music.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the sexuality, the sexual energy is very much alive.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of life. It's not like to do with which partner what. That is all the time part of vitality,
Mm-hmm.
part of living. But if we try and control it or mess with it and don't listen to it or receive it or try and order it, then we get quite contracted. We get into quite a mess.
Mm-hmm.
We suffer. And there are these core dualities. So sexuality is there utterly as a function of the total absence of sexuality. So only out of allowing also the total absence, the total nothing happening, no horniness, no sexuality, no sex life, the whole, really allowing that, not freezing in it, but really, really allowing that, the sexuality emerge in its intelligent form of itself. And that doesn't mean, going out and getting laid. It's emerging in a sense of the pure life force of human and the pure sensual pleasure of just being alive. It's not a curse to be alive. It can, from a certain perspective, it can seem fearful, dreadful, suffering and all of this. If that's where we're investing all of our consciousness. But at the same time, that you've got a pain in your leg, the rest of the body is in bliss, but we're just not paying attention to that. There's a blissfulness always in being here physically. If we believe that because somebody else is suffering, we should not feel bliss, if we're in that thought pattern, then we're really not helping the other person either. Again, it's this either-or configuration. We can bring bliss everywhere, like we can bring love everywhere. Like at the funeral, if the people are really, really sad and we go and we have to be sad too, we're not helping.
No.
We can be with them in the sadness and still acknowledge that there's also happiness here. This is also for them. Because also in them there is a happiness. There's a happiness in every experience. Because we can experience.
Yeah.
Did I talk about sex?
Just a little bit.
It's okay, I'm in Holland.
Yeah, no problem at all. The next book is not about sexuality, it's about duality.
It's called Stillness of the Wind.
Stillness of the Wind,
Yeah, so that was an interesting...
Yeah. And you wrote several other books?
Only one. And Bart wrote another one.
Okay, and the titles are?
Bart wrote a book called The Gift, 7 Steps to a Happier Life, which is a beautiful, clear way to understand that we are here to share the qualities, the unique qualities which we're carrying right now, and to express them, to get that movement of expressing qualities into the world and receiving qualities from, to get this circulation between dimensions moving. It's very close to being, to share your qualities.
And your first book is
I Am Here, Opening the Windows to Life and Beauty. So this is a study of exactly what we've been talking about. It's more of a guidebook, like a navigational map to the world inside, between the dimension of consciousness and mind and time and awareness. In English we have 2 words, which is great, because even the words intuitively give that difference, which is feeling and felt experience and spaciousness, and the here, which is where we come down into the quantum physical realization of matter, because we're here for the matter.
We're here to matter or for the matter? Both.
It matters that we're here for the matter.
Yeah. Final question, because you guys have a plane to catch. I hope there's no delay because of the storm. Happiness. I just heard you say the word happy. For me, the search was 25, 30 years to find happiness in the world. Could you say that that shifts to bringing happiness into the world? Is that then the right way? Can happiness be found in the world, or can happiness be brought into the world? Or can it be both?
Both. But happiness found in the world is always going to be conditional, according to the conditions of the needs being met. And in a way it's dangerous, because then it's also conditions of not losing anything. So you can be happy with a partner, but the partner will die at some stage, and you know that, or you will, and sorry, but that's kind of the deal. And so the happiness already begins to contract, because the partner needs to be forever. So, and the happiness inside, the key to that is to allow that happiness is here, even if there's sadness. It's and it's deeper. So I, for example, remember driving, and I was really in a angry entanglement, frustrated. This is normal, I feel. And then I noticed that I kind of went deeper in, allow it, went deeper in it, and I met this happiness which is always here. It's quite a blessing. Some people have it more clear than others, but there's a happiness at the sadness. There's a happiness at the grief. There's a happiness, and it's close to joy, but there really is a happiness at life. And life is very much about learning, about experiencing. So in just allowing this and I was pretty miserable at that stage, so allowing that also I was secretly, even secretly for myself, happy in the misery, this opens up a whole new possibility. There's an expansion then, and of the misery, which it doesn't quite look like misery anymore, if you can be happy to be here, to be happy to be experiencing. And happiness is one of these beautiful non-dual aspects which leads by itself to others, to gratitude, to if you move from happiness, there's an expansion, so there's a sharing, there is an uplifting, and in that the world reflects back. You smile at somebody, sometimes they smile back. You know, there's a reflection back of that position. And when we meet others who are sad, depressed, and we give up our happiness, it's even on a vibrational level taking away their way back to happiness. You know, because we resonate together. That's not compassion.
Compassion is
being in the passion, which and in Christian terms, passion means suffering, the passion of Christ. Being in this creation together, not disconnecting. Not making a border, this is your stuff, this is my stuff.
So the bottom line is to share everything, experience everything together.
Where we feel we meet a resistance, even inside our own world or between ourselves and others, to allow it to be there, but be aware of it. Just be aware of it, and to be aware of what's behind it. The awareness of itself does the magic. Because the awareness will bring thoughts, and the thoughts will bring beliefs, and probably those beliefs are not relevant or useful anymore, and that in itself releases. There's a spiral that goes on. But the awareness, the allowance of what is critical, like you said at the beginning. Just allowing it, and allowing it just a little bit more inside. All experience, in a way, does, even if it's bad experience, is cut us more deeply to the truth of who we are.
So no bad experiences.
Oh, they can be awful, but it shows us...
In essence, it's not bad. It was a great talk. Thank you very much, Georgie. And have a great flight back to Israel.
Are you panicking? Are we late?
Hello, Lee. How do I pronounce your last name in English?
My last name, Hogenberg.
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 Mountain.
Hogenberg in English, I guess.
In English.
Yeah. It's so funny because I hardly ever remember people saying my last name in English.
Yeah, because you lived in Portugal for 10 years?
Nearly 10 years.
Oh, and we just had a conversation. You said we were already actually living like in the moment. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah. Well, the beauty of this adventure going to Portugal was also because in those days, it's about 13 years ago now, I didn't really feel very at home in Holland.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like, didn't feel like I could ground here. And so I thought, my friends were already living there, 2 of my friends. So I thought, oh, okay, let's join them. And I didn't really have any plans. And that was also not really, my life was never really much like very much one direction. Okay, this is what I want in my life. I was searching, I was going places, I was traveling. But anyway, then I decided, okay, no, I'm not going to travel, but I'm going to live in another country, Portugal. And then from there, things were just, appearing. Like I had a little bit of money to be able to start. And in those days, I was recently I did a study in traditional Thai massage, which I practiced in Thailand. So then I had the idea, maybe I will go to the beach and I will give massage there.
And it worked?
No, because we didn't live near the beach, so I had to travel like 4 hours or so, and then a bit complicated. And I liked very much to stay in that place, which was very green, and we had our own water, our source.
Okay.
So it was, and then it was just like a little paradise in the middle of nowhere, actually.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And it was really like living day by day.
Yeah, because we were what was connecting us and is connecting us is like the childlike wonder.
Yeah.
That we all it's all there, and it's not wanting to make something more out of it.
Yeah. So there's actually like you're at ease with what is every day. At least you were in Portugal.
Yeah.
Because in Holland, you see everyone is like already busy when I will retire and what will be my future in the next 10 years. Yeah.
Well, exactly. So I was not busy with the future in that sense. Maybe planning, because I did all kind of projects. Because I needed to make some income, and we were like pioneering there.
Yeah.
So I even was inventive to start to sell poffertjes on the streets.
Really? That's so funny.
and I had one, this cast iron, the old one, the old-fashioned one. And I built my own stand out of fabric and a table, and all very creative. And then I asked a friend in Holland or family, can you please send me not the cast iron one, but the one that is much cheaper from the Hema that is non-sticky. I don't know
the word
in
English.
So, and then they sent it to me, and then I asked permission to go to fairs and everything, and to be able to sell these poffertjes, these little pancakes. And so all these kind of things, well, I was just doing it, and it was giving a little bit of income, but mainly it was all discovering. And then after a while there came something else, and then I met some other people, and then I met my boyfriend, and then we started a restaurant, Yeah. Oh, and all of a sudden we were starting a restaurant, and
So life was busy while you were making other plans. Well, you weren't even making plans.
No.
It was just unfolding itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And how did you start your spiritual journey? Or you never started it actually?
I don't know. It was like this. When I was a child, my mom was starting her spiritual journey. And I was, I guess, 9 or something, 10, between 9 and 15, 16, that she was very busy with it. And, well, because of her, I got all this kind of information or ideas, and especially a lot of quotes that suddenly appeared in the toilet.
Oh yeah, just like in your toilet. I could
see. That's true. Yeah. I copied her now, but now it's not a problem for me anymore. But in those days, then there was something on the toilet wall, and it said, "Yeah, it's not the neighbor's fault. Don't point at the neighbors. Point at yourself," or something like that. And then, but the thing was that she was not able to do it herself. Because she was all the time pointing. So she was actually putting probably it there as a reminder to herself that she shouldn't point all the time at others or at my father, you know, like that. Yeah. So, and I thought, yeah, this is not right. So I didn't for a very long time. And also when I was 16, I met my first true love. Yeah. And then
your first true love.
Yeah.
Funny. Emma's second true love.
No, yeah. Anyway, it was my big love. Yeah. And then my whole life went upside down. And then also, that was for me a chance to break loose of everything, and also this idea of spirituality, because in a sense I felt that there was some. I understood, because there was suffering, and she suffered, and she was looking therefore in other ways. So there was a search, and I always, even before my first relationship, I was always very reflective. I became very reflective. Okay. So I wrote poetry. And it was all, and I was also suffering. I also had pain because of the situations, and because of not understanding why is it like this and all that. So, but then I didn't start to look for spirituality in that sense. Okay. It's just that I met, and that's why I said my first love, because that was an important person in my life to give me really self-recognition, and also trying to understand how things are functioning psychologically wise. Yeah. So I started to understand more about my frustrations and emotions because of that, and things started to fall in place, and I understood it, but also was many times unable to act upon it. Yeah. Because it was still very much in the middle of it. And then when you are in the middle of something, then it's very difficult to just let it be.
Yeah, you mostly get stuck in it a little, don't have an overview. And then you see that what people teach is actually what they have to learn themselves the most. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But did it start rationally at that point, and then became more part of your life automatically? How did things go?
I was very much wanting to be loved. Mm-hmm. And I guess that I was frustrated because I couldn't find it, even when I was loved in a relationship. Yeah. So that really brought me back to heartbroken feelings of losing everything. Yeah. And so after my first relationship, I was unable to have any other relationship for many, many years. Wow. Because I was just so lost. I was just completely lost. So then I started to, even didn't know what to study. I could do many things, but I was not clear in my emotions or in my head.
Yeah.
It was all mixed up. So in the end, I started to study fashion, and because I'm a very creative person, and I also wanted to go to the Academy for Art.
Kunstacademie.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds
No,
good
yeah.
in English. Yeah.
You understand.
Yeah.
But in the end, I did fashion, and it was very nice. No, yeah, and so, but in the process of discovering things, I was always in a way very reflective.
Okay.
Yeah, and trying to understand why are things happening the way they're happening, and also knowing that there were insights that I understood why they were happening,
Mm-hmm.
completely clear to me, and that's also why many people asked me to help them,
Yeah.
because I could see it very clear.
Yeah.
But then I felt also awkward sometimes, because I knew that I was not practicing exactly like my mom,
Okay.
exactly like the example that I had in this pattern. So then sometimes I also felt, this is, maybe, but on the other hand, people like to have
You can even help people with that, even though it's not fully integrated in your life, of course.
Yeah.
And when you came across non-duality, I heard in the previous interview, it wasn't much of a surprise for you. How did it feel?
It was. There was just recognition, only recognition, in the sense of, okay, so this is what they mean. This is what they mean by the word non-duality describes what my life, what this is about, what my life is, what the way I am experiencing it. And I just never heard the word, even though I've also seen the movie, the Mahabharata, because I like the mystics. I like mystic stories.
Yeah, beautiful.
Because they are like, they're speaking in metaphors, and it's beautiful. But I was never looking for a teacher who was mentally or rationally explaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because you are coaching people,
Mm-hmm.
and what are these coachings about? What do you point to?
Always do the same thing.
You always do the same thing.
Yeah, and
you have a list of rules, you say.
More or less, it's always more. No, there's just absolutely no rules.
Okay.
That's just a funny thing, and I just listen.
Yeah.
And it always comes to the essence of not needing to do something special.
Yeah.
Not needing to go and gather more information, because everything is already there.
Yeah.
And not needing to improve things, but see what is already there.
Yeah.
That's in a way that's always what it comes to.
What's the biggest struggle for people in their lives?
To accept the way life is, as it is.
And it simply is as it is.
Yeah.
But I think we're mostly conditioned with ideas that this present moment is just not quite good enough. You always have to be in the next step.
Yeah.
And then people, they suffer. And then you say?
Yeah. Just let it be and experience what it does. What happens then.
Yeah.
Just to let it fall wherever it falls. And this is also because I can only speak from my own experience as well, and I think that's also the way this human expression functions.
Yeah.
Everybody makes experiences, and from these experiences, that's like your quadro, your frame that you relate to.
Absolutely.
And so, well, for me also, I lost many things, or I went through many processes of frustration and not finding, for example, to fill the emptiness, but the emptiness like a hole, like you many times you feel the frustration and the powerful and the powerless feelings, and you can't feel it. It's like an ongoing thing, and that also I had to let it go.
Yeah.
And so from there I just gave into life, not knowing what comes next, and that gave in instant liberty.
Yeah.
It was scary. It was scary as hell, but it gave.
It's like you're driving in the car and suddenly you let go of the wheel.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my god, the car's still driving.
Yeah.
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 Scary.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, that's quite a tough thing. You're so conditioned with the idea that you are a separate person and that you have to control your life and make the right decisions, and that you could have done things differently. How's your experience also with other people? Is this something you can just tell them, or is it something which is a long process for someone? What's your experience in this?
You mean with people in my own environment?
Yeah.
Well, there's not many people.
That's okay.
There's not many
Just
people.
those two.
Yeah, I find the question a little bit hard because yeah.
You just have no friends. I have no friends.
I have
Paul.
nobody to play with.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that. But well, the what I noticed, for example, I came back to Holland,
Yeah.
and I first I stayed with a friend for a couple of months, and then it was in an area of Holland, the polder,
Mm-hmm.
and it was good. But after a couple of months, I felt like, yeah, it's good to go to the west where things are happening.
Yeah, actually, things happen here in life.
So then I asked my parents if I could stay there for a couple of weeks, because I thought I'm not going to stay very long.
Yeah.
And then that couple of weeks became months, and this
Yeah.
couple of months became nearly 2 years. And in these 2 years, if you're asking about how is this in your environment, we didn't see each other for many years.
Yeah.
And our relationship was not bad, but it got another dimension by just being in the same house again.
Yeah.
The house where I grew up, and I also was there like, okay, well, let's see what happens. I was not there to say like, you should do it like this. All these things were not for me. I was just feeling like, I'm open to meet and get to know each other, like humans, like persons, not like just parents and child relationship. And that was very interesting. And I know that for the three of us, it all was very, very interesting, very, beautiful.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Because normally they say if you think you're enlightened, go and live with your parents.
Yeah.
And then we'll see.
Yeah.
If you freak out.
Of course, there were moments that were like clashing.
Yeah.
Because I was saying, I don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
But when are you going? When will you have a house? And when are you? When do you have a job? And of course, I understand. And then I had to say, yeah, I'm really doing my best, but also I trust. I feel so much trust in life, you know.
Yeah.
That was the beauty. Just and if they would say, okay, you have to get out on the street, okay, then I'm sure that would happen something else.
Yeah.
Because that happened already when I left.
But this is the
Portugal.
deep trust that life is in a way carrying you instead of you are controlling life.
Yeah.
But that's like such a, let's say, surrender to really understand that this is just one energy in movement.
Yeah.
But you never found that quite scary?
Yeah, I did. Because the previous years in Portugal, it was not easy at all.
Okay.
I mean, it is a beautiful country, and we had a beautiful place where we could live. And we helped each other, and luckily we had each other, because therefore we carried each other in every way, actually, because just by helping physically, but also sometimes financially, we gave each other assignments, or we said, okay, well, I am a little bit better now, but you can help me with that, and then the other one was doing less. So, but many times it was very, very tight, and we had nearly no money.
Yeah.
And then we just had to, we always were inventive. What shall we do next? Oh, let's start a home restaurant. Let's go to the market and sell all the clothes that we have in our storage. Or I'm going to make jam out of the fruits from the neighbor land, you know. So it was always and that was a beautiful way of just living. I mean, it was really not easy, but it was the flexibility that you have in that way of living is beautiful, and it's most near to living as a child.
Yeah.
Really. It was really like, and then we met people, and people came, and we were always like, oh yeah, welcome, you know. This was like people also attracted to this, because it was like we were like a kind of a womb where everybody was welcome, and then we had abundance, even though we didn't have the material richness.
Yeah. And so you're saying just like a child. I think, isn't it so that we're longing as an adult for the freedom we had as a child?
Yeah, definitely.
So what's the difference between a child and an adult?
No difference. Just the body that is... seems...
But it seems that the identification, the belief in the separation that you are someone gets stronger the older you get.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that the identification gets stronger, but also that's the interesting part that I also experienced was while staying with my parents, and I'm the youngest of three, and my parents are, they are 80 in last year they became 80. So, I could say, and in many years I said also about them, why don't you change, and what's wrong with you, and I had all these, I said, oh, you should divorce, and all these kind of things.
Yeah.
But then when I was staying with them, and I was just there, open, and also not expecting anything.
Yeah.
Because I was happy with whatever, because I didn't have money. I was just happy with anything. So in that environment, everything came more gentle and soft in a way, and opening. And even while I was not saying, like I was already saying, you should do different. In this environment, energetically, things were how you say that, losweken. It was getting loose. It was getting, patterns were melting away.
Yeah.
It was just beautiful, and I was seeing, and I was just, and inside I thought, oh yeah, You know, this
That's
is so
sweet.
yeah, it's so great. It's so great.
Is it the dropping away of all these thoughts that things should be in a certain way or that they should be different? Did they like fade away? All those expectations?
You mean with them or with me?
With everything.
It can. It can just drop away. I mean, with the me, it happened a moment, and I was staying with my parents. I was just there a couple of months, and I looked at my mom and I see nothing.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there was just nothing to hold on to.
No.
It was just, and she energetically felt it. She was like, because she always could grab me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, but I know I can, influence you, or I know you, or whatever. And it was just like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
And
but this is what you often hear. If someone like sees through the illusion, then it's harder for other people to manipulate you, because they fire all kinds of judgments or ideas upon you, and you're like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you also have that with friends, for instance?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, also friends that, well, as I said, I don't have many friends, but the friends that I have, they are dear to me. Sometimes there's just fixed ideas based on patterns from the past.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, and when this happened or happens, I just let it. I don't go defending myself about anything. I just let it. And then energetically, it just happens. They start to behave different. That's actually what I noticed the strongest change happening around me.
Yeah.
That without wanting to change, and that was also something that I learned with my friends, researching all the psychological patterns and emotional patterns. That I always heard the same thing, like, you don't have to change, you can never change somebody else.
Yeah.
Change starts here, not there. But that was just theory.
Yeah.
That was knowledge, knowing of something. And that's why, no, I don't think that's why, but for me, knowing was never superior to anything other than experience.
Yeah.
For me, life is really like one big, amazing roller coaster of all kinds of experiences.
Yeah. It's as easy as that, actually.
Yeah.
But it's a Zen story that says, once you see this, you drop down your dirty laundry for a while, and it's like, wow. But then after enlightenment, they say, you pick up the dirty laundry again and you walk on. So what they actually point at is that even though you see through the illusion and you know this is all one movement, one dance, it doesn't mean that all your psychological damages, your traumatic experiences, that they are gone. Did you experience that as well? That like certain conditioning still goes on?
I have really noticed that most of the conditioning, I mean, there is conditioning, of course. There's preferences, and there's
just like your cat here.
Exactly.
It's conditioned.
Yeah. And I love spicy food, and I love
the
chocolate, and I like sunshine. Yeah, precies. So that I call that also conditioning.
Of course, yeah.
But conditioning in the sense of emotional
damages
or traumas.
Yeah.
What I do notice is that when I get in contact with people that are completely identified with their traumas, that my body, mainly my body, starts to resonate with it.
Wow. Yeah.
So then it starts to resonate, and then of course the body there's a memory in the body. It's all energetically somewhere there, memory. It's just build up energy. So I can feel this, and then I feel, oh yeah, this is not mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I could get upset or angry or something that gets triggered.
Yeah.
But mostly it's I recognize very quickly that it's not mine. And so it doesn't mean that I'm only sweet and everything, but there is a certain balance that is very stable. But that's just with me.
Yeah.
I know also other people that are very awakened in a way, and they don't have this at all. They are very chaotic or bad humor or frustrations.
And even people who have can be so strongly identified with their own pain, their own traumas, that it's part of their identity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've experienced this in coaching, but sometimes if you take someone's trauma away, it's like, oh, wait a minute, because it's part of who I am.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It can be so strong.
Yeah, exactly. That, because if you take that away, you can't take it away anyway. But if somebody's pulling at it, or people can get really offensive, because this became a new kind of comfort zone. This became a new safety.
Yeah.
Being abused or being beaten or whatever trauma, that's the new shape in which love appears.
Yeah.
And then you cannot even say mistaken, but this is just what's your experience. So this is what you have identified with. And for me, for example, it was one of my patterns was that I was unable to started to enjoy certain things.
Yeah, can you give an example?
Well, I remember that in my first relationship that my partner said, because he was very much joy of life and living, and then I was many times unaware that I was sabotaging.
Yeah.
I was
sabotaging.
Yeah.
I think it's just an English.
Yeah. Unconsciously, I was sabotaging the situation. So I forgot my money, my wallet, for example, when we were going to do something nice, and so then I could feel a victim.
You bastard.
Yeah. Or I was just sitting. Yeah, just a little bit. I will just eat a little bit. And then he was like, oh, so like completely opposite.
Yeah.
And so it was, for example, things like that.
But it's also a way to get attention at that moment.
Yeah.
And when we get attention, we feel someone, and we feel that the emptiness is gone, and we feel complete again. Or you didn't even feel complete with that?
Nee, it was the pattern was negative attention.
Yeah, of course.
Negative attention is also attention, and then you get attention, but in a negative way, and that was a pattern with me that was very, very strong.
Okay.
Even in Portugal, where I was living a paradise-like kind of life, many people were saying, you have the greatest life. It was completely illusion, because many times I was sitting in my beautiful built little apartment, and I was feeling completely frustrated and unable to flow and be open as life was evolving. So that was also part of it. Yeah,
and the world's only in your head, so you can go to Hawaii.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you feel frustrated. It doesn't matter where you are, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
And now, you still have is life still a roller coaster? It goes up and down, or a boring, smooth ride?
No, it's not. It's definitely something in between.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like there's emotions like and something like that, and and it's also absolutely not boring, because in the past, even when I had a beautiful life, I thought that I was boring.
Okay.
And I even said to my friends, "Don't you think that I'm boring?" But it was just my perception of this frustrated and also stagnated energy, this cramp. It was very much cramp, also physically. So I guess that kind of energy you can perceive it as boring, because you experience it as a stagnated. It's not flowing. But no, so I guess my life is very much like it has absolutely ups and downs.
Yeah, maybe we could see it like you can be in the roller coaster and totally panicking and screaming and being so tense, or you could just be in it and the ride still goes on, but you're just like, yeah, let's go with the flow.
Yeah.
But I think that mostly happens when you don't steer the wheel in the roller coaster. We're like people, we think there's a steering in the roller coaster, and that we're doing it.
Yeah, that's true. I guess that was happening with me too.
Yeah.
But maybe not so much, because my life was pretty... I always very much felt the victim in the traumas, in the patterns. It was just a pattern that I completely copied. So, no, I don't think that I ever felt that I was in control. Actually, I never experienced I was in control. I wanted to have control.
Yeah.
It was a contradictive.
Yeah. And are there any big challenges in your life at the moment? Don't start to cry.
A big challenge? No, I don't think so.
No,
I'm very much enjoying my life. I meet nice people, and recently I have had some interviews, and I'm doing very nice things. And I'm very much just letting my life organically happen as it happens.
Yeah.
And I also, apart from my personal website, I also started a project that's called freeflowing.org. And for now, what's it's about, it's exactly about this, it's about a free-flowing constant of life.
Yeah.
And I want to inspire and invite people to connect with it.
But you're going to do talks, or you're already doing them?
Yeah, I do also talks.
Yeah.
But not yet very frequent. So sometimes.
You're so humble.
Humble. Yeah, but it's just nothing to do with humble.
It's just as it is.
I just don't know where it's going to go next.
No, okay.
Maybe in a month I will be very busy.
Yeah.
I don't know. But as I also said to Patrick, I'm just open for any new projects and also working together. I would really like also to work together with other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, like creative, or all linked in this essence. Things that give another... I like dynamics.
Yeah.
Being in my own is also nice dynamic, but dynamics in the sense
to
with
share.
others. Yeah.
And just to give you some promotion, what's your website?
My website is Lie Hogenberg, dus L-I-E.
It's impossible in English.
Yeah.
Lie Hogenberg.
Yeah, you have with a K.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can mention it.
I'll put it next to the website. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks very much.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome.
I'm sitting here with Hans Laurentius, my dear friend. We talked to each other a couple of times in Dutch.
Yeah.
And now for the first time in English. You give meetings.
Yeah.
And you talk to people one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting in the same couch I'm sitting right now.
Right.
And I see tissues here. Is this subject people, or the subjects people bring into this room, are they so loaded with things that make them cry?
Sometimes. Or they have a cold.
That can be also, yeah.
But sometimes emotional issues arise and, well, tears cannot be avoided always. So.
But you're no therapist.
No. But still, I sometimes confront people with issues or things. And that may hit. So,
Yeah.
and people start to cry or something releases and it gives a few tears. It's not that they're crying all the time. Mostly not. But it happens sometimes, so.
Yeah. And can you tell me why is it that when you touch something inside me that I haven't felt for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
that it automatically brings up a big emotional response?
Well, exactly like you said, because it's repressed for a long time. And basically everything seeks release. So it wants to be liberated.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes up and usually we hold it back. But if you don't, it just releases itself and it can bring tears or laughter or anger or silence.
Yeah. And how come we hold so much back?
We're afraid to feel everything. So as a child we learned to repress certain feelings because it's too overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And for a kid that's 4 years old, you can understand that when parents have a row, for instance, or somebody is drunk or whatever, it's very scary for the kid. It can't handle it. So there's a sort of emotional decision not to feel everything completely. And afterwards, when you're 30 or 40, you have really learned not to feel things properly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an automatic system, a conditioning to hold it back, and the show must go on, and don't show your weakness, and because having emotions is considered weakness. Mm-hmm. It's not. It's just energy moving. And so we move along and withholding, repressing, and well, at some point it will burst, and it can be in a private session, but it can happen anywhere.
Mm-hmm. And is there a certain age until when that repressing no longer works, or is it different?
No, some people live to be 100 and are masters in repression. So, and some people usually get into a sort of a crisis, and then they cannot repress it anymore, and then a change may occur, or not.
May.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because when I start feeling again all these emotions, I could grab a bottle of beer.
Yeah.
Or wine.
Yeah, sure. Or run to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and if you're unlucky, he will give you some pills, which will repress.
Yeah.
And in some cases, obviously, it's necessary, because if somebody's really exploding and getting psychotic or suicidal, something needs to happen, obviously. But usually, it's more helpful to teach people how to feel and observe. Then there is a change possible towards a more adult behavior or even awakening.
Yeah.
But it's only for some, so I get it that people grab onto something or some therapy which calms it down again, or start to meditate to be calm again, instead of allowing things to release themselves.
Yeah. And are these only things from my childhood, or also from, let's say, 2 years ago when my girlfriend broke up? Sure. And I didn't feel it at the time?
Everything that you didn't completely feel and didn't completely face.
But how do I know that I didn't completely feel or face?
You will notice when something similar happens.
Ah.
So if you have 2 breakups in the past and another one is pending, you will start to feel very anxious and uncertain, and will observe all kinds of unnatural behavior, to avoid the repetition of that situation.
Yeah.
So you may start to please more
Hmm?
or be aggressive. Depends on
Mhm.
how your programming is.
Yeah.
And that's usually all kinds of old stuff mixing with the new stuff. But it's kind of similar, so you get a response based on the avoidance.
Yeah. So we start pleasing one another. We have to save this relationship.
Yeah, sure.
Not because I love that girl or woman or man, but
Mhm.
because I don't want to feel
Yes,
past breakups.
yes, exactly. The terror is too big. You have the conviction that you cannot handle it, that you will go insane or die or
Mhm. And
something dramatic.
That's never the case.
It could be, but usually no.
No.
I sat with people feeling through quite intense stuff and they didn't go mad and they didn't die. And if they experience that a couple of times, they get a new faith in their own system.
Hmm.
They start to learn, hey, I believe that I cannot handle it, but the actuality teaches me that I can.
Yeah.
And then slowly it sinks in that it's more productive to sit with a strong feeling or walk with it and be with it,
Mhm.
meet it, than to avoid it or start drinking or
Eating. Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. So it's about the fear of feeling.
Yes, it's very important.
Okay, so if I understand you right, and we got that fear in childhood because we
Yeah.
couldn't feel everything
Yeah,
at that
Yeah,
moment.
we
Our
were
s-
unable.
Our system wasn't ready.
Yeah, the brain wasn't ready yet.
Yeah. And from what age is the brain ready? When you're fully grown, or 14, or can you say something about that?
It depends. Usually people tell me that at like 20, 22, the brain is completely equipped. But it all depends on circumstances. When you have the luck to grow up with really adults,
Mm-hmm.
they will probably teach you by words or experience that it's okay to feel sad, and they won't give you a cookie or a toy or tell you to shut up, or they will invite you to meet the feeling. Well, those kind of kids will probably have less resistance. Other kids who are constantly told shut the fuck up or are distracted all the time, kid is sad, put on the TV,
Mhm.
give it a lollipop, they will never learn that it's better to meet. So
Yeah.
it depends on the people around you too.
Yeah. I come from a Catholic family where everything was put under the carpet.
Yeah.
And when someone was really angry or sad or crying, shh, don't let the neighbors hear it.
Well, there you go.
That could
Repression.
be a condition also.
Yes, sure, that helps. Because the adults teach you to keep it in,
Yeah.
to not show, to not talk about it, to not
Be a man.
be a man. Don't cry, boys.
Yeah.
Don't cry.
The cure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it for men? Do you meet more men who have difficulty with expressing their feelings or feeling their feelings than women?
Yeah, it's a good distinction because it's basically about feeling the feelings,
not
not
expressing.
talking about it all the time,
Yeah.
which is a bore. People talking about their feelings
Mhm.
all the time. Come on, you know.
And it's also postponing the feeling. Talking about the feelings is
The funny thing is, when you really learn to feel through intense emotions, there will be hardly any need to talk about it, because when it's felt through, it's gone.
yeah.
So it's hard to talk about something that is not there.
Yeah.
So all the talking about it, it's a little bit better than repressing it, because at
Yeah.
least it moves a little, but it's not the end.
Yeah.
It's just helping it to move, but still we're not really feeling. And a lot of the talking will be about, why does this occur? Oh, poor me. Don't you think I'm pitiful?
Mhm.
Or you gotta help me. You know, so it's still all in the ego domain. While feeling through is in essence an activity or a natural movement of consciousness. Consciousness meets everything immediately. It has no fear. It tends to move towards suffering instead of away from it. So in the natural state, what would I have to talk about emotionally? When it arises, it is seen and felt, and afterwards it will dissolve. There's hardly anything to talk about.
Yeah. So what we really are doesn't say no to.
No, it doesn't know no.
It doesn't
It
know
doesn't
no.
no. It doesn't react anything.
Reject. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does reject?
It's the fear system. So ego is a movement of fear. So the things we hear in our head, don't go there, don't feel this, or you'll go insane.
Yeah.
It's basically fear using words. And it's what we call thinking, but it's not thinking. It's fear talking. And we associate or identify with the fear talker.
Yeah.
That's what we call the false self or the ego.
Yeah.
It's always fear. Consciousness knows no fear. It meets everything. It's like this space, this room. We're totally welcome here. And we can dance or have a conversation or a fight. It's all cool.
Yeah. But there's something inside us, you call it the fear talker, that's a great statement, great name, that tries to avoid pain.
Yeah.
And does it also seek pleasure?
Yes, sure it does.
As a substitute or something
Yes,
to look at?
Yeah, to compensate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
No, I don't want this. Give me a happy movie. I can name, for example, when I'm at somebody's home and they have music on who is very melancholic, music that, is a little bit depressing. I always say, oh man, please put on something happy. Is that my
It could be.
fear
It
system?
could be a little bit of the fear that you don't want to feel your inner sadness.
Yeah.
So keep it happy, keep it, let's say, superficial.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we can also have another movement that people tend to, let's make it more personal. I used to be depressed when I was a teenager. And sometimes the depressive feeling would tend to dissolve. And what did I do? Smoke another joint, put on some depressing music, so I went back into it. I was kind of addicted of feeling down. And a lot of people are very comfortable in a strange way with feeling not happy.
Yeah.
Because that's what they know. So a lot of people that I meet here as well, and we have a talk, they open up and they feel the natural state, which is relaxed and open and comfortable. Not really bliss, not an ecstatic thing, but it's really good and quiet and complete. Within 5 or 10 minutes, thoughts will come up to try to fuck it up. Because they don't know how to be open and good.
Yeah.
They don't know how to be happy for longer than, let's say, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Then there's some restlessness. If there's not a problem, who am I?
Yeah. Osho gave a great talk about that, the attachment to misery.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a strange phenomenon, but if you're starting to be aware of that, then you have a chance.
But does that attachment to misery gives us a sense of self?
Yes, exactly.
Me, the one who always gets the blame. Me, who always gets the bad stuff in his life.
Yes. Then you're somebody, something. Yeah. You could even say that without a core of misery, who are you then? If there's no problem to be solved, if there's no
drama.
Yeah, drama. Who am I without my problems?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, that happened because my sister or my father or my mother was absent or that defines me.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't, but we believe it does.
Yeah. For example, my father has the same thing. I also have tinnitus in his ear, and he got it about 2 years ago when he was drilling holes in the
wall.
In the wall, yes. And he, every time I see him, he talks to me. Oh, I shouldn't have got the tinnitus. I shouldn't have got it. Yeah. How could I be so stupid to drill those holes in the wall without using ear protection? Every time for 2 years.
Well, there you go.
It has become his new identity.
Yes, yes.
Me, the tinnitus
Yeah.
sufferer.
Yeah, and give me attention because of that.
But what is the right way to respond to such thing? Not?
That there is not a ground rule. You know, when you're present, you can never know what you will do.
Mm-hmm.
It is unlikely, though, to move along and sing the sad song along with somebody.
Yeah.
So maybe you will burst out in laughter at one moment, or the next time, shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah.
Or it could be anything.
Yeah.
Or you could give him a hug,
Mm-hmm.
or give him earplugs anyway,
Yeah.
or give him a new drilling machine, which will drill some more,
Yeah.
maybe it will go.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
Yeah. There are college teachers of yours who say, just go fully into the story with them.
Yeah, that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
But you cannot say that if this situation arises, that is the right
Yeah.
response.
Yeah.
Because then we're talking about rules.
Yeah.
Freedom knows no rules. So you never know.
Yeah. Freedom knows no rules.
Yeah, otherwise it's not freedom, but a code.
Yeah. And what we are is that freedom.
Yes. And if you live like that, you never know what you're going to do. And that's scary for the fear guy.
Why is that scary?
It likes to do things right. It's afraid to make mistakes. It's afraid to be judged or kicked out or not loved. Freedom isn't afraid of that, so...
Yeah. And for you as living as that freedom, how does that work with friendships and relationships, and are they still important to you?
Yes, but not in the way as before. Not to fill a hole.
Mm-hmm.
Not like using your friends to get rid of anxiety, or what we talked about before. I used to be restless and fearful and anxious, so I surrounded myself with so-called friends all of the time. Did I really need to be with those friends? Was it love? I don't think so. I think it was an avoidance strategy.
Yeah.
When we would talk or make music or drink or whatever, or go to a pub or whatever, you didn't have to feel all this restlessness.
Yeah.
I think it was about that more. Not that I didn't also love them. Sure, it's always mixed.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't even like that anymore. You know, going to a pub or
No.
seeking. When there's something in the system, the tendency is to look at it and feel it, and not to run to something or someone.
Yeah.
So friendships are still important, but it's without need.
Yeah. And that changes the quality of the friendship, or
It can also destroy it.
that people think, oh,
Yeah, he doesn't care about me.
Yeah.
I do, but I don't call every week,
yeah,
and I might say no when they want to come over or ask for
Yeah.
some help, or
yeah.
it might be yes, it might be no, it might be I don't know. Where from the conditioned perspective, you always have to say yes.
Yeah, because we are friends.
We are friends, so
They're always 24 hours a day.
yes. And of course, when there's really something going on, and Eric, my best friend, calls, I will be in the car in 5 minutes, even though you're here, because
Yeah.
I gotta help him. Maybe I'll ask you to come along. When it's really something, yeah, but sometimes, well, we make music together, Eric and me, and sometimes he is calling, he has a new idea. Great. And I know he would like to visit within a few days. Well, we make an appointment for in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
And I know he doesn't like to wait that long. I get that. But I don't feel like making music now.
yeah. People could say that is egocentric.
Yeah, sure. And they may.
Is that the case?
No, not for me. But everybody has the right of his own opinion, obviously. If I don't feel music, there is no point in coming together
Yeah.
and fake music.
Yeah,
I might like to see him.
yeah,
So I told him for our next appointment, come on and bring your stuff and we listen to what you made. But I don't think we're gonna do something.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll have a walk.
Also
That's
nice.
also nice.
Yeah.
And he knows me for like 30 years, so he knows what has changed and what not.
Mhm.
So he's okay with it. But some people had a hard time with me not playing in the conventional expected roles.
Yeah.
Sure,
So it's about honesty. Also.
it's quite important, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. When you dare to be honest with yourself, that's a huge step already.
Mhm.
You know,
And it translates to being honest to.
yeah, which does not mean, by the way, and that are mistakes I made in the past, and maybe still other ones have to judge that you always have to say what you think.
Yeah. For example, if I would ask you, what do you think about my new vest I'm wearing?
Yeah, then I wouldn't say what I think.
Well, I still think it's a beautiful vest. No, but I know what you mean. Do you still follow a little bit of rules we made into
No,
society?
no, it's not like that. But it's not about being unkind.
Hmm.
So if I see that you are happy with your sweater or vest or whatever, that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't really have an opinion about it.
No.
So when you're happy about it, I'll say, "Oh, glad you're happy about it."
Yeah. Yeah. We've been talking now for more than 20 minutes. We haven't used all the terms out of the Advaita world.
Good.
Yeah, you like that. Am I sitting here with an Advaita teacher, or would
That's what I'm called.
Yeah.
Well,
And
and other ones say that I'm not true to the teaching. Well, whatever.
Yeah, maybe we could call you a freedom teacher from now on then, because freedom is a word that, you know, when I speak about it, even in English, it gives me a sense of joy. Freedom, it associates with vacation and being free and not bound, and I can do anything. So yeah, Advaita. Everybody who's watching this movie knows it's about the wholeness or the oneness. Is that right?
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use that term, but
What would you use?
reality, completeness, silence, freedom.
Mm-hmm. Am I talking to myself right now?
Yes. There's only you.
Yeah, that immediately brings up. I don't want to fill it in, but okay, we're filming this. It gives me goosebumps when you say that.
Okay, good.
Is that because I know deep down inside that
Yes.
that is the truth?
Everybody does.
Yeah.
And everybody longs for it and fears it.
Okay, that longing part I can understand, but the fear is why?
Fear of freedom. Again, when you follow rules, you know what you have to do. And you know how you're supposed to behave, and you will be a good member of the herd. When you're free,
Yeah.
nobody's going to tell you what to do. You have to figure it out on your own, in the moment. There are no rules. Anything goes. It's impossible to dramatize. It's impossible to complain. It's impossible to worry.
Yeah.
So who the fuck am I if I cannot worry or have goals in the future or be ambitious or all the normal stuff is absent. So you're not, freedom isn't giving you anything, it takes everything away, you could say. That is scary for people. It almost feels like dying. I think it's over dramatizing stuff, because I don't feel dead at all. And I know that everything that is perceived is temporary, and everything that is perceived is basically me. It's all an extension of me, not the person. The Hans character doesn't, you know, it's not important. But everything perceived is also me. And the silence and that which is perceiving everything, it's whole.
So even if I take your house and your car away, that you still think, well, it's now...
I don't know what I would think, but it wouldn't disturb the completeness.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that if somebody tries to steal your or my car,
No.
that I will sit by and go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Nee.
Because, again, there are no rules.
Yeah.
I might be fierce,
Mhm.
or start to laugh, or, well, we're
Yeah.
living in a forest, I might break
Yeah.
off a branch and, okay, you
Yeah.
take it, I break your arm.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
Or you could think, well, it was a stupid car anyway, let him have it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about a colleague of yours where I stay sometimes, Joannika,
Mhm.
her whole farm.
Yeah, it burned down.
Burned
It
down.
was a beautiful place. Yeah.
And she was standing there, I was thinking, oh, look at the flames. Look how the paper is dancing on the flames. But the police officer standing next to her was saying, ma'am, you have to go inside, you're going insane.
Yeah.
And she said, hey, keep your fears to yourself. I'm enjoying the show.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
But later on, she got into a lot of trouble with also the insurance company because they thought, well, this woman has said such crazy stuff when her farm was burning down.
She probably lit it herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. That's the ego versus the freedom. And the ego, the fear factor, can never understand a liberated being. Same thing happened to Osho, a guy, I was told, threw a knife at him at a seminar or whatever it was called. And he just moved to the side and the knife missed him and he kept talking. So the police said that didn't happen. Because you should be scared or angry or react to that.
Yeah. Yeah, great. So, okay, how is it for you as freedom living in a world full of persons who are anxious and fearful all the time? Is this a great place to be then?
Yes. For a while. So there are basically two perspectives. From an absolute standpoint, there are no other creatures, so nobody's suffering. And that is not a thing, an opinion, that is something felt in the background. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, because consciousness moves, we talked about emotions earlier, consciousness moves towards things, so consciousness also moves toward people who are suffering. That's why the door is open, I guess, and I do what I do, because basically there's no reason to do it. It's all one anyway, to keep it simple. Still, this meeting capacity, moving towards things, is there. So this organism is just used to touch, with result or without result, to try to touch people, and maybe something happens.
Is this freedom, how do you call it, like radioactive stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Is it very contagious?
Only to those who are ready. So Ramana Maharshi used a way of explaining that. He said, say I am fire, and somebody comes along who is a wet block of wood. It will not catch fire immediately, it has to dry first. Yeah. But if somebody brings a handful of straws, it will ignite immediately. Yeah. So that all depends. So some people come here and they think, I don't get what the guy is talking about. Other people will be quiet almost immediately. Some people will get what I'm saying in 10 minutes, and others will come years on end. Yeah. To meetings or private sessions, and to me it's all good. Yeah. It doesn't make any difference. There's no judgment. There's not the thought that a handful of straw is higher than a wet block of wood. Although if the block of wood is still too wet, I might say go do yoga for a year, or travel the world, or get a job, or stop your job. You know, the organism we're talking about will have to have different experiences before being ready.
So that's the way to get dry.
Yeah, you have to get dry.
Is it then about getting experience, or losing your old karma? What is it about? How to
Not
get right?
necessarily karma, but in some cases, when the wood is wet,
Mm-hmm.
some changes need to be made,
Mm.
some different experiences.
Yeah.
So if somebody is closing himself off and sitting in his room,
Yeah.
I might advise him to go out.
Yeah.
Go out into the world, travel,
Yeah.
get a job, start performing
Mm-hmm.
when you're scared of people, or when some other one is constantly filling his space with a lot of people, I might advise him to sit for 6 months on the top of a mountain in a cabin without a cell phone and
Yeah.
just be with himself.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
Yeah. So if a very important banker sits here on the couch and he's feeling miserable, you could say, stop your banking job.
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Yeah. And do people follow your advice?
Usually not.
They think
The,
they
the,
know
the
better.
wet blocks
Yeah.
usually don't. But still, a seed is planted.
Hmm.
So usually they won't immediately do what is suggested. But it's in the system now.
Yeah.
And if there is a small recognition, inner recognition, it will start to grind and,
Yeah. It cannot be stopped.
No, but it can be postponed very long, but
Yeah.
something will occur. People don't walk through this door just by chance, They already experienced some stuff. Maybe they had a glimpse of truth, or they're in a crisis or whatever, or they read something.
Yeah, or in my case, tried out everything in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Except for gambling, I tried out everything in very massive states.
Mhm.
Well, gambling and drugs I didn't do, but
Mm-hmm.
and then you come to a point you think, this
Yeah, yeah.
will not work anymore.
Yes, exactly. So that's a ripening, and that has to occur. And well, you reach that state by living, by
Yeah.
experiencing things, by going for things and seeing this is not it.
Yeah,
So good for you.
yeah.
Next level.
It's exactly what your former colleague Alexander Smith says. You have to be filthy rich once. You have to be poor as a street rat.
Mm-hmm.
Just go out and
Exactly.
explore those.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you know. And
Yeah.
then the moment can come that the attention, who is always outward, can go in looking for the essence, for the truth within.
Yeah. There are some college teachers of yours who say, well, and I don't know if you agree with them, or if you say that life will bring you these things. You don't have to sit and wait for big things to occur.
Mm-hmm.
They occur all the time.
Basically, they do.
So it doesn't have to be, we're not talking about big things, being rich, being
Mhm.
poor, but can it also be in waiting in line in the supermarket
Yes, of course.
and getting agitated and thinking, what a stupid supermarket?
Mm-hmm.
That's also,
Yes, everything points towards the duality of being free or being not.
mm-hmm,
And both things will be put constantly in our face.
mm-hmm,
And at a certain moment, we'll be aware enough to notice the difference. Hey, this is strange. I was in line waiting and I felt good.
yeah,
And yesterday, I felt like killing the cashier. What's
Yeah.
going on?
yeah,
Or other things, little things that you feel during life drop away, that you always used to be
Yeah.
sad about this, and now you're perfectly cool with it.
yeah,
Something happened.
yeah. But it doesn't mean that nothing will touch you anymore.
No, surely not.
You
But
still,
there won't be any resistance. So from a freedom standpoint, strange language, there still can be feelings and being touched by something or moved, but there's no resistance. So
Yeah.
it goes through the system exactly as it wants to move through the system, and then it's gone.
yeah.
So it doesn't take much time.
So still, when you watch a movie, you can get emotional during a scene where some dog dies, or
Yeah, especially something like that.
Okay, because some people think, well, this Advaita stuff, this is about shutting off your feeling and just being like a robot all the time.
No, absolutely not. It's the falling away of the resistance and the judgments. So if the system has to be sad right now, it will be allowed to be sad. And then it will be gone again. But the sadness will not be felt as a problem or something bad or negative.
Something to get rid of,
No, exactly. Because basically, emotions are energy. A guy I know said, emotion is energy, emotion.
Yeah.
That's nice. So, whether it's a red energy or a blue energy, it's energy. There is no negative energy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but from the ego standpoint, happiness or love or attention will be seen as positive, and sadness and jealousy will be labeled negative.
Yeah.
From consciousness standpoint,
All the same.
it's just energy moving.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah. Another thing that is talked about frequently in these Advaita circles is the free will. People I hang around with, I'm not saying everybody. Can you tell us something about that, Hans? Did I come out of free will here to talk to you in English?
No, of course not.
It just happened.
Yes, it happened because of a lot of movements and happenings in the past, which put you on this path.
For example, me learning English in school.
That's a part of it. And you, what you earlier said, trying out this, trying out that, and it all didn't work. And then at some point, non-duality came in view, and you started to look into that, and you discovered that I and some other people were talking about that. You didn't control that. You didn't decide when you were 8, when I don't know what
40,
you're 80,
41.
41, I'm going to sit with Hans and have a little chat in English. I didn't either.
No. I think I would call you crazy if you told me this is at 21. In 20 years you're going to do interviews about something called Advaita.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that says...
It just occurs.
Yeah.
All kinds of energies are moving us in different directions. And everybody knows this. You're walking in the street and suddenly you see somebody and you're struck by lightning. And you go after him or her. And because you do, and you start living together and you may have kids, you move to another place, you meet new people. Did you do that? It happened.
Yeah. No doer.
No doer. And free will, when you feel will, I want this, it's not free, it's force.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
You know, so of course there is will or wanting something, but it's not free.
No.
It overcomes you, or it gets you, and you have to be a soccer player, or you have to steal the camera, or whatever it is.
That's what most people tell you when they're full of something. They say, I couldn't do otherwise.
Voila.
It had to be done.
Yes. So there is no free will. That's insane.
Still, the jails are full of people who have been told that it's their fault.
Yes. That's the way we organize things.
Yeah.
Because it's all from the separate perspective. So when we think we're all separate beings, you're responsible.
Yeah.
I get that. So when I'm driving with the car and I drive into somebody, I will not say, there's nobody here and it's all consciousness moving. I will say sorry.
Yeah.
Or asshole.
Yeah.
You had to let me go, or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever comes. But I won't make an Advaita excuse.
No.
Because nobody thinks like that, you know? And when everybody would think, it won't happen, but would think like that, I wouldn't have to explain anything.
Yeah. Still, I can imagine that you are quite a popular Advaita teacher, or giving meetings. A lot of people come to you and they think, or maybe they do, look up to you.
Yeah.
They think, he's the man that represents freedom for me.
Yeah.
I have to be near him all the time. I have to visit all his meetings, read all his books. What would you say to someone like that?
It's irrelevant what I try to say, because they will still perceive me as they perceive me. But often in satsang or in meetings I say, you don't know nothing about me. You only see me when I perform,
Mm-hmm.
when I'm on duty, being the teacher. But
Mhm.
I'm not a teacher. The teacher is a role. You know, later on I'll be the dog walker,
Mm-hmm.
or the typist, or the cleaner, or
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
they don't know me.
You once said in our Dutch interview, don't mistake the mailman who
Yeah.
brings the love letter.
Yes,
Don't-
with the letter.
Yeah, the love letter is the thing
Yes,
that it's about,
yes.
not the man who brings it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So every organism, including this one and that one, is flawed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's okay. But it's about the message and not about the messenger.
Yeah.
But that's a mistake, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
We always do that, and that's why there are a lot of trouble in spirituality in general,
Yeah.
because people have perceptions, and then moving on they start to see, but he still does this or that or whatever
Yeah.
for me or anybody, and then they're disappointed or angry.
Yeah.
And of course there are people out there who are not about truth or really spirituality, but about power. Yeah. Well, that's part of the learning game.
Yeah. But still, people had a lot of comments on Osho with his
Sure,
24 Rolexes and limousines.
Yeah.
Could a mass murderer bring this message?
Yes.
Don't think a lot of people would come and visit him and believe him.
No. Or live through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything is possible. It's not likely, but anything is possible. That's one of the funny things about this dream theater.
Mm-hmm.
Anything goes. Usually things go like this and this and this, but sometimes,
Yeah.
you know, most of the time when we talked about the wet wood and the straw, sometimes somebody comes in and I think, oh my God, the water is leaking out,
Yeah.
you know?
How does that?
And within 3 or 4 meetings,
Yeah.
something is changed completely. So I was wrong.
Hmm.
And sometimes, usually I have it right, and sometimes I think, oh, this one is a piece of cake, you know. I only have to say this and that, and then he'll get it.
Yeah.
And a year later, he still didn't get it. So I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very funny. But anything is possible.
Yeah. Still about that worshipping you. Isn't it really also a childish thing? When I was a child, I was fan of a group called Doe Maar, the famous Dutch group.
Yeah.
Because their music touched me, it gave me a
Mhm.
great feeling, it was freedom to me. And then I thought, oh, it's because of these guys. It's these guys who bring
Mhm.
freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the same right now for people who are 40, 50 years old. They become a fan of Hans Laurentius. And they forget about that it's not about Hans Laurentius, it's about what he's saying and where he's pointing at. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's unavoidable. And before, when I had the center, it was worse than now.
Your own
Because
center,
then there is a steady
A
place.
fan base.
Yeah, which kind of goes to feeling like home for
Ah,
visitors, you
yeah.
know, when it's there for 10 years. And there it was worse. And now there are loose meetings and
Yeah.
some weekend retreats, and
Yeah.
so it's more free.
Yeah.
And I'm a little more blunt these days than I was. I basically say the same, and I was confrontational always, but it's got a little worse. Maybe because of that, 'cause I don't want that. I'm not seeking adoration. I'm trying to find a way.
Yeah.
Consciousness basically is trying to find a way to make consciousness see.
Yeah.
It's impersonal, but people take it personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, of course, that's their reference point,
Yeah.
but it's not mine.
They do not know better. And,
No.
and they did the same with Jesus.
Yes, of course, and there's no reason to blame them, but you can try to play with it to wake them up out of that.
Yeah.
You know, so sometimes ignore, and not by planning,
Yeah.
but sometimes somebody is ignored, and then later on comes to me or she comes to me, I was pissed off at you. Why? What did I do? You didn't even look at me.
Oh. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. All the people want to sit in front of you at the first row.
And some or other ones want to hide in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, some love me and some fear me. and some others can just be with me. That's most relaxing for me, if we just can see eye to eye.
Equally.
Yeah, that's the best part, but
Yeah. Still, maybe some people are watching this in 400-500 years, and they started the Hans Laurentius Church.
oh my God.
But they think in 2016 there was a man wearing an orange shirt who talked truth all the time, and we missed it then, but that was the Messiah who came back on earth.
Well, the Messiah is saying, I'm not the Messiah, don't start a church.
Burn it
I
down.
will not sanction it. Look for yourself.
Yeah. Look for yourself.
Yeah. You can use anything to be inspired, but you don't want to be a follower, because then you're following somebody else. You got to be you. You got to find out what you are,
Yeah.
and not being a clone.
Yeah. But Hans, in this way, you're not going to become the best-selling author.
No, I won't. I'm not going to get rich. I'm very sad.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think it's very honest, again, that you do talk about this way, because there are enough teachers who almost seem to enjoy all the kissing their feet and hugging.
Yes, of course. Of course, it's great for what remains of the ego. When I had the center, there were hundreds of people there, coming there. And parts in me really liked the adoration.
Yeah.
And that's when I started to get scared a little. Because that was not the point. That was not why I was singing my song. But I could feel, ooh, and people in love with me.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. I had to really be honest and look within to get that out. So it was helping me too. But I was happy when that was out of my system, and then the center could stop.
Yeah. What a relief.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was great for the 10 years that was there. And beautiful things happened, and people changed, and it was great. But there were also downsides.
Yeah. We have about 10 more minutes. I would like to ask you about another statement in the Advaita world. This world is an illusion. How can I use this to find my freedom? Non-attachment, just thinking, well, it's just colors, smells, but has nothing to do with me. What do they mean by saying this world is an illusion?
I don't know what others mean by that.
Would you say such a statement?
Sometimes do, but not regularly.
No.
But you could say it's not much different than the dream state, where you also perceive a sort of center that's called me, and that me is having all kinds of experiences. It's the same now. But when you step back a little, you can, I think, fairly quickly notice that it's all perceptions. Smells, feelings, bodily sensations, emotions, thought patterns, images. They're moving in view and out of view. But there's something just viewing. So, from that standpoint, nothing is real in the sense that it's absolute, unchanging, or forever. It's all
passing by.
Yeah, it's pixels. It has no real substance. So in that sense, yeah, sure. On the other hand, everything you experience is also you. So you could also say the only illusion is the idea of a separate entity. So the world, whatever that may mean, is not an illusion. You are an illusion. Because a mistake is often made in this topic, that people start to say everything is an illusion, but they forget themselves. They forget the first identification as me being somebody, something separate. That's the illusion. Consciousness never will say anything is an illusion or real. It doesn't attach to anything, it has no judgment.
It doesn't bother without that.
No. So basically, I think traditionally the remark was only made to make people aware of spending all their life energy in the world, in their position in society, their belongings, their status, their money. You know, that is wrong to invest all your energy in that. So I like to say you got two eyes. One for the world, for the objects, the things, and one for infinity. And I think a true human being uses both eyes.
Mm-hmm.
One for infinity, wholeness, right here, right now, for free. And he is there, I'm here, this is a camera, that car is his, that car is mine.
Mm.
No problem.
Yeah.
But if both eyes are turned on the object, you're lost.
Still, that's how most people, and I was living for 40 years.
Yes.
Thinking that I can find myself in the world.
Yeah.
And I can find freedom in the world.
Yeah.
Can I conserve things? Don't take them away.
It's basically very strange, because anybody, and you're an intelligent guy too, could think up in 2 minutes that everything I perceive is fluctuating.
Yeah.
I never had a feeling that lasted. They all come and go. I never had a thought that was absolutely true or constant, because they come and go. Relationships, they come and go. Illness comes and goes. Money comes and goes. I cannot find anything in this so-called world that is permanent. And still I'm seeking permanent happiness there? Well, good luck to you.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
No. Strange indeed.
People cannot think. They don't really look. They don't really question things. I believe I can be happy to portray myself like this or that in the world, and then I'll be permanently blissful.
Yeah.
In a world that is permanently fluctuating and changing. Come on.
Yeah.
Wake up. It's impossible. It will never happen. And all the time, this real happiness, which is very quiet, not so screamingly happy, is in the background. You can lean against it, as a matter of speaking, and just enjoy the show.
Just like in a theater.
Yes.
This comfortable seat.
Yes.
And just enjoy the show.
Instead of thinking that you're one of the characters and being scared or happy all the time.
Yeah.
Relax and sit back, and it's even worse. You're the perceiver of the theater and the so-called you sitting there.
Yeah.
You're even outside the theater. You are that which is not moving, never changing, unaffected. Nothing ever happened to you. But if you project yourself completely in the world, you're so vulnerable. So I get it that people are scared and trying to hold on to things and trying to be a good guy or a nice girl.
Yeah.
To get attention or whatever.
To go back to the theater, we act like people who are in a theater in the early days when cinemas were not that, people were not that used to. They started shouting at the screen.
Yeah. Watch out!
Yeah, stop! There's a train coming. The first time
yeah.
someone saw a movie with a train, they ducked.
Yeah,
They
sure.
the train is.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a fire breaking out and the theater ran empty.
Yeah, but still, we're
Yeah.
laughing about it. But that's how
that's
we
what
live.
that's what we call life.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not life. It's a theater. This is a dream theater.
Yeah.
And it's beautifully made. If you relax a little, it's beautifully made. Every day things happen.
Yeah. And still, when we wear those virtual reality glasses, we go into the computer game, we start shooting and doing anything without fear.
Yeah.
So could we say and see this as like a big computer game we're in?
Yes.
No, there's nothing that
Nothing
really can be
really
hurt.
happening. Yes.
Yeah.
Although when you really see that, it's quite unlikely you would be running around with a machine gun. You need hate and anger and a belief system to start shooting up people or throwing bombs or believing that my way is better than your way.
Yeah.
You know, we are saying that IS is wrong and IS is saying we are wrong, and they're both sides are believing all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Which I don't believe in. I don't believe either side. But I'm not going to run around like a maniac with a gun.
That's because you know you're shooting yourself?
Because it's pointless. And I have no belief system to defend. And I don't have to be right.
Yeah.
Or have followers, so everybody has to think like me.
Yeah.
That would be boring.
But it still makes sense from the point of view of a person who is very scared about losing everything.
Sure.
Give me something to hold on to.
Yeah, sure.
The Bible, the Quran.
Yeah. Or neoliberalism or communism or something to believe in.
Yeah, that I have some reference point where I can stick to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you need rules.
And then your freedom is gone.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And it's all bad thinking, because you can notice that it's just a conviction. It's not a truth. It's a thought. You have to keep repeating and pushing emotional energy into to say those people are bad, or my way is the right way, or for what?
And go to church every Sunday so you can get reassured again that this is the truth.
And you cannot make jokes about God.
Oh no.
You know.
Or Muhammad.
Yeah. What the hell is that? If they're so powerful, would they care?
I don't think so.
What kind of a childish gods are that?
Yeah.
You know.
You can't stand a joke. Yeah. Hans, we have a few more minutes left. It was very nice talking to you. Can you give us some practical information for people who are touched by this conversation? You have a website?
Yeah, sure.
hanslaurentius.nl.
That's it. And you can find anything there, satsang videos, books.
Yeah.
My latest book is translated into English, so maybe it will be put out. Mm-hmm. There are some English articles there. Yeah. And if somebody would be around and would like to talk, we can do it in English for as far as my English goes. So.
And you're living in the north of Limburg?
Yes, just below Nijmegen.
Yeah. And do you also do Skype sessions with people? No. Telephone?
No.
No. Email?
When it's a short question.
Yeah.
But I think the face-to-face thing is the best. So there are meetings and there are individual possibilities. Yeah. But I'm not Skyping or anything.
Yeah. Just go to google.nl or .com, type in Hans Laurentius and you will find anything. Thanks again for this nice conversation.
Thank you too. It was great. Yeah. Thanks.
Sitting here in the beautiful city of Utrecht with Alex Vartman. Thanks for having the time to talk to me about the new Tantra. What's so new about the Tantra you practice and talk about in comparison to the old Tantra?
Yeah, and what we try and do in the new Tantra is base it on traditional Tantra, but also update it with science. And try and find out, where is this correlation to back up a lot of the old tantric law with modern day science. And the new part gives me a bit more license to kind of create a whole bunch and divert from stuff that isn't backed up by science or doesn't, through empirically testing it, match our experience.
Can you name an example? What was not done in the old Tantra, which is normal stuff right now?
Well, it's not so much what's done, it's more a lot of the theories. So some of the tantric theory, like the description of ojas, which is sexual life force energy that you're born with and depletes through the regular orgasm, that's very hard to back up by science, so we don't include things like that. We try and find out really what's happening in the brain with neurotransmitters after you orgasm and base our teachings on that. So.
Yeah. So if I'm correct, Tantra is about not orgasming, or the orgasm being the main thing to be focused on during sex.
Well, tantric sex is about, one of the first things is about not ejaculating for men and not rubbing the clitoris and having a short 5-second peak orgasm for men and women. So that's just like the very first step. We have, in our workshops, we have 10 different levels of teachings, and only the first 3 are focused on sex. We just use sex as bait to get people interested in spiritual practice, because it's an area that a lot of people secretly kind of long to get right, but secretly don't get right. So we try and bring sex, as a gateway, but then we focus really on lifestyle. How do you have a good sex life where you're not depleting your energy and getting grumpy and flat? How could you be a better father or mother? How could you be better at your work? How could you serve with your gifts more to the world? How can you find your life's purpose? How can you turn off the mind fucking? So, it all stems from just correct use of energy, whether that's sexual or otherwise.
So it's about tantric living.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have that. Our new website we're about to launch now is called the 10 Steps to Happiness. So, it's more about, how do you really be happy as an adult, which they don't teach you as children at school or anywhere.
Yeah. So what does make us unhappy all the time?
Well, I think primarily it all bases around the ego. We feel separate, and because we feel separate, we have this emptiness in us, and therefore we feel full of longing, addictions, which some of them can be quite destructive. There's also, the addiction to the sexual peak orgasm. A lot of people use the 5-second peak orgasm to relieve energy, to relieve stress, and so on. Men, using their orgasm to, makes them a bit more sleepy after sex, or they lose energy after sex. Women can use it as a sleeping pill, for example. So there's ways to throw off energy, but not many people understand what happens if you build up that energy and actually use it not to get, but more to serve. And that's the sort of our sort of focus around Tantra.
Osho once called the orgasm a poor man's realization. Is this about self-realization, what you talk about?
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the regular orgasm lasts for 5 to 10 seconds, and it is a window of not thinking. It is a window of extreme bliss. But the traditional word tantra means to transcend. It means to go deeper than that, and to expand it also. So that 5-10 seconds, what would happen if you had a much deeper orgasm where you couldn't think, but for 5 minutes or 20 minutes? Like there are many deeper orgasms. For example, the woman's body that she can have if she doesn't do the clitoris orgasm. The clitoris orgasm basically blanks out a whole bunch of deeper orgasms in the woman, but she can have like 6-7 different deeper orgasms that can last not 5-10 seconds, but up to 20 minutes for the uterine womb orgasm. So they're the orgasms we teach in the New Tantra.
I can imagine that people, a lot of people visit you who have maybe relationships problems, would think, the sex has dried up. We have to come and go to Alex. He's going to teach us whole new ways to give fire to this relationship again.
Not many. That's about 30%, 25% of our audience.
And does that work? Are you
absolutely,
a cure?
of course, yeah, absolutely. So we
How
can.
Come?
Well, we can. The regular orgasm. Its design is to spread your seed and to not have all your genes in one basket. So nature doesn't support monogamy. There is no monogamy in nature whatsoever. Even like the bonding pair swans will, if they track them and homing beacon them and they look at their DNA, they will have sex with other birds once a year, just to keep their gene pool spread. If you have 2 people, one person is unable to have children, you take out 2 people. That's why monogamy doesn't work in nature. But I think there's enough people on the planet right now, where there's overpopulation problem. So we don't need this old programming saying, I'm getting sick of my partner, I'm attracted to other people. So then the orgasm is whenever you come, you kind of get slightly less interested in your own partner, especially men. Get slightly less interested in their own partner, and they start looking at the other women, for example.
I heard once about if you come into a woman like 6 times, then your interest is almost 50% gone.
I think that's about right. I think it's about certainly after 3 or 4 months of most people will have sex and they have sex the whole time when they're first meeting 2 or 3 times a day, but that only lasts for a few months, and then it starts going down and down and down, and over years it goes less and less and less. So we have a lot of couples like one sitting next to me, Mr. Diesel, where they were hardly having sex once or twice a month. And then when they have sex 3-4 times a week, it is for an hour or 2 at a time, which, you know, keeps your body in shape. You don't end it. You don't end with that sort of the orgasm that's slowly pushing you apart from your partner. So people can come together even after, you know, 15, 20 years of marriage and kids and work and stress. They can get what's called repolarized or reattracted to each other from learning how to not come and how to use tantric practices.
Is it also about the story I have about you? I mean, I have never met you, so I found some things on the internet, but for me you are new and fresh. So I don't put memo stickers on your, oh, he's this age, he did this, and that's what in a relationship works. How it works, you make a story of your partner, and then you start believing the story. Do you tell people to stop believing the story and meet each other again and again for the first time?
Well, what you're describing is very typical of mentally driven spiritual practices, where you try to reprogram your emotions with thoughts, and that doesn't work very well. The process of what's happening in the brain is something called malienation, where we see something and the brain malionates or coats it in a label, a familiar label. So, you know, after you've seen a tree a few hundred times, you don't actually really clearly see the tree so much. You see the label tree, tree, this, that, car,
oak tree,
this tree, whatever. You know, it's in spiritual practice. What happens is, especially in the higher levels, is we try to we do yogic practices, not like, you know, traditional hatha yoga, but deeper spiritual practice. A lot of them through sexual practices, where you deconstruct these labels in your mind, not by trying to think differently, but by it happening by itself, where you get back to a more childlike, innocent perspective and way of perceiving the world. And then all of a sudden the tree becomes a live, green, incredible thing again, and the life gets much more clear, especially when you're out of orgasm hangover. The traditional orgasm hangover, when you come, for men makes us a bit more grumpy, a bit more flat, a bit more depressed sometimes, more interested in gadgets, in things that don't have, you know, that love and life force in them. And that lasts for about 17 days. With women, can make them more clingy, a little more emotional, a little more up and down, a little bit more needy, or also a little bit more distant. So that lasts for about 17 days. They're now proving in science. They're proved now with rats for 15 days. The human trials haven't started yet, but, you know, it's 2.5 weeks for most people. So most adults are constantly in orgasm hangover, and they don't even realize it. They're constant orgasm hangover, and they don't realize it. I mean, why are children happier than adults? It's not just adult responsibilities, because you've got, you know, people like Paris Hilton that never have to work a day in their life, and they still end up in rehab. Yeah. You know, there's something more to it than just, you know, having to pay a mortgage. It's also something, you know, you often see children go from, "I'm a happy mummy, daddy, let's go on holiday," to "don't fucking tell me what to do." You know, somewhere around 12, 13, mm-hmm. Very often when children start masturbating, and they often masturbate a lot at the start, you get in this very kind of little hangover. Yeah. So
that sounds, we call it puberty.
Yeah, everyone goes, it's hormones, but what exactly is happening in the hormones? Well, there's a lot of stuff happening with your dopamine levels, with your oxytocin levels, with the noradrenaline. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening when you start to come.
Yeah. I talk to a lot of Advaita teachers. I see a lot of books from Advaita Samraj here. Was he a big teacher, big influence for you?
Yes. Advaita was certainly one of my teachers. David Data was a big influence. You know, his teacher Mykonos is an influence. I mean, I was a big satsang teacher, so, you know, I was very familiar with all the satsang world, and Ramana Maharshi and Poonjaji and all his disciples and so on. I lived and worked in that field for many years. And then I met Advaita, and, you know, there's certain parts of Advaita's teaching I don't agree with. I mean, you never agree 100% with anyone's teachings or their way of running their schools and so on. But for me, he has a lot of incredibly profound teachings. And, you know, I spent some time sitting with him, and, you know, he had a huge amount of transmission. You know, he was a very, very interesting, colourful being. Certainly not sort of bland and boring, you know. He was on the edge. So, yeah.
What was the main thing Advaita said to you that
rang a bell? He didn't say anything to me. I wasn't on sitting there chatting with him.
Maybe you heard from him or read from him.
Well, there's a lot of teachings on, for example, on the right side of the heart, which are these sort of esoteric teachings from the right side of the chest, which I haven't really seen anywhere else except Ramana Maharshi. So Ramana Maharshi and Advaita had a very, very similar experience to the right side of the heart and this energy channel called the Amrita Nadi. They're the only two ones I've really seen write about this to a large degree, or actually realised through that. So yeah, he has a lot of teachings that are fully inclusive, so they're not excluding things. A lot of spiritual people will exclude certain areas they find either uncomfortable or no-go zones or something. And crazy wisdom teachings include everything, including sex, including relationship, including money, including children, including being a human being with its full spectrum, and not just not talking about things that are scary.
Not scary. What is scary then? For
well, like a lot of satsang teachers won't talk about sex, or they don't have very deep teachings on things like sex. It's just like, oh well, it's not so important. Just enjoy it when it is, and don't. There's not a lot of depth in the terms of how do you consciously use things that you're attracted to? How do you use your sexual fantasies for spiritual practice, for example? They're often two different things for a lot of people. They have their spiritual life, which they share, and then they're quietly, masturbating to porn on something or other or something. And it's like there's a dichotomy there. There's a separation, and Crazy Wisdom really tries to bring both worlds together, where you really look at things. How do you consciously be a sexual being? How do you consciously do whatever you're doing? And find out what is addiction and destructive, and what could be used to turn into an art form and serve the world with.
Yeah. A couple of non-duality teachers I talk to tell me, you're not the body. Don't mess with it. Don't care about, you care about it a little bit, but don't identify with the body. If I understand you right, the new Tantra is also about using the body. How is that for you? Are you still identified with the body of Alex, or are you much more, or how does that work?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's two. There's masculine, there's feminine spiritual practices. So masculine spiritual practice is about realizing what you're not, realizing you're not the body, you're not your thoughts, you're not your emotions, and so on. Mm-hmm. And if you follow that correctly, it'll lead ultimately to Nirvikalpa Samadhi, which is just the pure primordial awareness of being consciousness itself as uncontained, limitless emptiness. Yeah. And then you can say, okay, yes, it's appearing as all form, and life is the appearance. That's Shakti, the feminine mother, Shiva, the masculine awareness. But a lot of Advaita Vedanta focus very much just on the masculine, and they forget the whole feminine. It's not just about realizing the outside world is matter. That's kindergarten. The next step is to actually step into the body as consciousness and transform the body into uncontracted expression of that, and then to feel that out as everything from the right side of the heart and from the base of the body and from your head in a true satori, where everything appears more like fluorescent as light, not just a theory, it's all consciousness, it's all me. Mm-hmm. The talking school is very, very limited. But then practicing school of actually doing these yogic practices, of fearlessly stepping back into your life as a being. So Advaita says, I'm not the body. It's just like kindergarten first step to realize you're not the body, not the thoughts. I mean, I saw that 15, 16 years ago and sat in Nilvakapu for a long time. And it's like, yeah, okay, it's great, it's blissful, it's wonderful, but how does that really serve the world? And my kids going to be happy if I'm just sitting in the corner the whole time, not playing with them? No. So then it's like, okay, well then how do you play with kids? Then how do you earn money from an open space? How do you deal with it? A lot of spiritual people aren't very good at money, and they have money issues. Mm-hmm. They're afraid of money, or they're uptight with it, or there's no flow because they haven't mastered that area. We are all the divine having a human experience, but we're God having a really bad trip also. Limited mind fucking every day. Not much resources, low on energy, with our addictions going. I mean, it's a bit about it's not probably the highest evolution of God in human form. But over time, there is this evolution. We were once pond slime, and now we're, talking amoebas, or we're people talking. But there does seem to be an evolution of consciousness as well. So how do you skillfully live in the world? And that takes it's a lot more difficult than just sitting in emptiness.
Yeah.
That's easy.
That's the easy way.
It's easy to sit in emptiness. And it's also a cop-out for a lot of people, because a lot of people will copy someone like Ramana Maharshi. Now, Ramana Maharshi was a 100 million being that by the nature of his very being just never seemed to have any interest in sex, or no interest in money, or no interest in driving cars, or no interest in most of that stuff that most of us have. And what a lot of people do is they try and think, oh, that guy's enlightened. He's sitting in the corner for 20 years not talking. That's what enlightenment should look like. No, that's just how Ramana Maharshi looked when he got enlightened, because he just never had those interests to start with. He never had interest in a family or money or traveling or anything. So people then try and copy that. It's called jumping over your humanness. They just pretend they're not interested in food, money, sex, whatever it is. And that doesn't work. That just leads to suppression.
When I think about sex, it started for me like around 12, 13. We went to the store and I bought a package of playing cards with a woman with naked tits on.
I think I had that right. I had the same pack of cards.
Oh, great.
It was great. It was horny.
Yeah, oh man. It was the best thing around.
Yeah, revelation.
At the schools, let's see it.
Yeah.
Now, let's say 30 years later, I have to go to sites like eFuck to where you can find things that I haven't seen before.
Right.
You know, and that's the only thing that gives me arousal.
Exactly.
So in 30 years, I've seen a lot, and a lot of things changed.
Yeah.
I think there will be a point that nothing will get me excited anymore.
Right.
That I see on the internet or when I'm with a woman or.
Yeah.
Any advice on that?
Yeah, that's, it's a bit of a one-way street. It's I certainly experienced before I started doing Tantra. I think a lot of people do, everyone does. The brain, through this malienation process, the brain gets bored with what it's so familiar with.
Yeah.
And what happens is when you come is you drop your dopamine levels, is the main thing. And dopamine is responsible for nearly every addiction. When the dopamine levels are low, you kind of have this slightly empty feeling, but you can't, like Mick Jagger said, you can't quite get no satisfaction, right? So then you have to go a little bit more extreme, more different, more new, more extreme, more different all the time. Because that's one way that dopamine can come back up, is through newness, is novelty.
Yeah.
So in the old days, we're caveman, we've still got the caveman limbic brain, we have still a 200 million year old brain. So it's like, the old days as caveman, you walk around, you might see one hot woman, I don't know, once a week or once a month or something. But now you can just click on the internet and you see whatever you're interested in. There's novelty. So we can go into this very high artificial sex drive of coming once, twice a day or 3 times. Some guys, coming a lot. And that's really going to deplete your life force, sexual energy very quickly. So what Tantra focuses on is, we don't use the visual cortex. You don't try and fantasize looking at images when you're masturbating, for example. Try not to look at pornographic images, especially like the money shot coming on her face or whatever it is. It's like you try to come back to just natural sensations. You try to not use that sort of visual mind during sex. You try to just sort of be present with the partner you're with. And those exercises are quite difficult when you're in orgasm hangover, because it's very difficult to feel sexual satisfaction. It's because we're so used to this high saturation of stimulation. It's hard to just get horny when it's just more natural and to the limbic brain more boring.
Because when I was 15, I walked around with a girl just holding hands, and that was greatest thing on earth.
Exactly. Well, that's what you get back to through these tantric practices. You get that level of attraction back to your partner. You go back to the honeymoon period when you see them and your body's going like, wow, you're making me horny.
Yeah.
You might not have to be thinking about it, because that's what happens in the higher levels, especially level 3, is people actually live out their sexual fantasies in a healthy way, safely and with code words and describing and so on. And then if they actually do their sexual fantasies to completion, then you actually stop thinking about sex. then you come back to a more, it can still be, your sex life can still be wild and crazy and fun and horny and living out your sexual fantasies, but there's no mental thinking or neediness to it.
Yeah.
And that creates a much more relaxed sex life where you do get attracted at a much more simple level. Just the kissing, just the breathing, just the being inside someone can be really horny. And you can also then, switch it around and, take it from behind or whatever. But there's so much sensitivity to it. It's all new the whole time when you're not using the mind so much. So the practice we do in level 1 is how do you remove the mind from sex?
Yeah. So it's all about the senses.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Senses, yeah.
So I'll start using a feather of a chicken and start...
Yeah, but that won't work very well.
No?
No. You have to really deconstruct the mental mind and get out of orgasm hangover. And that's why we have the thing called the 21-day challenge, is try it once in your life for 21 days not to come but stay sexually active. That's the key, especially in the second week. Stay masturbating or stay having sex, but don't come. You walk away with a heart on, you walk away with an erection, you walk away full of sexual energy, which people are not used to. And then you'll notice, after a week or two, stroking yourself with a feather becomes incredibly pleasurable. Even just putting your penis inside the vagina can be like, oh, I'm almost coming. It's become so sensitive. So it's different, it's that's why we have all these yogic practices first to do. Yeah.
And isn't that dangerous?
What? Not to come?
Yeah, let's say I'm sexually so aroused and I go outside into the supermarket.
Yeah.
Am I still, how do you call it, in charge of myself? Can I still temper that sexuality when I see this beautiful woman bending down to get a pot of Nutella and I think, I have to grab her, just like the cavemen did?
Well, hopefully we have control of ourselves so we don't just rape someone or something.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you certainly, especially when you start not coming, you get very horny. But what happens is it very quickly relaxes into relaxed horniness. So you don't really, like I said, I don't really think about sex anymore. I don't go like, I want to grab that woman. I have those urges anymore. I'm not thinking about sex in that way. But if my body is pressed up there, let's say a woman that I'm attracted to, my dick will straight away go up. Now a lot of guys have problems getting their dicks up, or they come too fast. These are side effects of the peak orgasm. We have a lot of guys, about 25% of guys will come and say, I have terrible pre-ejaculate. They come too quickly. Yeah. In the first minutes or whatever of sex, or even shorter sometimes. Or a lot of guys can't get their dicks up properly. They can't get them really hard properly. And these are all side effects of jerking off basically too much.
For me, sex and ego are still connected. For you, not. Is it a way of proving yourself? That's for most men. I prove my manlyhood by saying, well, I gave this woman a great orgasm last night.
Yeah.
Talk to my friends about it.
Well, no, that's certainly gone for me. That's certainly gone for me. No, I mean, I rarely have sex with women. I'm just not so interested in proving myself anymore in that way. It's just I'm just not. I've had sex with enough beautiful women, and for when you start doing tantra, you do have sex for hours. So you can be in a really really transcendent space, full body orgasm, everything turning to light, being satori, and you can be in that for several hours, where most people are spending 5 seconds in that sort of, but even very very superficially. So they don't get a lot of time in that empty space. But you very quickly sort of burn those sexual longings or sexual karmic momentum. You seem to lose it fairly quickly. Once you've done all your fantasies and so on, it's like, you still do some when you're with someone, but it loses its kind of neediness or its drive. So proving yourself to a woman or something, that's not so interesting. Yeah.
Can this sexual energy also be turned into something? You talked about serving the world, something that serves the world. Let's say I invent some very handy tool that we can open things with.
Yeah.
Is sexual energy the base of every creative process?
Absolutely, I think absolutely. I mean, it's not proven by science, but absolutely. Creativity. You can create life from your sexuality. If you build that up, like I say, if you want to go to heaven, you need a lot of rocket fuel. Most people operate. Most adults are about 5 to 10% of their sexual energy. Most children are about 100% of their sexual energy. Children run around the whole time full of energy, quite positive. Then they start masturbating and it starts to go down. As adults, we're probably about 5 to 10%. And when I'm out of orgasm hangover, then the creativity starts to come. Then the kind of fresh ideas, the sort of this innocent happiness is there. There's not so much talking in the head going on. And then you get a lot more connected to, or you just see patterns of where things need to be invented, or what most people who are stuck more on a more, self-sustaining sort of level of survival don't have the time or energy to see. But when you sort of relax that, there's a lot of creative energy in sexual energy.
Yeah. So what's Alex doing right now with his energy when he's not having sex?
Well, I'm working somewhat. We just redesigned our website, but we were turning our teachings electronic teachings. Dealing with a school with about 1,000 students. There's managers and managing those managers and so on. I spend quite a lot of time, traveling, seeing my daughter, riding motorbikes, playing with my new boat or jeep. I just do very simple things. Most of the time I'm sitting in the forest doing nothing. Sit in the forest and just sit in my hot tub overlooking the forest and just hang out and just tune out into nothingness. But that's, a lot of those things I can do is because I've done a lot. I don't have the feel of like I'm lonely, or I don't have the feeling of I want to have sex with someone, or I don't have the feeling of like I'm missing out on traveling, or I would like to do this or that. No, because I've done most of those things. I've travelled through, lived in 46 different countries. I retired when I was 25, making money from property and having 6 houses in the US and so on. I did stuff, and I kind of got bored with a lot of things. And that's part of the thing of fulfilling your karmas is that you fulfill a lot of these longings so that you can eventually just sit like Ramana Maharshi and not feel that you're compromising.
But you still don't look like someone who has done all those things. You look like you just come around.
Come around what?
Yeah, just come around here. Just this world. Just
good.
With this look of childish innocence, interested in things.
Yeah, great.
When I came in here, I said to both of you, you still look so young and fresh, and then you said that's because we don't come. Is it as simple as that?
That's a big variable. It's part of the variable. I'm 49 today. Yay.
Today your birthday.
Today my birthday. Yeah, 49. So if I go out, dressed up, a lot of people think I'm in my early 30s. Thank you very much for this. Usually the kids think I'm younger. But anyway, it's a sign of good practice. Do children think you're cool and fun and young and alive and innocent? Do animals like you more? These are kind of signs of people that you can't really brainwash through telling them stuff, through reading books or whatever. No, they just feel, is this person playful and innocent, open, happy or not? So certainly this getting your sexual energy is a big component of that, not being in the orgasm hangover, just feeling that innocent happiness again. And then life can get much more simple. You don't need to impress your friends with a big house or impress your parents or all that sort of just loses interest. So you just really get back to basics. Like Adida used to call it optimal minimal. You just have the few minimal amount of things you can need but are really nice that you like, and then you unclutter your life and you just relax into what you're simply interested in. And for me right now, I just bought myself a new motorbike, a Ducati Multistrada 1200. It's awesome. Anyway, so that's my new toy, and I'll be really into that and do like the Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. Make that like a spiritual practice to look after it properly, to learn how to do the mechanics on it, to learn how to ride it properly and safely. And I'm a father, learning how to do things, really well, and then that will burn through, and then I'll lose interest in that like most other things.
Just like a child.
Just like a child. Just like a child, first they're playing Barbie dolls and then they're playing with makeup. You know, it's just you can just get bored with the lower sort of fixations, you know, and then you progress until eventually everything's kind of done and you can really sit and just enjoy nature and openness without having to get anything more than that. And then you can really serve because you don't have much personal need anymore.
We've been talking for half an hour now. We haven't used the word love. What is love to you?
Yeah, I think love is one of the most misunderstood words in spirituality. So, you know, I'm kind of quite careful using it. A lot of people talk about love as the feeling in the left side of the chest or the center of the chest, or of warmthness when you have someone that is being nice to you and feels nice to you in a certain way. And people I think really misunderstand and misuse love. So, you know, you might get, oh, I love you so much. But what? You had sex with someone else? Oh, I fucking hate you. Now I want half the house and half of this and I never want to see you again. It's like, wow, that was really deep love, wasn't it? Just because they had sex with someone else, for example. You know, Byron Katie, who I'm a big fan of, you know, she says, you know, people don't understand love. They just, if someone agrees with you for periods of time, you feel close to them, so they call that love. And if they suddenly start disagreeing with you and having a problem with something, then you turn your back and you turn your back on them. That's not love. So the right side of the chest, the right side of the heart, the full acceptance of everything around you as yourself is what I would call love. And then if you find someone else who you both want to walk together that path with and you make each other better, not just, you know, most people have relationships, you know, someone to stop them being lonely, or someone to regularly have sex with, or someone to raise kids with, or just someone to share the economy with, or whatever it is. Status, whatever, or to please your mother and father, or the programming from conditional upbringing. But, you know, to really find someone that you're going to practice to unconditionally love, I mean, love as yourself, that would mean, you know, financially, you'd look after them as if they were yourself. Sexually, I mean, you know, very often I have, you know, couples that one of them is not interested in sex and the other one is. One might be older, one might have lost their sex drive, one might just have lost interest in that partner. I mean, if one wants to have sex and the other one doesn't, and you really loved your partner, wouldn't you want them to be sexually satisfied? And if you weren't sexually satisfying them, wouldn't you just by love find someone else to satisfy them? You know, it makes sense when we think of it logically, but emotionally, people can't do that because they get jealous. They feel they're going to lose something that's valuable to them, or they feel that they're going to be compared. Maybe he has a big dick than me, maybe he's a better lover than me, or maybe he falls in love with her, or whatever the fear is running. It's very difficult to practice unconditional love with people. So, you know, we have, as I said, 10 different levels. That's 10B. That's right up at the top there, to really practice to unconditionally love someone as if you're there yourself, as a spiritual practice. It's quite profound.
Can I say some things from Advaita, the world of Advaita, and I'm curious about your reaction. Free will, that's a hot topic in Advaita circles.
Yeah.
Did I come here out of free will, or did it just happen? How is that for you?
Well, there's both are true, and that's where most people get confused. Most people on the street would believe they believe in the human level storyline. So these are our level 6 teachings. So they believe they're the doer. They believe they're the body. They believe they're their thoughts, their emotions, and so on. And they get really identified, and they get really uptight with that. And you can tell how lost in the human level storyline is by how seriously someone's taking something. You know, someone calls you a name you don't like, how upset do you get by it? You know, I wear pretty metrosexual clothing, fairly feminine clothing, you know, it's like, you know, how upset do you get when people laugh at you in the street? You know, are they laughing at you, or are they laughing at something they assume is inside you, and we normally assume is inside us, is, you know, me behind the eyes. So that's a human level storyline. The other side of the coin is the level of perfection. The level of perfection is everything is perfect, that you don't create thoughts just arise, that you know, there really is no free will, and that's true at the level of perfection, because you can't really sit there creating thoughts very much. Thoughts just pop into your head, you know. So, you know, Sam Harris and, you know, other scientists who are studying what's happening in the brain, you know, they're proving now as science that there is no free will. So, you know, that's also true. Now, creative wisdom practice, you know, the practice that we're doing is to bring both of those true at the same time. So although I know I have no free will and I can actually internally really relax, externally it still looks like I have to make a choice. Do I go left or right? Do I buy this or not? Do I study this or not? There's still the appearance of choice, so we still have to make our best effort to make the right decisions. But ultimately we know that, you know, there's no free will. What that also does is removes judgment on others. You kind of see like, okay, that person's annoying me and they should act different and they're not loving enough and they're not caring enough for me and they should change this and that and this and that. Arguing with reality, as Byron Katie says. In this spiritual practice, you relax that internal dialogue. You know it's all perfect as it is, but you still have the capacity to try and change it. But you don't get so uptight about it and you don't judge other people if they're not doing as well as you think they should be doing. So it creates a lot less violence in relationship.
And the ego, is that a thing that is created out of thoughts, or is it an activity that we put energy into day and a day and again?
It seems to be the subconscious assumption that I am, you know, behind my eyes, 2 centimeters or so behind my eyes. It feels like we're localizing there, but if you feel behind your eyes, you know, check what's looking at your eyes, you don't find anything. No one ever has, no one ever will. That's just a mental construct. So that's like at an awareness level. But there's also closures in the right side of the heart where you feel fear. You feel like I'm consciousness inside my head and the world is around me. Consciousness is small and the world is big. That creates contraction in the right side of the heart. It also creates like a contraction in the bodily base from the navel down. This kind of contraction of not feeling really, really safe. So we contract in our bodily base as well, which is, you know, one of the areas Tantra works on. The other areas of spirituality don't work on, which is the relaxation in the sexuality, the relaxation in the cervix for the women, the relaxation in the anus, especially for men. These are yogic areas that are uptight, that don't let energy flow, that don't let energy move down the front and up the back and out the crown shastra like it should. They get locked in all these blockages in the body. So, you know, Tantra is about how do you open up these all contractions at once. And if you do, you have a true satori, not a mental based, oh, we're all one. You know, it's like, you know, open your heart and feel bliss and feel light up your spine, all that crap. It's none of that positive thinking kind of spirituality. It's more your spine starts shaking and you're going, Alex, what the hell's going on? Like your kundalini's being activated. Your spine is sexually waking up. Okay, now why does my body move like this? Why are my fingers moving like that? Okay, because energy is flowing out through your arms. It's you get a natural response to the yogas rather than trying to do it with your mind.
Is that the same when after sex my right leg won't stop shaking? Or is that just some wrong position?
I don't know. Sure.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I haven't had that happen.
You just said something about that people cannot define you. And it's the same when I'm here sitting with you. Could you say what's the right English word? You reunited the manly and the male and the female all together?
Yeah.
Is that self-realization just...
No, well,
no?
I think that's a very good precursor to self-realization. I'm not an enlightened being, and I think there's very, very few people on this planet that are enlightened. There's a handful, 3 or 4 or 5 or so, I'm not going to name them, but they're out there. They've been usually reformatted from extreme depression, extreme sadness. Like Byron Katie, for example, she's not 10 years of depression. Last year checking herself into a halfway house, on suicide watch, not sleeping in the bed because she feels so unworthy, not brushing her teeth because she can't see the point in going on, and then just not being able to handle that level of depression. The ego occasionally, very, very occasionally, spontaneously would just jump out of that into an enlightened state. That's very rare. In terms of people getting enlightened through spiritual practices, through real spiritual practices, there's never been one system ever on earth that has been able to create an enlightened student. Not one. Not to be able to go out and just create a whole bunch of enlightened students. It doesn't happen. Not at a full-bodied enlightenment level. Jesus, if you even believe anything that's written in the Bible. There's some things like from I think the Coptic Gospel according to St. Thomas that they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they've carbon dated to about 2,000 years old. It hasn't been tampered with, and little bits they've got left, which is I think a certain percentage. He says in there that the kingdom of heaven is open to those that unite the inner masculine and feminine, the male and female, when they become one in the being. Then there is the openness for the entrance to the kingdom of heaven. Now, I don't know if I trust so much what I read in the Bible and things, but that certainly resonates with me and my students. So in level 1, for example, we teach the men to try and get to the same level of self-acceptance as the women are. Women have been wearing men's clothes for 70 years. Since the Second World War, Coco Chanel designed suits for women, and she was ostracized from society and called a lesbian. But these days, women can just walk into a boardroom meeting or work wearing a man's suit. It looks hot, looks great, looks super sexy. Yeah. But a guy walks in with a dress into a boardroom meeting and be laughed out. Men's feminine side is not socially acceptable, especially not sexually. If a guy has, the woman putting his fingers in her ass or something, guys get afraid, does it mean I'm gay, or does it mean something negative about me? So men are really sort of behind on this sexual revolution compared to women. So that's one of the things that I wear very feminine clothes, and in our level 1, the guys dress up in dresses, the women dress them up, the guys dress in dresses, and we have like a party as, like sluts. It's really useful for women to also accept their slutty side, because mummies generally told them, don't be a slut, your dress is too short, your blouse is too open, you don't wear this. They get programmed not to act slutty. But, one of the deepest yogas for most women is if they're not sexually damaged too much, they may often have a deep longing to be fucked very slutty, like a dirty old slut. They'll have that longing, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. It's a feminine longing to be opened and penetrated by the masculine, and taken out of their head and into a more open space. That can be, it's nice if there's, 5 guys around you doing that, helping you, penetrating, opening you to God. A lot of women have that fantasy, but they'll never fulfill that because they're ashamed of having slutty thoughts. Same with men. Men also have a feminine side that can be recharged, even in a heterosexual relationship. Just the woman sometimes, putting him in his feminine, taking direction. He doesn't have to dress her up, although he might like that, it might work for them. It seems to work for a lot of people, but not everyone. Can he then, relax, for example, learn how to conduct energy up his spine, how to learn how to not come quickly, to learn how to make love for hours. You need to be able to move the energy back up into your spine and move it up. And that's why in our level 2 courses, we are now going to be level 1, level 2, is sexually activate the spine so the energy can move up the spine. But that requires a relaxed anus that cannot get horny. Otherwise it acts like a roadblock, like a part of cement that sexual energy can't move past, and the guy just gets frustrated, or he'll have pain in his balls from not coming or whatever. There's ways to get the woman to help you relax your anus, move sexual energy up through the spine, so you don't get this problem of energy being stagnated in the base of the body, where it might create problems long term for the body.
It all sounds so professional, and you know what you talk about. And what how do you call it? Yeah, when you talk about this stuff like penetrating balls, it doesn't sound dirty. How come?
Because our firm belief is that there's nothing wrong with sex, so long as you're not having sex with children. So long as you have sex with between consenting adults, or children can play together, that's no problem either. They shouldn't cross those boundaries. But so long as you're having sex with a consenting adult in ways that both make you more open and better able to live your life, then great. And so what if that means you're doing dirty things with your ass, or you're doing this, that, and the other? And that's how we talk. It's like there should be no shame around sex. Sex is a natural part of being a human, but no one ever talks about it, or very few people talk about it, or they talk about it in a more derogatory way or less spiritual way. So, that's why I don't talk about yonnies and lingams and, all these sort of things. I talk about cock and pussy and balls and ass, and, because that's what you do on the street. And there shouldn't be that sort of shame around it, I think. So
Is it all conditioning? I can remember that my father, when we were sitting with the family, and I was around 14, when a tit came on TV, he got a red head and he had to search for the remote control.
Yeah. A huge amount of sex is around conditioning. A huge amount of shame is around conditioning. That's why we try and, for example, live out our sexual fantasies fully, so we can be relaxed. For example, when something like that comes on the TV,
it gives tension.
It gives tension.
Yeah.
Children don't have that tension. They're happy to walk around naked or whatever. They don't. I mean, if I dress as very metrosexual, the kids love it. They go, oh wow, cool. It's then the adults that sometimes be more judgmental on it. So good to be really relaxed sexually, because we don't then pass a lot of that on to our kids. A lot of that shame or judgment and a lot of that, shame and judgment can be secretly desiring things. It's like, who doesn't like to see some tits occasionally on TV, but then you kind of like, in front of the kids you get ashamed of it. We have one of our assistants is a transsexual, pre-op transsexual, hot Brazilian, breasts and a cock. There's people get really confused on that. Her father used to beat her because she was too feminine, but it's like a lot of people who are gay bashed. They get bashed by guys that are secretly trying to prove they're not gay, and then they I had 5 friends in Sydney who were bashed, and then one of them tried to come back and have sex with him. It's what you're repelled to, you're secretly longing for. You're trying to prove to yourself that you're not attracted to whatever. So there's a lot of conditioning, a lot of screwed upness around sex, and that's part of our thing, is to relax all that.
So there's nothing that shocks you anymore, if you ever read or see or on the internet or.
I'm not so big on porn and things. I'm sure there's lots of things on there that could shock me.
The things with pain, for example.
Yeah, pain, or animals, or fart porn or something. I just don't really want to go there. But it's fine. That's what. But people,
you don't judge it.
I don't judge it. Yeah. That's what makes people. I mean, I don't. BDSM and so on. You're tying someone up. I can see that. Use of that to surrender. A lot of women get really horny on that, and great and fine and no problem. It's done safely and so on. And the whole, was it 10 Shades to Grey and all this sort of stuff. I mean, so popular. Great, no problem. We in TNT, we make the sort of distinction between, we have, tantric domination workshops that are led by other people. We have, those where those people have that interest in that area. What we generally draw a line between is when it gets destructive. If it's fulfilling some childhood trauma and it's re-traumatizing the person. For example, I have a guy who was in Chile, and he was, taken away about 20 years ago and tortured. And now the only way, and they put, electrocuted his balls and all this sort of stuff. And the only way he can get horny now is through extreme level of pain and violence. I mean, that's, to keep doing that, I think, is unhealthy. I think you should address the root trauma and undo that. If someone's been very sexually abused in their youth, and then that, for example, woman is acting that out through prostitution or something, I think that's something that it should not be indulged. If that person wants to grow, they should get that dealt with. But most of the rest of the telling someone to lick my shoes, you groveling piece of shit, we wouldn't really sort of condone that, because it's kind of is demeaning to that person's spiritual practice. It's probably because someone in their past has done that to them in a not healthy way. But then there can be totally the same thing expressed, BDSM or something, through healthy methods. We have a very good working relationship with the BDSM communities, for example, because a lot of them are actually quite tantric. They're practicing not to come for long periods of time. We say, hey, look, if you really want to take it the next level, just don't come at all. And then you see if you can do it with a bit more heart space, a bit more love, a bit more connection, a bit more this and that. And then you can use those tools also in New Tantra. And that's what Green Tantra is about. White Tantra is more nothing too horny, nothing too scary, no friction, plugging in, looking into each other's eyes, opening your heart. That's a great way to learn to get over the coming addiction. But, for most people, especially the men, it gets a bit boring after a while. You want to include more the sort of the dark side in your horny fantasies. We're fully inclusive Tantra school, so, we fully include. So, yeah, I mean, I've done almost every, most sexual acts. I've lived out my sexual fantasies. So there's nothing that would really shock me other people or that I would judge other people for doing.
Yeah. It still sounds so unsatisfying when you say you don't come at all. And I think, what's the use?
No, but I don't come in the peak orgasm. That's one
Okay.
of 7 different orgasms.
So there are more.
There's more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not about ejaculating.
it's not about ejaculating.
No.
But then once you build up that energy and you remap the neural pathways through neuroplasticity, then your body can start to orgasm through different nerves. Instead of the pudendal nerve, which is the one we come on either clitoris or the penis, is exactly the same nerve. Gives about the same length orgasm. It's short little P, goes up and then down. You get, women know it with men especially, he as soon as he comes, he falls asleep or he loses interest in sex. He might be able to do it twice or 3 times, but it's always you're on diminishing returns. Women, a little bit more complex. They can have many, many orgasms linked together. But eventually, the sexual energy dwanes.
How come I feel so sad and maybe lonely when I...
Exactly. That's because you drop your dopamine, but especially your oxytocin. And your oxytocin drops to want you to have your own space.
Yeah, he would like to call a cab.
Exactly.
Yep. Say, get out of here.
In Australia, we say we want the woman to turn into a pizza. Joke.
Yeah.
Ladies' joke. Yeah, it's like you want your own space a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's why we say every time you come, you're putting another nail in the coffin of your... you're putting a nail in the coffin of your relationship.
Yeah.
So you do feel a bit more flat, a bit more depressed, a little bit more... can't get satisfied in the same way. You do.
Yeah.
It is diminishing returns. I mean, it also creates a little bit of a dirty feeling. That's why we don't often talk about sex. But that goes after you get out of the orgasm hangover.
I can remember I got into a big fight with my ex-girlfriend just after sex. I thought, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. That's the design of the orgasm, is to push you away from your partner. The orgasm is designed to make you bored and unsatisfied with your partner, so you look at other people and spread your genes. That's the whole point of the orgasm.
It's good, but why isn't that at the 8 o'clock news?
Exactly.
Because I'm 41 years old, no one never ever told me this.
Exactly. Well,
it sounds so, I recognize it and it sounds so logical.
Yeah, it sounds so logical. It's so obvious when you really spell it out. Yeah, we've only been doing this for 5-6 years now. But, it's like, most of the other spiritual practice, a lot of spiritual practice is not so cool. It's a bit boring. Mm-hmm. It's like, who wants to just light candles, look in each other's eyes and, sit with a soft penis inside each other? I mean, it looks boring to most mainstream people. And that's why we wanted to update it with a new part and say, hey, look, of course, you can bring in all your sexual fantasies. You can, find out why they're driving you.
Yeah.
And, transform them into art forms. It might make you a better person. And then we get a lot of, much more successful people who haven't been interested in Advaita or haven't read, a lot of traditional Tantra books or the Bhagavad Gita or whatever. They're more interested in, okay, how's this going to help me in my life?
Yeah.
How's it going to make me more money? How's it going to make me a better parent? How's it going to make me, more satisfied being on holiday and sitting there and not mind fucking, etc. So, updates are useful.
So is it popular? Are you?
It's very popular. It's too popular.
So we don't have to name for now the courses and
prices. Please, of course.
Yeah, we can.
Advertising, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're getting a lot of interest from all over the world, and I'm mainly trying to focus here in Holland.
Why is that?
Because I think England, Scandinavia, but especially Holland, I think it's probably one of the most advanced free-thinking countries in the world. You've got sensible marijuana laws. You've got sexual workers laws to protect those women and have proper checks and license them and tax them and everything. Good. You're very free thinking, the Dutch, and you still got all the usual problems that the ego has, judgment and so on. But the Dutch people are pretty cool, and so we get a good response here. And if I go to other countries, they can be very enthusiastic at the start, but they don't have the capacity to really sustain that level of openness very much. I used to always say, like with the Germans are very hard nuts to crack, but once they crack, they generally stay open for quite a long time. The Dutch are more gentle nuts, but they do stay open very, very long. Our community here is quite self-sustaining and meets regularly and kind of looks after itself pretty well.
Yeah. Okay, so for people who are interested, go to thenewtantra.com.
Com.
Yeah. And how many times a year you're here in Holland?
I'm not here so often. I basically do one workshop on each level a year. That's not very much. But we do have other teachers, for example. B.S. Vedbeck that does level 1 and 2 here in Holland twice a year. If you go to our website and look on the calendar, you'll see when she's here. But also, different courses through Europe are available. Personally, I don't do so much teaching now. I occasionally do the higher levels, but that'll be getting even less in the future. I'm more sort of steering it from the background. So there's new teachers coming in.
Okay. Thank you for this very inspiring
nice
talk.
to meet you. Awesome to meet you. Good questions.
Thank you. Sitting here with André Roosendaal. We did a talk in Dutch about a half a year ago.
We did?
Yes. And about what subject did we talk?
Well, we talked about, I would say life. Yeah, life, I think.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about. And we talked about self-realization. We talked about nothing, you could say as well.
Yeah.
It's what you hear a lot in these, with regards to this subject.
Yeah.
With life, I think, is suitable.
We also talked about your path, how it came about, what you found. You wrote a book and it's called in Dutch Zelfrealisatie.
Yes.
What is self-realization for you?
Self-realization for me is knowing the truth of who you really are, which means the existence you are in life itself. And it's hard to explain.
Mm-hmm. Why is it hard to explain?
Because there is no real explanation for it in words.
Mm-hmm.
In the first place, it's an experience. It's your being, and in that part, it's hard for your mind to tell exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's also why people say you can't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, it's very real. It's very alive. It's the most alive thing there is. It's your existence. So, in that part, it has no words, and you can talk about it for hours. You could say. Yeah.
Could you say it's about life itself?
It's life itself, definitely, and also you could say what it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's even easier to talk about it, what it's not. It's not something.
Yeah.
It's not like anything you can point at.
Yeah.
It's not you as a person. It's not you as your thoughts. It's not you as your feelings. It's not you. Well, and you can go on like that.
It cannot be defined.
It cannot be defined. And at the same time, it is the most definable thing there is, because it's you.
Mm-hmm.
It's your life. It's life itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are many books written about this subject.
Yeah.
There are lots of people who go to satsangs, watch these kind of interviews.
Yeah.
How come that so many people are interested in hearing about this?
Well, of course, you should ask all these people, because maybe their personal reasons are variable.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I think it's a deep longing for people to do something more than their personal life. Most of the people who search for these kind of things, they think like, okay, I'm unhappy with the life I'm leading. I'm not happy with the circumstances I'm in, or just asking questions about the reality of life itself. And they start a quest, whether it's because they are unhappy or they are very happy in their life, in their circumstances, but still missing this final thing. I mean, you can have everything and still there can be something missing.
Yeah.
And at a point in life, people start to search for truth, for meaning, for something that is real. And that's where the quest, I think, for a lot of people start.
Yeah. And was that for you also?
For me, that was definitely so, yeah.
Because you had it all.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the good job, the nice woman, the car, the income.
Yeah.
There's still something missing.
And still something missing. Yeah. I mean, for me. It started at a very young age. At a year of 4 or 5 years old, I really thought like, okay, what is here? What is all about? What is happening? And then, of course, you go to school. You do a lot of things. You start studies, and you get a job, etc., etc. And still there's a deep unhappiness, you could say, about being here, but especially about the way we live with each other, and the fact that I had the feeling there's no connection between people. We're all divided, and we live our lives, and we are separate in our feelings and in our thoughts. And well, I was searching for the meaning of life and all these things.
And did you find the meaning of life, André?
Well, did I find it? No, it found me, you could say, I think. So it's both. I mean, at the one hand, you're searching and you're looking, and at the other hand, it finds you. And it finds you for me, at a very unexpected moment, you could say. At the moment, I really felt like, okay, I'm giving up life. I don't know anymore. And what should I do? And in fact, you could say at that time, you're completely available. You're available for anything without knowing what you want. Your own will, you could say, is just subsided. And at that time, life, I could say, or God, or whatever name you would like to call it, found me, not from outside but from inside. And inside means also outside, by the way, because there's no difference at that moment. Yeah.
And was there no ego at that time that said, no, this is all bullshit, listen to me? Or how?
In the experience itself, not. In the experience itself, it is so real that there's no question about it. Whether, or at least for me, there was no question about it. For me as a person, André said, "Okay, hey, this is it. Hey, now I've seen it. I found it. Yeah, this is what I was searching for. I just felt connected with everything, inside, outside, and so." But of course, then you return to your daily life, and then you just meet the people again who know you. You go to your job, you start doing the things you always did. Yeah. And then you have to make, or you don't have to anything, but you make decisions. Yeah. And that might be other decisions than that people would advise you to do. Yeah. For example, quitting your job or starting a new career or whatever. Yeah. But that's just all in your personal life in the end. Yeah. So if you just take a look at the experience itself, there was no questioning anymore. The only hard part is that it's very hard to give words to it and to find words for it. Okay, how do I explain to other people what I've found or what I've experienced and realized? Yeah. And what you realize is that there is no real I. There's just unity. There's connection, and
no separation.
No separation. No. And at that time, it just was an amazing flow of love, you could say. Yeah. And if you experience it once, it's something that doesn't really subside anymore. It is there, and it's there all the time. Yeah. And of course it can vary. I mean, in your daily life it varies. It's never that you do not have emotions or that you can't be irritated anymore or anything else. But at the same time, you know that there's no difference between the person you think you are and everything outside of you. Yeah. There's just only connection.
And how did your family, friends and loved ones react? Did they taste any difference in André? Did he become a more loving person or more loving being, or?
I think so. I mean, you should ask them, I think, in the first place. But definitely in the way that the unhappiness that was there before disappeared. And there was liveliness and there was eagerness to live this life with this knowledge and with this experience. Yeah. I mean, knowledge is maybe not the right word for it, but the experience is inside of you,
Yeah.
and you take it with you in your daily actions, and that makes a great difference, of course. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
is there? Well, I'm just curious. What changes after self-realization? They talk about before self-realization, chop wood, carry water.
Yeah.
After self-realization, chop wood, carry water.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in the outer world, no big changes. No,
No.
Selling the house, selling the car, just owning a bike and traveling all over the world with a bike or something.
Yeah. That can. But for a lot of people, in fact, these big changes do not happen.
No.
I think in the last 14, 16 years, I think a lot of things changed, but not in a way that I withdraw myself and I found myself on a mountain or something meditating all day. No, definitely not. What changes is the way you look at things. So
how you perceive the world.
How you perceive the world. Your perception is really changed.
Yeah.
And you could say, was there first a perception through the eyes of a feared man? Now you look at things with the eyes of love, and that perception changes everything. And which means that you find yourself reflected in everything that is around you. As long as you think you're separated, then you are a person, then you are identified with anything in your life. There might be a time in which you start knowing and think like, okay, maybe this is strange, and it's all what you find in books, reading about and understanding what it might be to be self-realized. But if you really find yourself, you could say, with love inside, and your perception is changed, and you just look with eyes of love, then there's no separation.
No.
And that changes. That changes a lot. And then still you react as a person, and people might react at you as a person, but still in the end, there's no difference between you and me.
Yeah.
And your thoughts are just your thoughts, and your feelings are just your own private universe, you could say, which is just not the truth. And the truth is there's only oneness in the end. Yeah.
And what about actions, André? So the subject that is talked about a lot in these kind of circles.
Yeah.
Any perception on that? Are we the doer of our actions, or are we just being done?
Yeah.
How do you see that?
Yeah, that's always a very interesting topic, whether there's free will or there isn't. Let's say, in the end, in the oneness of everything, which is at the same time maybe nothing, there is not a personal free will, I think, in my perception, in my experience. At the same time, as long as we are here, of course, I have actions and I do my actions. So as a person, you act, and as a wholeness, as oneness, it all happens. So you could say, in the end, it's both. It just varies from which standpoint you view. I mean, and oneness has no real standpoint because it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Your standpoint, my standpoint, it's all together in the end. For here and living your life here, it is very important, I think, to live as if you have a free will. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to do any actions and to make decisions. At the same time, you realize that there's only one moment in life, and that's this moment. And in this moment, things happen. And they happen so instantly and so quickly that you can't even think about the words I'm going to tell you now or say now. It just happens. At the same time, we made an appointment to have this interview.
Yeah.
So it all happens, and still to what is happening, there's still the option to say yes or no. We can have this interview, or we can't have this interview. And in the end, we say yes, and then you can say, okay, it has to be that way, and there was nothing I could do about it. Well, I think in the end, that might be the truth. Here in personal life, it seems to be that we just made this appointment and now we're here.
Yeah, but what or who makes that decision to say yes or no to something or someone?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That is you could say that's a choice maker. And somewhere inside, there are in fact there are two options. I would say you can act towards love, you could say, and you can act towards fear. And in fact, these are the two options you have as a choice maker.
Yeah.
You can turn backwards to the light, or you can face up to the light. And in somewhere, even these kind of actions, I think, are related to that primarily choice we make. And well, what the outcome of this of things, that's of course anything you don't know about it.
Yeah.
But that's just how it happens and how it goes.
Yeah, you could say, you could think that choosing love always means saying yes, but you can also say no out of love.
Definitely, yeah. It really doesn't mean that you say yes to everything, and it also means that you can really being assertive, of course, in your daily life.
Yeah.
Having borders is very wise, I would say.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that you're only nice and kind, because sometimes
you cannot.
Of course not.
No.
And your emotions, also anger, might be very wise at some point.
Yeah.
Also to say stop, or to be firm towards a certain situation.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that you think everything is all right.
Yeah. Because sometimes when you start your search in spirituality, you get a sense of, well, I should just be in service of everybody and forget myself completely and just give away my last cent, my last piece of bread, and forget about myself all along.
Yeah.
That's not the way?
That's not the way for me, at least.
No.
There might be people who find that a way, but I don't think that is the way. You can care for anyone and for everyone, but in the first instance you have to care for yourself as well, or better, if you don't have love inside and you don't understand what love means, also to take care of your own existence, then you can't, I think, take care very well of others as well. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that you can't give away all your money. If you feel really, but don't think that it makes you a better person. And that's what people think most of the time. If I just give then I will be good, or there will be liberation or whatever. Yeah. But that doesn't have to be that way at all. No.
So self-love is nothing wrong with that.
No, and self-love is the basis, I would say, of everything, because everything is connected, and this self-love is what it is in the end, and not the narcissistic self-love in terms of me as a person. Oh, I love myself so very much, and I'm so great, and in opposite to another person, because that's not what it is, but just feeling love inside of you, and that's who you really are, because yourself is love. It's nothing like that. It's unconditional love. Yeah. But unconditional doesn't mean here that you have to give everything away. Yeah.
You're a father of two beautiful children. How is that? What the difference with, let's say, the children of the neighbors or children at the schoolyard and your own children? Is that the same? Do you recognize the same kind of love in both, or is there still a difference?
In your daily life, there's a difference for me, definitely. I mean, you have the daily care for your children, and you have a connection with your children in your daily life, which is different than the connection you might have with the neighbor's children. Yeah. But at the same time, if you just take a child and you take a close look at your child and the neighbor's child, and you just watch, with the eyes of love, so to say, without your thoughts, oh, this is my child, this is the child of the neighbor, etc., etc., then there's no difference. No. Definitely not.
And you would also risk your life rescuing the neighbor's child from a burning house instead of it was your own child, or you can't say.
I can't say, because I didn't experience it, but I believe I would.
Yeah. You cannot say, but I'm still, reminiscing about this all-pervading love.
And even if you, but that's very hard to talk about in terms of it's all what if.
Yeah.
And what's the use of talking about what if? But even if you have to make a choice, for example, rescue the neighbor's child of your own child.
Yeah.
What would you do if someone?
No, I know it's impossible to think about these things, but
You just do.
Yeah.
You act.
yeah, and you don't know how you're gonna act.
No.
No, I think my mind still wants to make you into like a special person, a kind of Robin Hood who has love for all and everything and would risk his life for all and everything. You know, I think that's what my mind is trying to do right now.
Well, yeah, maybe that, but that's not the case. I think.
No.
What is the case is that you become courageous in some kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm not afraid for my own death at all. I can say, because there is no death, and I'm really for 100% sure that there is no death, and that life just goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Life is eternal, so there's no doubt about it. So in that perspective, if you would ask, okay, we have to choose, is it your life or mine? Then I would definitely step up front.
Yeah.
Not because I would like to lose my life here. But yeah, I mean, why shouldn't I? I mean, yeah.
I think it's an interesting topic, but it's hard to get one answer on these kind of questions.
Definitely, because you only know the answer for yourself as a person in your experience when you're there. But there's nothing to lose. I mean, I can't lose anything. It is already lost, you could say. I mean, this is a body, and you sit here and you do your talking, and that's all fine, very good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not real. It is already over, because it will pervade anyway.
Yeah.
Whether it's today or within 30, 40, 50 years, it doesn't matter. But
it's not everlasting.
It will vanish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily,
I would say.
We can be sure about that. Yeah. Can you recognize this realization of love in other people? I mean, if you meet someone who also is self-realized, is there a kind of recognition between the eyes or felt sense of, well, we both know what it's about?
Yeah, most of the time you do, in fact. Yeah. And well, quite often you get to the topic very soon, or you immediately talk about the essential questions of life, and you also know that you can talk for a very long time, and at some point you also know, okay, we don't have to talk about anything because it's there, it's clear. Yeah.
I once heard one teacher say that it's like people who've been to the Vietnam War. When they meet each other, they don't have to say to each other what they've been through.
Yeah, they know.
They know.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you can talk about it. But yeah, I would say the willingness and the eagerness to talk about it with someone who also kind of realized or experienced something like that. Well, this eagerness is not that big. I mean,
no. Still, you like to talk about this, also with people in public places. How is that? Is that like a sort of passion, or what is that for you?
Yeah, that's really a deep felt passion to talk about it. That's what it is. That's, you could say, for me in this life as I'm sitting here, I would say that is really felt like the purpose of my personal life here. If I'm willing to tell about anything, then it's about this subject to people who would like to know anything about it. Although there's nothing to know about it, in the end you only can experience it. But still, for a lot of people, they want to hear about it. They have passion for the subject itself. Maybe in the beginning they think like it's working on self-improvement, and hopefully they get to the point that they think like, I don't have to improve anything. It's just all right. It was always, and it will always be.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to be added to myself. The only thing that you can is to let go of things and find yourself, you could say, as nothing, and at the same time as everything. whether it's only one person who would experience it, it would be fine. I mean, if there's none, it's also fine. It's just you can't stop talking about it to people who would like to know anything about it.
It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 people sitting in a room.
No. I mean, whether it's a class full of people, 50, 100, I don't know, or 2 or 3 or just 1, or it's all fine.
And is there any particular age you think that it's best to hear this message?
Not a particular age, but in my experience, it is a fact, I would say, that people who are some kind of older, who have seen more things in life, 30, 40, 50, etc. In general, you could say people are drawn to the subject because they ask themselves more questions. At the same time, for very young people, it's also very important to develop an ego, you could say. And if you realize immediately, hey, my personality and everything I think about the person who I am is just fake, I don't know whether that's really healthy. I mean, it goes like it goes. It's the question is how much influence you do have on that. But with raising children, for example, of course you raise children in as much love as you can, but at the same time it's very good that they develop their personality, because in the playground they have to stand up for themselves as well.
Yeah.
So
otherwise they should be taken into cared custody or something, because they cannot. They cannot get up for themselves.
Yeah. This world needs that you have an ego as well, and your ego is not anything bad. I mean, it's just very, very fine. Don't misunderstand. It's a tool.
Yeah.
I mean, we have this conversation. It can't be done without ego.
Yeah.
Ego is helping me just telling the story here.
Yeah.
And the story is not the story of the ego. It's knowledge which is available for anyone.
Yeah.
It's all inside of you. It's not outside. It's inside,
Yeah.
and that's what it is.
And what's the wrong way of using your ego? Is there a wrong way?
There's never a wrong way. No, of course not. No, there's never a wrong way. In life here, you can say you have actions which you could say are based on fear. Well, it creates people who are very greedy. It creates jealousy. It creates hatred. It creates diversity. Wars. It creates emotions and all conflicts we see around in this world. That's what ego does, as long as it's identified with this is me and this is you, and we are competing with each other. So, is it wrong? Well, the suffering is enormous. Don't misunderstand. Where we can stop suffering, it should be done, of course. At the same time, you can't quicken things. In the end, it goes like it goes. There you go. Do we have a free will in this? Well, just maybe here to a very limited extent. So the more we talk about, you do these interviews, and hopefully as many as people see these interviews and take something out of it and think like, okay, so there is no real separation, and me and my neighbor are, in fact, they are one, although we seem very different, etc.
Yeah.
But maybe I should talk with my neighbor about the fence between our gardens, whether it's still there, and not hire a judge, and just have a good communication, because that's where it in the end is about. It's about communication. It's about connection. It's about really willing to understand the other person.
Yeah.
Just all down to earth, but definitely the most important thing to make and create a better life here.
Yeah.
So is there a wrong way? Yes, there is a wrong way that we can harm each other, and that's what we do a lot. And at the same time, the harm we do to another is in the end felt as our own harm.
Yeah.
Which brings us back to our own unhappiness, our own suffering, which brings us back to asking questions, okay, why is life so hard on me? Why do I suffer? And these questions are the crucial questions to come up to this journey. Okay, what should there be else in life? Is there happiness to be found in this life? And where do I search then? And then maybe the search outside still starts again, and we go to gurus, and we go to other people, and we read books, and we read that sort of thing. Until that point that someone tells you, but hey, there's nothing and there's no other place than your inner reality. And there's no other place than the place of love in your heart. It's not in the mind. If it's somewhere in your body, then it's at least not in your mind. It's in your heart.
Yeah. You also studied psychology.
Yeah.
You also had a practice as a psychologist.
Yeah. I still have. Yeah.
People come to you with depression.
Yeah.
What is depression in your words?
Yeah. Depression is, in my words, is of course it's suffering in the first place. People suffer a lot because they are totally separated and isolated within themselves, identified with their thoughts, with their convictions, with their emotion, their feeling. Feeling is very, a lot of people, we all think, and all these thoughts, they go round and round. But especially the feeling of depression is, of course, maybe the hardest thing.
What does it feel like, depression?
Because life is feeling. Life is what you feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's even more than what you think, in the end. And what's your question?
What does depression feel like? Have you ever been depressed? Can you tell?
I have been depressed. Yeah, definitely.
Does it feel like there's no options left anymore? Or what is depression?
In worst case scenario, I would say there is no option left. It's deeply feared, deeply isolated, deeply a deep sense of grief, of not finding anything to live for, just complete I would say feeling completely lost in everything. So that these were my own words, I would say. Just feel very, very lost and lonely. Deep loneliness. Yeah. And that can be very severe, and
that's not something I guess you can get rid of with 1 or 2 sessions of 45 minutes talking to you. What is needed for
it can happen.
Yeah.
It can happen in 45 minutes. It can even happen in 1 minute talking with me, but also just seeing at some point. So time is just, there's no time limitation in the long. I mean, you can spend years and years on it, and it also can be fixed within this moment, you could say.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee at all.
How did it work for you? How did you come out of the depression?
Yeah, I would say just by total surrender. To surrender myself to, I believed something which was bigger than myself. I mean, I was here in life, and I could understand that was understanding that there must be something going on.
Mm-hmm.
And just by letting everything go and letting all wanting go and just giving myself over to life, I found life, you could say. And I thought like, hey, everything that was built in my head, all my thoughts, all my feelings, it is just not me. I could see it, you could say. I could see that it was not me. It was just an experience that came up and also went away again. Yeah.
And is that because you are so smart, or are people who are not getting out of the depression then not smart enough or not doing enough? Or I'm just.
They're doing too much.
They're doing too much.
Yeah. They're definitely doing too much.
Resisting
and analyzing in a way like, okay, I have to understand why I feel like this, and then the whole search in your mind starts again.
Yeah.
But that's not where it's about. It's not about analyzing with your mind. It's just watching. It's not analyzing, just letting it be in the first instance.
Yeah.
And that needs, you could say, maybe the courage to surrender, the courage to let it go.
Not fight the depression, but just
fight it.
Be depressed.
Be depressed.
Yeah.
Exactly. Don't resist it. Just let it be and just watch.
But I can remember that I've sometimes some feeling comes up, and I it's not depression. I don't want to say that. That's but loneliness. Let's say loneliness, and then you feel it coming. And you think, oh, not this. I have to find distraction.
Exactly.
Where's my phone? Yeah. Are the shops still open? What can I order a pizza? Excuses. You're searching for a quick way out.
Immediately, you search for something to fill up this gap.
Yeah.
This gap of a way. What is it? Because it feels like a gap. It feels like emptiness. Yeah. It's like a hole that has to be filled with something.
Everything, but not this.
Everything is good. So you try to focus your mind on anything else that might happen. Yeah. And that's of course also, for example, with sexuality. Mm-hmm. What pulls us towards sexuality is also this moment in which we, even for 5 seconds, totally forget everything and have this, this feeling of being complete, this oneness at some point, and there's no loneliness at that time. Yeah. We are filled up. Yeah. And in our memory, we search again for this experience, and then we.
Because you can feel very lonely after these kind of things.
Definitely. You feel very lonely.
It comes back.
It comes even worse.
Yeah.
It comes back.
Yeah.
If you try to use it as a fill-up for your loneliness. Yeah. Because there's no real connection. Yeah. But also using the phone, watching TV.
How come, Andre, that we there's no one that says, oh, I've been happy for 2 days now. I have to get rid of this happiness. But when we feel lonely, depressed, sad, there's a mechanism inside of us that wants to get rid of this, that doesn't want to feel sad, doesn't want to feel lonely. Is that something that has been taught to us, or is that a survival mechanism? What is that?
Of course, everyone wants to get away from pain. Yeah. So if you have pain, you want to get rid of the pain. You are depressed, you want to get rid of your depression. But at the same time, we do not ever closely examine that where we want to get rid of, we want to get rid of pain and we want to have pleasure. That is just the same in the end. It's not real happiness we're searching for. That's what we call that's what we call happiness. But in fact, pain, whether it's depression, I want to be very happy. Yeah, you want to be very happy in the circumstances you're in. I'm now an unhappy person, and I really would like to be a happy person, without understanding that a happy person, in the end, is the same as a depressed person. The circumstances or the moment can be a happy moment, as we say. Yeah. But it's just very connected. It is connected with each other. And most people, we are never being taught that these things are connected. You are being taught that you have to search for happiness in your life. That makes a nice wife, a good career.
And forget about the other.
And forget about it. I mean, if you just get away from there and you go there, then it's fine. You know.
And then that side will come up very more.
In the end, it will always come up, because you will lose. In the end, you will lose everything. Yeah. I mean, and it don't have to be your wife. It doesn't have to be your job. You can hold on to your job the rest of your life, maybe. But there are just no guarantees at all. Yeah. And there's always the fear of losing anything. So the thing is, we're searching for, this is what I want to have, this is what I don't want to have. And in this split, this mind split, we're always captured. Yeah. Because whether we're finally found what we wanted to have, then we also realize that it didn't make us happy anymore. I mean, maybe you noticed that in your life.
And also some things that made you happy, let's say 10 years ago, now make you unhappy.
Exactly.
And you start thinking about yourself, how come this was something I loved to do and now I hate it?
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah. So what is it to find a way in which you can smile, you could say, whether you are in these depressed feelings, or when you are in this complete happiness of an experience. Yeah. In fact, when you're really self-centered, you could say, or when you are just looking at what is, then there's no real identification anymore with these circumstances, and well, together with these thoughts and feelings that come up with the circumstance you find yourself in as a person.
Yeah.
And that makes you could say balanced or more neutral, or and for a lot of people that also means very boring. Sometimes you hear people like, "Oh, but it must be very boring then." Well, for a lot of people it might be very boring, and maybe you become also very boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at parties or
yeah.
but at the same time, of course, you can still have a lot of fun.
Yeah. And do you still take standpoints, André? Do you still say that is good, that is wrong, this should be this should be that? Or are you just smiling again?
Well, I'm not always smiling, of course. It's very easy to take a standpoint. And sometimes, of course, you take a standpoint. I think I take standpoints as well. At the same time, it's always, if you just pronounce or proclaim a standpoint, you know that it's just a standpoint.
Yeah, it's not the truth.
It's definitely not the truth. No. But most of the time you just be silent, I would say.
Yeah.
If you say, are you pro this political party or against this political party? Well, I don't really think that's. I don't also have this feeling, because none of them speak the truth. Let's say they are all dividing and separating, and well, almost all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Osho once said, "Praise or blame, it's all the same."
Yeah.
We now talked about, let's say, the inner world. I know there's ultimately no outer world, but how does that work with other people? When someone comes up to you and says, "Man, that was a beautiful talk you did," and 5 minutes later someone comes and says, "Man, that was a rubbish talk, I didn't understand anything about it," is that then all the same to you both?
It's all fine. Yeah, it's all fine. That is really all fine. And of course, as a person, it's nice to hear that someone liked your talk, or that he finds something in it which was helpful, and if someone just spent his time towards things he didn't like, or that he found it rubbish, or well, maybe his time was spent very well, because you never know what the outcome is of something later on.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't judge and can't say whether it's good or not good.
No.
But just as a person, it's always nice to hear that you did well. At the same time, it doesn't matter. It's nice to have to receive the compliment, and also you can receive the discompliment, you could say.
Yeah. In the same way.
But in the same way.
It doesn't say anything about you.
It doesn't say anything about me.
It doesn't make you a lesser person, or
no.
That's because you know that what you are cannot be touched by words or compliments, or.
No, it's very sensible. It's what you really are is you could say is the finest thing. It's very, I find the English word. It's very sensible. It's the most touchable thing there is, and at the same time, it's invulnerable. Yeah. So it's also not that some people think like there becomes a wall between you and the rest of the world, and you're untouchable, and here I am, but you're very touchable. You get so touchable, but not with the emotion which is normally attached to the idea of being influenceable or touchable. It's another. You can show emotions. You can even have tears, but not because of suffering, not because of, because that's not what it is.
It's very intimate.
It's very, very intimate.
Yeah.
And it's the quality. It's an energy which makes it possible that we really have connection with each other. And so but it's something different than emotions. Like they go up and down, and also they vary towards your self-image. And that's what it would do. If I take blame or I take compliments and I would really work them out, then I would have a negative self-image or a positive self-image.
Yeah.
Or, well, that's the whole story of me as a person, you could say.
And are there still moments that you put on your mask, or are you always and everywhere this vulnerability? Let's say in the workplace, is there Andre with the mask, or is there just Andre as a being love?
there's always Andre as a being, of course. At the same time, it doesn't mean that you show or say everything you would like to say or say in this interview, for example. Just there can be a difference because you just are doing your job.
Yeah.
That's why they hire me. So they hire me as a person, and they don't hire me as the self-realized or
That's love itself.
which is funny at all, because it goes for everyone. I mean, there's just no difference between me and anyone else. So
Yeah.
it's also stupid in that way to talk about it.
So I'm not sitting with a very special someone over here.
No, I mean,
No.
it couldn't be less special than it is. I mean, it's so non-special, or you could say very special, but then the specialness is for you as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's good that you say that, because some people could say, well, who's this arrogant man saying he's self-realized and pointing at us that we are not?
So don't misunderstand. Everyone is.
Yeah, except the exception is you know that you are.
But and
deep down inside, I know also, but I'm still doubting it or asking questions about it and thinking, well, maybe I should still clean my chakras and then...
You can clean them, but you will not become more self-realized than you already are.
Yeah. And something like intuition. Are you... I wouldn't say, what's the right English word? Psychic, that you can... know what's going to happen after 3 days, but does information come to you in a different way?
The less you think,
the
more information comes to you.
Yeah.
So it's just like when you have a pipeline and you just make sure there's no obstacle in the pipeline, then the water flows through. Yeah, you could say. So that's what happens now. All your thoughts are just making that your head is just full of your own thoughts and thinking and ideas, and then other thoughts can't get in there. Yeah. So the less you think, the more thoughts you will receive maybe from outside. Yeah. Which might be seen as intuition or as knowledge from the heart or something like that. Yeah. And it also might be the truth that you see things in the future, that you have some kind of forecasts or feelings that the things might happen. So does it happen more? Yeah, it's a natural process, I would say, that it happens. Yeah, it happens to everyone. Most people don't recognize it. Or don't pay attention to it. Yeah.
We're just sitting in the garden and we talked about your children and other children, and for them that's natural of being the openness. Yeah. They receive everything. Yeah.
They are not blocked by their own thoughts. They have not this whole personality, this whole image.
They have to hold up.
They have to hold up. They're just there. Yeah. And they're just in the moment and exist. I mean, that's the hard thing, of course. For our experience here, there's always a past and a future. There's only this moment. Anyone can tell you that there's no other moment than this moment, the moment in which you live. Time is relative. I mean, these are all, science can prove, you could say. And that's why it's not a real miracle if you find out information from what we call the future or maybe the past in the present moment. Because in the end it's all connected. Yeah. And maybe the script has already been written. Like, do you have free will? Well, that's the big question. Relatively, it is, and we have free will. In absolute terms, there's of course a big question mark, because there are billions and billions of galaxies, and life is itself, and life grows, and life does its thing. So then you come again. In oneness, there's maybe one will, but that might be then God's will or something, and you're just part of it. But information can come to you by intuition. Let's say, and it gets more and more easy. The less you think, the easier it can come to you. Yeah. Yeah.
And how do you know if it's the right information?
I would say most of the time just by feeling, whether. Your feeling is very important in this. If
your gut feeling.
your gut feeling. And if you have an idea or an intuition, especially when it stays for a longer time, it doesn't mean that you have to react on each impulse, because an impulse is not always directly the best option, you could say.
Yeah.
As long as you can speak of best or not best, but so intuition is always comes together with the feeling of knowing, you could say, feeling deep knowing, hey, this is right.
Yeah.
And it's not only right today, it's still right tomorrow,
Yeah.
and even after a week, it's still right.
Yeah.
With impulses, if you're just walking in the shop, should I buy this or something? Then maybe you think, if you just go home and just sleep one night over it, then it might be different.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference between.
Has the tempo of your life changed? Were you before self-realization more? I can imagine more stressed out, but also more eager to make quick, fast decisions and take steps and move.
Before, I would say I had far more the idea that I had to do all kinds of things. Now there's much, much, much deeper trust in everything, that it comes at the time it has to come. At the same time, the pace of doing things in my life is still kind of a busy life, I think, with a family and kids and a job and practice and all kinds of things. So it is not that it's silent or that I'm just... But the tempo in which you do things, inner tempo, is different.
Yeah.
And so you still do a lot of things, but at the same time, inside of yourself, the tempo is lower, much lower.
Yeah.
And you just take time, and things come the way they go, and you take as it comes.
Yeah.
And you react on what is.
Yeah.
And whether it's good or whether it's bad, it is what it is, and then you choose your action. So in that perspective, it's much less stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no more stress. There's stress sometimes.
Yeah, of course, and also the good stress. I mean, the stress of wanting and doing something, and feeling eagerness and passion for it.
Yeah.
But that's not where you get stressed out of.
Yeah.
Let's say. You can't get a burnout.
Yeah.
In that perspective, because the burnout most of the time people get because they spend a lot of energy in things they don't want to spend in, or they spend on.
It's maybe because it's Sunday evening, but you also give me the vibe of that you are on vacation. That's the sense I get by with certain teachers I talk to. They have this atmosphere of what people would have when they're on vacation. Not the first 3 days, but let's say about 6-7 days into the vacation. I can finally relax.
Yeah.
It's not vacation time for you.
No, definitely not.
No, you have to go to your work maybe tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah.
So maybe is that the thing? Are you just inside? You're always on vacation.
Inside, you're always on vacation. Yeah. And not because there's no emotion, there's nothing happening. But today is today, and now is now, and there's no
wanting.
No, because vacation would mean then life is okay. When I'm on a vacation, my life is okay.
Now I can relax.
Now is everything all right? I'm here sitting with my cocktail and
no more stress.
No more stress. No, because it's hard. I mean, I don't even have to go on vacation. I mean, I even rather stay here. I think even vacation may cause more stress than just being here at some point. Yeah. No, but that's the thing that's just very relaxing. Yeah.
And it also has this effect on your partner, your family, I can guess.
Yeah, they find me stressed somewhere at some point as well. Yeah, of course. Yeah, in your daily life, there might be always moments in which you are stressed or think like, come on, please, guys, clean up with here. I mean, it's a mess. And,
you don't walk around, namaste.
They won't do anything. If
no. But it comes out of it still comes out of this relaxedness, I guess.
Even when it would be on the
surface.
And the surface, when it's even seems to be not relaxed.
Yeah, storm.
Exactly. Then still underneath.
Yeah.
There's relaxedness, and you can return to these relaxedness very, very soon, and that's just fine.
We have about 5 more minutes. I want to ask you some practical information for people who are interested in your book.
Yeah.
You are on the process of translating it?
Yeah, I'm on the process of translating it.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how many months it will take, but I hope it will be translated in English as soon as I can.
Yeah.
For Dutch viewers, of course, they can still read it, zelfrealisatie.
Yeah.
De weg terug naar wie je werkelijk bent. And while also working on a new book, but I don't know exactly when it will be there.
Let's say someone from Japan is watching this on YouTube. Can he contact you via Skype or email to do a session or to just talk about this?
They can, of course, send an email always.
Yeah.
info@nathan info.nl and Skype as well.
Yeah, we'll put the link underneath this movie.
Yeah.
Andre, maybe some final thoughts. Anything you want to share some more to someone who's watching this? What could be the next step after watching this interview to getting more relaxed, getting inner peace?
Yeah, I would say you don't have to do anything and just trust on the fact that it's all right now, even though you might think or it might feel like it isn't all right at all.
Mm-hmm.
Behind everything there's always relaxedness, there's always this spaciousness, there's always love, and whether you believe it or not, that's what it is. And so you don't have to find a way and struggle all. You can read millions of books, you can watch trillions of videos or whatever, but in the end it isn't needed. Just surrender to life itself in this moment and know that it is all right and that there is no blame. You might have made mistakes in your life, but that's all fine, because as a person we all make mistakes, and I think that guilt is a very harsh thing for people. I had to do it differently in the past, or they have fears about what will come, and but everything what will come will take care of itself. When you are watching this video, you've lived your life, and every worry you have had on any day in your life, it didn't help you to make much more progress than you did already. You're just here, and whether you have worried in the past or not, it didn't help you. Never. Taking action, that will help. If you're in a nasty situation, you can get out of it. Make sure you get out of it, but don't worry. Just let it go and just take action as needed in the moment itself.
Yeah. So the happiness you are talking about, that is not depending on circumstances.
Definitely not.
I could be now watching this just being fired from my job.
Yeah.
My girlfriend left me.
Yeah.
And the landlord said I still have 4 more weeks and then I have to leave my house.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
it is a very turbulent situation you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's definitely true.
Yeah.
And the only thing it needs is that you take action and accept the circumstances. And accept means this is what it is. It doesn't mean that it feels right. It doesn't mean that it has to feel wrong. Just say yes to what is and take action.
Yeah.
Wherever you can. I mean, find a new house, find a new job, find a new etc.
Yeah.
And know that time will always carry you through, or you could say your presence will always carry you through everything that will happen in your life.
Yeah.
You're always there. It's first there's me, and then there's any experience, and that is always the way it will be.
Yeah. Thanks, Andre.
You're welcome.
On the couch, my dear friend Nikki Verbeek. Our first talk in English.
Yeah.
So we're a little excited.
Yeah.
We did a couple of talks in Dutch.
Yeah.
Which can be found on YouTube. And well, for the people who don't know you, can you tell us something about how this thing called awakening, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it.
This thing called love.
Yes. How it came about in your life.
Yeah. Well, gee, it's such a long time ago already, right? But it's happening in continuously it's happening again. Every moment, every breath, it's there again. But it started in 2005. And it actually started with one question. And I remember it so well. And it's the question I still ask. It started with this very first question. It was, what if I am the one? What if I am the one who is seeing this? What if I am the one who is bringing the misery in this situation? What if I am that? That opened me up for something else than my own personal truth. That's how it started.
Because before that, you were, as most of people, blaming the world.
For example, or the situation, the circumstances, or the people were triggering me. They were the triggers for me to handle in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And for the very first time, I asked myself, what if I am the trigger? What if it's me? What if I am looking at this and seeing things that aren't really there, but I am the one who is doing it? I'm the one who's filtering the here and the now to that what I'm seeing. So this was the very first question, and this is also the question that I give to everybody. This should be your first question, because here there's the difference between, do you want to know or don't you want to know? And I wanted to know. Yeah. So it's like, do you want to? Do you want to know? And I wanted it. I wanted more than anything else, even if it would cost me my self-worth, to know the truth. So that was the first question. Yeah.
And did you get an answer to that question?
What happened then is what I felt. I was thinking, why was I, for example, angry with somebody? And I was thinking, okay, was it this person or was it something in me? And then I started to ask myself, so how do I actually feel? What is it that is this trigger? What is this trigger if it's me? And it was anger, it was sadness, and I felt that it was not new. This was a very old, familiar feeling. It was old. So I recognized that even though I'm feeling it now, and I'm seeing it in this person, in this situation, it's in me and it's old. And when I asked, the next question was, so what does this remind me of? This here and now reminds me of something old. And when I did that, my memory was helping me. Immediately thoughts came up and they brought me to something in the past. And then I realized, oh my God, I am responding to something in the here and the now because of something old. Where was I? Why am I doing this? And this was like the trigger to get involved in my feelings. I was doing all of this. I was creating, in fact, the here and the now based on old news, based on old experiences. I was reliving old experiences, and why was I doing it? And I found out that I was doing it because it wanted me. It wanted my attention. Something old came in the here and the now to ask for attention, my attention. And I never said yes. I never said yes. I've always rejected it from the very first moment when it was brought into my attention, when it was brought into my awareness. And probably the first time I was a child, I didn't even know it. And that's why it came now. Hey, I'm here. That's what it said. Look at me. And when I did, then the roof came off. Because I started to want something that I never wanted before. I was willing to bring something into my awareness that I've always been afraid of. So it never came into my system. And now it did. And I found out that everything I rejected in the past was consciousness. It was in fact me. But I didn't know it. I was afraid of it. Because I didn't know it, I didn't want it. It's not me. Can't be me. It can't be me, it's outside. So when I brought it inside, I found out. I remembered. This is me. Yeah. This is consciousness.
Can you name an example of things that popped up out of the past, being rejected?
For example, yeah, being dominated.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling of being dominated.
Mm.
Yeah, of having no control and just let somebody else take the floor
Mm-hmm.
and push me aside. These kinds of situations I remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And does it help to remember the whole scene that played out in the past?
Not at all.
No?
No.
It's not about the
actually
story.
not. No, it's not really about the story. It's about how it felt.
Hmm.
And how that felt I never recognized
Yeah.
as to be me. So for example, I told you before, I knew myself as a good person. I was righteous, I was neat, clean,
Mhm.
did everything right. So this confirmed to me that I was a good person. So the good person was inside of my awareness. I knew I was good. But it also meant that if I felt not good, for example, because somebody did something to me and said, you're not good, then I would not bring this into my awareness. I would reject this. I would not like this. And it would hurt because, hey, I know who I am. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, where were we?
Yeah, talking about things from the past. Do you need to remember
Yeah.
the story, or you say you just have to feel what then is not felt?
Yes. Yes. So the whole story, not even in the now, the story is not really important. It's not, because it's form. The situation itself is just the form in which the experience is lived.
Yeah.
And this is what we really want. We want to experience life. And the form is irrelevant, really. So the situation itself or the people itself, they're not as relevant as the experience itself.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's the experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all experience. That's what I want.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
Experience.
Yeah.
Live life to the fullest.
Yeah.
No rejection.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I am life.
Mhm.
I am life. And what I'm doing here is living.
Yeah. At the kitchen table we were talking in Dutch, and you told me something about the divine will. That God is playing out His will through you and me, or how does that work?
Exactly. So normally you are being asked, who am I?
Mhm.
So people ask themselves, who am I? And in Advaita, we used to say,
Yeah.
well, go and look for you.
Yeah.
You will never find you.
There's
go and
no
look.
There's no you.
There's no you. Where is it? Where
Yeah,
is it?
yeah,
You
yeah.
can't find it. And the one who we are we telling, go off and look, go off then and
Yeah.
search. That's the one who does not exist at all.
Mhm.
This is the rejection.
Again, the one.
The one who you sent out
Yeah.
to go look for you is the
Yeah.
one who does not exist.
Ah.
So
Yeah.
this is this is a little bit foolish.
Yeah.
I actually did receive the answer to the question, who am I?
Mhm.
And that is, I am, and so are you, divine will. We are divine will. That's who we really are. This is our core essence. Yeah.
And okay, I meet you. I'm divine will. You are divine
Yeah.
will. What does divine will do with each other?
So if this divine will, this essence here,
Yeah.
if I'm all alone,
Yeah.
then I'm still.
Yeah.
I'm still. Nothing provokes me,
Mhm.
nothing touches me.
Mhm.
I'm still like clear water.
Yeah.
But when I meet somebody, there you have two essences, then you have
Yeah.
two divine will. But I'm not only my will, which is my consciousness, my aware consciousness,
Mhm.
but I'm also my personal truth. And you could also call this resistance to God will or unwillingness. which is always not going anywhere. It's striding against the divine will. Yeah. When you meet me, you will meet my will, but you will meet also my personal truth. And everywhere where my personal truth is, there is not my divine will. Then you will be that. You have to be this. This is the obligation that we have towards each other. This is not in writing. There are no rules. Nobody knows this. But everybody does this.
Automatically.
We have to. Yeah, because this is like a law of the divine will. This is a divine law.
Okay, so let's make this practical. Let's say my divine will wants me to go out in the world and, let's say, make beautiful paintings. And something in me says, no, you are not a painter. Don't do that. I meet you. How would that work? Would you start talking to me about paintings all day? Or
it's not really about this, no. Because if you want something, you will do it.
Okay.
And so with painting, this would be something straight from the course, straight from the heart.
Yeah.
That you... I don't think you will have any trouble here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's more subtle. It would be...
Yeah, it would be about your beliefs. In everything that you believe in, there is no will. It's against the will. In everything I believe, I'm not grounded in the will. So if I believe anything, it doesn't matter. It has so much power because it has my power, divine power. But I believe something, it's just as big as when I want something. But it's against the will. Yeah, so it has to do with the belief. For example, this is a really nice story. Okay. There was this monk.
Yeah.
And he was completely enlightened and he was beautiful and he told everybody the message, if you find God, then God will keep you safe because then you are in contact with God. So one day he was walking towards the temple and he was walking, everything was cool, he was chilling. And behind him he heard somebody scream, "Watch out! Elephant on the loose! Wild elephant on the loose!" And he was like, do I feel peace or do I feel anxiety? Yeah. And he decided, well, I feel at peace, God will save me. And then the elephant ran him down, dead. So he came to God and he said, God, I found you and you would keep me safe. Where were you? And God answered, I was the one shouting, get out of the way.
There's an elephant coming.
There's an elephant coming. So I'm there, but I'm not inside. When I'm not in you, I'm outside. So when you are not contacting me inside, I will be on the outside. But I will be everywhere.
That sounds very reassuring and safe. That we are constantly helping each other.
So chill. So chill.
Yeah.
So don't see in me your enemy.
Yeah.
See in me your God.
Yeah. My helper. My divine helper.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am your... I'm everything that you don't want. If I'm your enemy, then I'm everything inside of you that you still are not loving. You are not loving it. So therefore, I have to be this. I represent this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the moment that I will allow this divine will on that subject in me, will that change you in your behavior against me, or how?
Yes, you will receive clear vision, so you can finally meet me.
Yeah.
Meet me.
Yeah.
Not who I represent to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a story from my childhood. I became best friends a couple of times with people I hated the most in the beginning. Let's say in a classroom. You get a new classroom and new classmates.
Yeah.
And there's some people you think, oh, he's irritating.
This is the worst. Yeah, this is the worst of the worst.
But after 3 months, half a year, we became best friends. And
so now, this is so interesting because you have had the experience of an enemy.
Yeah, turning into a best friend.
Turning into love. Yeah, friendship. So you know in your being how you did that. So now turn every enemy into your friend. Because you can. Because you did. So you can. This is inside of you. This is the capacity that lives inside of you.
Yeah.
And you have some enemies. So,
Yeah.
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 Everybody has their own personal enemies.
Yeah. That can be a colleague. That can be a new neighbor.
Yeah.
That
It could be a sound.
Yeah.
A special sound.
So it doesn't have to be a person.
Not at all. No.
Divine will is also manifesting as animals, as a sound,
Absolutely.
as bad weather.
Everything. Everything. It's everywhere. Do you know in the Bible they say God is everywhere? It's underneath every stone. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's so true. I found out it's so true.
Yeah. There's a man from America, Wayne Dyer is his name. He just passed away about half a year ago. And he made this comment about ego. He said ego means edging God out. That's a good one. Eh?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
is this we're talking about for 15 minutes, is that the ego mechanism of edging God out, saying I will take it over from here, I know better than God?
Definitely. Literally, you know better. When you say no, you better know what you're saying no to. So you believe you do. And it all stands and falls with your beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
If I believe I know, then I can say no now. This is not about me. I can cut this out. I can reject this. But you don't really know. You don't know. Especially when you're saying no, be sure you know what you say no to. So first, let it in.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can say no. Because then you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nikki, you told me you are not an Advaita teacher.
No, I'm not really an Advaita teacher because I was not taught through Advaita. So I have not a single knowledge of Advaita. But it was born. It was born in me. So Advaita was born in me. Therefore I can teach Advaita, but it's not my code. It's not my code. It's not my way of teaching. It's not my form in which I teach. I teach what what was born.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's constantly fresh and new.
Yes.
This is not a story you've been repeating for a couple of years.
No, it really stands out. It's changing all the time. It's never the same.
Mm-hmm.
And also consciousness, because it's an expanding thing. It's not still. It's not still at all. It's very potent.
Mm-hmm.
It's so alive. You don't know half of this, really. For me, it's even now at this very moment. I'm surprised, still surprised of the consciousness, the awareness that comes to me continuously.
Yeah.
I found out I know nothing really because I keep getting new new knowledge, new awareness.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop at all. It doesn't stop at all. No. It's very much alive. It's the most alive thing you can ever meet. Yeah.
Talking about meeting, you give several meetings a year, and what is the most heard question you get over there?
Well, a question that sticks to me is, okay, what can I do? And one day I'm all clear, I know everything, and I'm cool, and I'm relaxed, and I feel good, and the next day it's gone.
Yeah.
Nikki, what can I do? Help me. What can I do? This is a question that repeats itself continuously, and it's so funny because people are identifying with the clear day, with the clear moments that they have, and they don't identify or are loving the bad days or the fucked up days or the fucked up moments. But who is noticing that? Who is noticing the clarity? Who is noticing the trouble? Who is noticing it? So you always have to go back. You're not the one that is clear. So you're not the clarity. You're the one that's noticing the clarity and who's noticing the trouble. And also it means that you want to be clear, and at the same time you don't want to have trouble. And then I would say, go to the trouble.
Yeah.
Love the trouble. Start opening up to the trouble, because there is clarity.
Yeah.
It's there. Yeah. Where it's clear, it's clear.
Yeah.
Don't touch it. When there's trouble, okay, you're the one who brings clarity, but you have to love it first.
Yeah.
You have to invite it first. You have to invite it. You have to love it. You have to want it.
That can be the same with sound. We talked off camera before that I'm a little at war with sound. I don't know. When it's all silent in the house or silent on the street, I used to love staying up very late until 4 or 5 a.m. because the night has so much peace. But when I had to get into traffic at 4 p.m., yeah, then shit hits the fan. So you say it's no use to go sitting down the mountain and be still all day.
Yeah.
You have to bring stillness into the noisy places. How does that?
Yeah, you have to look for the stillness within the noise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you're against noise,
Yeah.
that means your will hasn't been there yet. So you're not loving it. You're not loving it, but it loves you. It loves you. It has so much for you.
Why does noise love me?
Because when it's here,
Yeah.
if you are here and here is the noise, then it's wanted. It's always according to the will.
Mm-hmm.
Everything happens according to the will.
Yeah. No mistakes.
No mistakes. If there is a mistake,
Yeah.
it must be you.
Yeah, I'm the mistake. Yeah. There's a thing going on in the world, and people talk about it, and maybe also people who watch this movie, they say, hey, but what about all the things with Islamic State and Arabic countries fighting Western countries? Who's wrong there?
Everybody is. Because is somebody believing? Yeah, then you are mistaken. You're not in the divine will. You're not in accordance to the divine will. Then you are believing. You are following a belief. Yeah. And you could say, if you are following a belief, then you're not conscious. And people who are not conscious can do evil things. Because the divine will is not there. The body takes over. And the body is a primitive thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It will take care of only one thing. That's your life.
Yeah.
So if you are my threat and I'm not conscious, then my body will take over. Then I will kill you before you kill me.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do. If I'm not here. If my consciousness, if I'm not aware, then I'm a murderer. I can be. Yeah. And this is the same with, for example, people who are wasted from drugs or alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Because consciousness goes out.
Yeah.
Then there's just this primitive being without consciousness who can do the craziest things.
Yeah.
And the next day doesn't know. This person will tell you, it wasn't me, it was the alcohol, it was the drugs, it was, you know me.
Yeah.
It's because when consciousness, awareness goes out, then you're just here with
this primitive thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which doesn't think that 3 beers is enough. No.
It has no consciousness of its own because you are it. So when you're out, then the shit hits the fan. Yeah. So, but when you hear this noise and you don't want it, then you're out as well. And this is not the purpose. The purpose was you wanted to live, and there is your body. So you can live. Don't go out. Stay inside the body.
Mm-hmm.
Stay here where you are.
But as consciousness.
Yes, because you are.
Yeah.
Not as, you are.
Yeah.
You are the only consciousness here.
No.
The body does not know anything. Mind of its own is consciousness-less. It's not aware of anything. Thoughts are not aware of anything unless you fertilize it. Yeah. And the body is just a leather suit if there's no consciousness inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And
has a one task, your survival.
Yeah.
That's the task, and it knows its task.
Yeah.
But you should know what is threatening me. You know, people who are afraid, they just feel anxiety going through the body. But they identify with what they say. I am afraid. Who is my enemy now? What should I do? No, you don't have to do anything. If there's not a lion in the room, a lion,
Yeah.
or a man with a gun, you're not hanging on a cliff, then it's something else that's been being threatened. And that's your belief. That's
Yeah.
your idea of you.
Yeah. And that belief can be, I have to live in an apartment or a building where there's no noise. I deserve that.
Oh, well, you deserve it. That's a belief.
Yeah.
That's for sure a belief. Yeah.
Yeah. But it can be more subtle. With noise from neighbors, I can say, well, I don't make as much noise as the neighbors do, so why should they?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
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 But you're that terrible neighbor that constantly knocks. Could you please, Peter? I
Yeah.
want to sleep.
Yeah.
You're that terrible neighbor.
Yeah. So you once said, I become that which I'm fighting. So
Absolutely.
I'm-
As soon as you're out,
yeah,
as you're not in the divine will, then you become that what you are afraid of. That what you are fighting is what you are at that moment. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm the bad neighbor.
Yeah.
And-
You're the neighbor nobody wants.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so afraid of getting new neighbors, for example, or because I know what a bad neighbor I can be.
I don't think you really know. Because if you knew, you wouldn't be.
Yeah. Well,
And you would not do that.
yeah, I still have a month till the new neighbors come, so to reflect on that. A colleague teacher of you says, always ask yourself the question, what would love do?
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. That's such a nice question to ask yourself. What would love do?
Is that the same you mean?
Yeah, definitely. I love that question. Yeah. What
Yeah.
would love do? Beautiful question. Everybody should have this in their back pocket.
As a
And
reminder.
when they don't know,
Yeah,
because they're not in their awareness, so there must be some enemy,
yeah,
then they should pop up that question. What would love do?
yeah,
And be still when you ask a question. When you ask yourself questions, be still, because the answers are always near. They're here. Your truth, your personal truth, that's what you believe in, what's keeping God or love
Out,
from you, out, is always here. It's in your energetic system. It's in your personal household. So you don't have to run and hide or do anything. You just have to be still and it comes up immediately because it wants your attention. That's why you feel it all the time. It really wants you. It wants your attention. It wants your love. Yeah, so what would love do?
yeah. It's a good question. There are a lot of people in functions where they have to deal with a lot of people. For example, school teachers. Let's say I'm a school teacher who has a lot of trouble with keeping the kids in their chairs and quiet and stuff. What's your vision on that?
Yeah, I have a lot of vision about that because, of course, I have my 2 children, and they've both been in school. But the teacher should ask her or himself: is it necessary for somebody to be in a chair for me to teach? Because I believe that children will only listen when they're in their chairs. Yeah. And I know this is not the truth. This is not the truth. I've seen a boy with very ADHD, like way up high, and the teacher asked him to make a sum, and he was not sitting. He was actually upside down. His head was almost on the floor. He was like, doing everything. And he answered the question absolutely right. Yeah. He had it right. Yeah. And I had not seen him looking at the board. Yeah. So where is his attention? Yeah. Nobody knows, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Yeah. Consciousness is not something we have to prove. It doesn't have to be proven. So if I'm sitting down, but I'm completely wandering off, you wouldn't know, because I would be as I was. I was always like this, very neat, very la la la, but I never listened to anything in school.
No, not alert. No openness.
No, I was dreaming off.
Yeah.
I was not interested. I was interested in how the teacher was talking, not in what she was saying. But so if you need proof for the listeners, if you need proof, then they all have to be sitting down. They have their eyes open, looking at you. Yeah. But that's not the real proof. No. You have to want that too. Yeah.
And in parenting, what's the way of conscious parenting? Do you, for example, give your children punishment?
Those days, no.
Those days are gone.
yeah, way past.
Yeah.
No, with parenting, it's more like children represent something. When we struggle with our parenting, probably the kid is representing something that we don't love, that we don't want. So that's all. And if you find out, then you should welcome first the representation. So you love what your child is doing, even though you feel in every cell of your body, I don't want this, this is not good. But you start first with the love. Okay, so here is my unwillingness. This is my unwillingness. So first I want it. And maybe it sounds easy, but if you do it, then you'll find out exactly what to do. Because you will see the child. And it will not have nothing to do with what you like, what you don't like, what you think is important, what you don't think is important. You will see the child. And you will be able to provide the child with what it wants. Yeah. It's a completely different creature. It has nothing to do with you. It's free. So keep it free. Keep it completely as an individual, as its own little God. Yeah.
Talking about free, there's this thing in Advaita people love to talk about. That's the free will. I know people at your meetings will come to you and say, well, have I come out of free will to your meeting, or did it just happen?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you of course you came out of free will. If you're there, and please, if you don't want to, please don't come, because those people I don't want. Yeah. Because they will be spreading their unwillingness in the room. Yeah.
Yeah? Can you feel
if
that?
you don't come out, of course. If somebody doesn't want to be here somewhere,
you feel it.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't. Yeah. Of course you feel it. Everybody feels that.
Yeah. But this free will thing, that's no question for you. There is such a thing as free will. Or it's only divine will.
Which is free.
Yeah.
So you are free will. You don't have
it.
You are free will. You are free will. How do you like that? How do you like that if you know that? And I know it. I'm so blessed because I know it.
Because you're free of...
wanting to have free will.
That's why you are.
I am free will.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
If you would only know.
Yeah.
So everything that happens in my life is what I want. And if I don't want it, then I should figure out what I'm spreading into this world. Because this must be my unwillingness, my personal truth about stuff that's coming back to me.
Yeah.
That's touching me.
So someone who meets all kind of, let's say, we once heard a question from a woman who said, well, why do I always attract those wrong men into my life?
Because you believe that you are good.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And therefore, your awareness is not, because I've attracted wrong men and wrong people on the whole, because I was so good that it wasn't brought into my awareness that not good existed. It didn't exist in me.
So that's why you got betrayed a lot of times, and
For example,
and
yes.
people.
Yeah. I thought I had to change something.
Mhm.
If it wasn't good, but I was good, then I had to do something about it.
Yeah.
I had to change people,
Yeah.
make them good. Yeah,
Yeah, and it doesn't work that way.
it doesn't work that way.
No.
I had to be conscious of not good,
Yeah.
because it's only one thing. Good and not good are one thing. Yeah.
It sounds also very simple when I talk to you about this, and you know, and I think, well, that's completely right. But
It sounds logic.
Yeah, it sounds logic.
Because it's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the truth is then there.
Mm-hmm.
Simple. Yeah.
Yeah. Just thinking about what this effect has. When you say it like this, has this a big effect on people? Or do they walk out of the room and they think, oh, that was a nice lecture, and then they start doing their own personal business again?
Yeah. People don't often walk out. I mean, they know in advance where they're going to.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, I mean
don't-
after the meeting. Then
After the meeting, then, people are... Most of the people, afterwards, after a satsang, they are all soft. They're very soft,
Mhm.
and they have a refill of consciousness.
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
But what makes them hard again?
The belief system is here. It's like
Embodied.
embodied in every cell,
Mm-hmm.
and you can at every moment start to believe again.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you know. And when you really know, when you really have loved that thing that first had no will of you
Mm-hmm.
in it, but you start to willing put your will inside,
Yeah.
then this sounds really strange. Put your will into
Yeah,
it.
not your willy, but
Yeah.
your will.
Exactly. You got it. Then it transforms. That's when the transformation hits.
When
Then
you're really
when the
willing.
light gets in. Yeah, when you really want it, when you're really starting to love that,
Mhm.
that you cannot believe you ever would want. Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then the light goes on.
You talk very different from most Advaita teachers. Can there be a danger in reading all the Advaita books, listening to all the Advaita teachers, that it gets like a mental thing? Well, I'm no person, I don't have free will, everything happens according to the cosmic plan. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
Yeah, the only danger in Advaita, as in everything else, is when you start believing it. When it becomes your personal truth,
Yeah.
then it's a thing and
Uh-huh.
it's not alive. And Advaita was never meant to be a theory, to be a philosophy or a tradition. Advaita is to be lived, to breathe. Advaita is a breath.
Mm-hmm.
Is taking the moment as it comes and loving it. That's the message of Advaita. It's not a theory.
Yeah.
So if you take the theory and make that your personal truth, then it's like anything else you believe. Then it could be your religion. Well, and everybody knows what happens if you really believe your religion.
Yeah.
Then everybody else is your enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't believe in Advaita.
For example, or they don't understand what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
If only you could see it the way I see it. That's
Yeah.
something. That's something you.
You don't know. You don't know me. I know me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
and also a lot of Advaita teachers are blaming each other. They're saying, well, he hasn't seen it, she has seen it, he hasn't been fully realized. The other
Yeah,
one says,
well-
well, you cannot be half realized.
Yeah, so don't bother. It's a matter of belief. What do you believe? What do you want?
Yeah.
So just go for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't become an Advaitist, like an evangelist, spreading the message.
Yeah. And I don't really mind to be, for example, not in how do you call that? Agreeing with somebody else. I don't mind. I mean, probably that's also divine will, because we do this.
Yeah.
So, no hard feelings. No hard feelings. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. It's okay. Yeah.
Nikki, you once told me that you often give advice, become something fully. When I say to you, well, I feel miserable. You should be miserable all the time, or just be miserable.
Yeah. Do you even know miserable? Because you say I feel miserable. What can I do?
Yeah. I have to
So
get
you're
rid.
already not really
Mm-hmm.
into. You're not wanting it. Yeah. So want it. Be it. Why don't you really be it?
Mm-hmm.
Like anything else. Yeah.
But for example, an issue I have in my personal life, you.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, here we come. Here we go. That's weight.
It's
eating.
about you again, though.
Yeah, okay. No, but just giving it as an example. What if someone also is watching who has a weight problem, who weighs, let's say, 110 kilos, and normal weight would be 80 or 90 kilos?
Yeah.
Then what's your advice? Be the fat guy.
Yeah.
Be the fat woman.
Because here we're talking again about what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
So probably you believe that skinny is
Better.
nice, is lovable,
Yeah.
and fat is not.
Yeah.
And that's not the truth. Because if you, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but somebody who really loves themselves, even if they're bigger or smaller or whatever, you can love this person easy. It's easy to love somebody who loves their own body.
Yeah.
So it's not about the size, it's not about the weight, it's not about the form. Really, it's about the love that lives in it. Yeah.
That makes someone attractive.
Yeah. But also, yes, of course. Of course. Yeah, definitely.
But also...
Because there's the divine will.
Mm-hmm.
This form is exactly right. It's exactly right. Who are you to criticize it? Who are you to criticize the form?
Yeah.
That exactly matches your divine will. Ta. Yeah. So I've had conversations with somebody, for example, who thought she was too big.
Mm-hmm.
And I would advise her, first then love the big you. Whatever. First love that. If you've never tried it, you don't know it. Then you will always be against it. But it's you. How can you be against you? Really? How do you do that? What do you have to do to be against you?
Mm-hmm.
You can always not be there. But do you know what happens when you're not there? When you're not in awareness? Well, there's your trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were starting an online course, you told me.
I'm writing now.
Okay.
I'm absolutely involved in writing again, and I never thought I would start again, but it happens. And I'm all committed now, and I'm writing, and there will be an online course, yes, but I don't know when.
Yeah. But you invite people also to your home for one-on-one sessions,
Yes.
just we're talking right now.
This is my favorite.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there is so much beauty in every meeting, heart to heart. Yeah, I love it, and people love it too. So
Yeah.
it's a match. We've got a match there.
Yeah. Your website is muja.nl.
No, I have a new website.
Oh.
www.nikkiverbeek.nl.
Oh. Just your name and then .nl.
Yes, but if you go to www.muja.nl, you will go directly to my new website.
Yeah. And also meetings with people in a room.
Satsangs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You give them.
Yeah.
Any other plans?
Let's see, do I have other plans? Gosh.
Maybe if someone from America is watching this and think, well, that's a woman who walks the talk. Are you open to visiting other countries?
Why not? I'm open. I'm completely open.
Yeah.
Would be lovely. Maybe my words are off a bit, but I will. I definitely want to. Why not? Yeah.
Are all problems universal?
Yeah. All problems are personal. All problems are personal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But let's say, for example, you would be invited to go to Japan. I know in Japan they have this culture of nobody says no to each other. Saying no is out of, oh man, you never say no. Even if you don't know the way, if you ask someone, can you tell me the way to the hotel? Someone will never say no, because it's not in their culture.
Yeah, so culture in those countries play a very high force, have a very high force in the personalities, in the belief system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to be really strong to get away from this very powerful belief system.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But can I blame the Dutch conventional belief system? Like we have this.
Why?
No. Yeah, we have an.
Only if you believe it, then you can always blame you. You believe it. You're free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think the Dutch people, you know, have this saying like, let's say, for example, if you stand out of the crowd, people will chop your head off. You know, just play simple. Don't think you're somebody. Don't think you're. In Holland, if you think you have made it, or someone else will come around the corner and tell you, well, just calm down. You're not as special that you think you are.
You're talking now
Yeah.
a personal truth.
Okay, it's my
this
truth.
is a personal truth. Yeah.
I don't think I'm special.
Well, you're not really about you. It's not your personal truth, but it's a personal truth. This is what you believe. So maybe if you believe this, then you will never stick your head up.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. Because people who do this, actually, the truth is that people are always on the lookout for somebody who sticks their head out.
Yeah.
Those are the pioneers. They're really changing. They're changing society. They're changing. They're out of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how do you handle criticism? Let's say, for example, someone beneath this YouTube video will say, well, this is a load of crap.
Yeah.
I don't believe a word this woman is saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Will that hurt you?
Will it hurt me? I must be really fair to say it doesn't hurt me, because it doesn't get somewhere inside of me where it's hurting, because it's not me. Has nothing to do with me. I can see that. I can see it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
My message is for somebody who wants to hear this.
Yeah.
My message is not for people that don't want to hear this, but they don't even have to look.
Yeah.
They don't have to respond either. But you know, there is something inside this person that wants to.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I know I'm not talking to everybody. I'm not talking to everybody. I'm just talking to a small amount of people that are willing, that want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I'm very vulnerable to criticism, what does that say about me? That I'm criticizing other people all the time?
No, you don't have to reflect it like that. It means that it wants your attention. If something touches you really in the core, then it wants your attention. It doesn't touch you for no reason. It touches you because it wants you. It wants you.
Yeah.
It wants you to love it.
And to love it is the next step is...
Surrender to it. Yeah, surrender to this feeling. Say yes to this feeling.
And do I have to sit down on the couch like you're now sitting with my eyes closed in a meditative state? Or what's the ideal situation to love what is coming up? That is my question.
To love what's hurting.
Yeah.
To love what's hurting.
Yeah.
Well, it is only hurting because you're not loving it. Because your will is not in accordance to the divine will. And it is the will. You wanted this in the first place, but you forgot. And that's why it's haunting you.
Yeah.
Like teasing you. Hey, love me. You
Remember,
have to.
yeah.
I'm you. Yeah. So you have to look at it like this. And so for me, how I would do this is, how does this feel? And with no compromise, wanting to be this. So, what you say, vulnerable? Vulnerable is not a primary feeling, but okay, being vulnerable. So I want to live and feel this vulnerable every day. This does not have to go away. I want this. I want this to integrate in my being.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's nothing that really can hurt me.
Only you can. Only you.
I'm hurting myself all the time.
Were you thinking about blaming me?
Well,
or anyone?
No,
Anyone?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about stuff like, oh, don't talk to him about this. This will hurt him. Yeah, in the past, when I had a zits on my face, my mother always said, "Oh, you don't have zits on your face." There's no. But I came to school and
everybody was saying,
"What do you have on your face? You look like yeah."
Yeah.
So.
So you had.
Yeah, I had.
Yeah.
I don't know why I tell this example, but I'm just thinking about a situation where we're always trying not to hurt each other, but that is the wrong way.
Yeah, definitely. Because you can't. You can't hurt anyone. You're not able to.
Not with words.
No,
maybe with a knife.
Really. Not. Yeah. Okay.
But not with
but
words.
then you are not there.
Yeah.
Somebody who is hurting somebody really
With a knife,
is not there.
Yeah. They forgot who they are.
Yeah.
This
They
love.
must. They cannot be there.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Divine Will made an interview of 50 minutes. Anything else you want to say to our lovely viewers? In which part of Holland can people visit you for people who...
Almost everywhere, because I'm going to the north, I'm going to the south, but I live in het Gooi, so near Amsterdam and Weesp and Hilversum,
Yeah.
so I'll be in that area,
Yeah.
but I also get invited to Amsterdam and to Friesland and the south, and so.
Thank you very much for this nice and enlightening talk.
Thank
Nikki.
you.
On a beautiful sunny day in Holland, sitting here with Mr. Gary Renard from the States. You brought us some nice weather. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I brought you this nice California weather.
Great. You're going to give a talk this weekend?
Yeah.
Not the first time?
Yes, in fact, both Cindy and I are going to do the workshop this weekend. And we both have pretty new books out, which we're excited about. Mine in English is The Lifetimes When Jesus and Buddha Knew Each Other. The subtitle is A History of Mighty Companions. And that word and phrase, Mighty Companions, is borrowed from the Manual for Teachers in A Course in Miracles. It talks about an advanced teacher of God and how when he's ready to go on, he goes with mighty companions beside him. So that's where the subtitle came from.
Could you describe yourself as a mighty companion?
I like to think so, but I don't want to pretend that I'm enlightened or anything. Although I think that I'm certainly an advanced student, and I believe that I can be enlightened in this lifetime because my teachers in my fourth book told me that I could be if I worked hard enough. And when I say worked hard enough, there's forgiveness work that needs to be done. In order to be enlightened, your mind has to be completely healed by the Holy Spirit. And that will happen by definition if you learn all of your forgiveness lessons in one lifetime. And that would include anything that comes into your mind, including any bad memories that you may have, for example. The ego, which is the false you, which is based on separation, is very clever and wants to survive rather than being undone. And so it will come up with 100 different ways to convince you that you're a body. And one of the ways that it does it is with bad memories, which kind of like makes you identify with this as you. And of course there's sickness and any kind of pain, any kind of annoyance, upset, anything that takes you out of the present and kind of like makes your mind wander, then that's the ego at work. And of course, A Miracle says you are far too tolerant of mind wandering, and too tolerant of mind wandering, and are passively condoning your miscreations. And your miscreations are anything that is not God and His kingdom. So it turns out, even though A Course in Miracles is difficult to do, its ideas are actually pretty simple. There are not really trillions of things to choose between like it appears. There are really only two things to choose between. There's God and His kingdom, or anything else. And anything else is not true. It's not real. The Course is very specific about that. It says, anything that is true is eternal and cannot change or be changed. And that narrows it down quite a bit, because there isn't anything in the universe that doesn't shift or change. So by definition, the Course in Miracles is saying that nothing that we are seeing is true.
This is all mind-made?
Yes, it's all a projection that is coming from the unconscious mind. It's very much like being in a movie theater. You know, you're seeing a projection, and your attention has been diverted to the screen.
You think it's real.
Yeah, so you pay attention to the screen, and you start to make the illusion real in your mind. It's like when you're in a movie theater, sometimes you'll forget that it's a movie, and you'll get into it, and
you start arguing with the characters.
Yeah.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Yeah, you may talk to the screen. Yeah. No, don't go there.
Yeah.
And you're drawn into the story. And you start to make it real in your mind, which is exactly what we've done with the world. We've invested our belief in the world. And because of that, the world can hurt us. You know, the world can affect us.
Very much so.
But the Course says about the kind of forgiveness that it teaches, that it denies the ability of anything not of God to affect you. So what we're doing is we're taking that belief back from the world and we're putting it where it belongs, which is with reality, which is perfect oneness, which is also the Course's definition of heaven. You know, it describes heaven as the awareness of perfect oneness.
It looks like there are a lot of people around me sitting here right now.
That's right.
And what is that makes that distinction between you and me?
Well, it's all based on separation, because the idea that we could be separate from our Creator is what led to this projection in the first place. And everything that you see in the projection is based on separation, including the idea that there are separate bodies. So, because of the idea of separation, it looks like you're sitting over there and I'm sitting over here. That's an illusion. The truth behind the illusion is that we are one. So you have two complete and mutually exclusive thought systems. You have the thought system of the Holy Spirit, which is based on oneness and wholeness. Then you have the thought system of the ego, which is based on separation. And in fact, that's what time and space are. They're simply separation ideas. You know, so it looks like we're all separate and somebody's over there and I'm over here and somebody's up there. And, you know, it's the same with time. There was really only one tiny tick of time, according to A Course in Miracles. But then, through the device of separation, we took that one single instant and we divided it and subdivided it, you know, over and over and over again. That's separation too. So now instead of one instant, you have millennia and centuries and decades and years and months and weeks, you know, and days and hours and minutes and seconds and nanoseconds, but it's all made up.
But it's practical.
Well, it seems to be practical, but eventually everybody runs out of time and their body dies, and you know, people want to make the universe holy. They want to make it spiritual, and the truth is that there's nothing spiritual about it because everything in it decays and dies. Nothing in the world can live without something else dying, which is why A Course in Miracles describes this as the dream of death. And it is very much a dream, even though the idea that the world is an illusion is a very old idea, and it's been taught for thousands and thousands of years. By itself, that's not a very helpful idea. What you need to do is you need to replace it with something. Now, the first thing that A Course in Miracles does in replacing it is it refines the idea that this is an illusion to the idea that this is a dream that you will awaken from. And it's that awakening that is enlightenment. That's what Buddha meant when he said, I am awake.
And is it awake in the dream or awake out of the dream or with the dream?
That's a good question. He did not mean that he was more awake in the dream. Anybody can do that. He meant that he'd awakened from the dream. And that's not just a minor distinction. because when you awaken from the dream, then you realize that you are not at the effect of the dream, you are at cause, and you are no longer a victim. The world is not being done to you, the world is being done by you. Now, instead of being a figure in the dream, you're the dreamer. You're the one that the dream is coming from. And you start to realize that, and then you realize more and more that you're dreaming. And that's kind of like a prerequisite to awakening. You have to realize that you're dreaming. So, of course, the Miracle says that awareness of dreaming is a function of the miracle worker. And the miracle worker is anybody who practices the Course's kind of forgiveness, which is coming from a place of cause and not effect. So if you're coming from a place of cause, you realize that it's your dream, it's your projection. The projection is coming from the unconscious mind, and the unconscious mind is hidden just the way that a projector in a movie theater is hidden. You're not supposed to turn around and look at the projector. No. You know, you're supposed to keep looking at the screen, which is exactly what the ego wants for us here. The ego wants us to make it real, because if we make it real in our mind, that means that the ego is real. And the ego wants separation to be true. And it senses that salvation or enlightenment, whichever you call it, is death to the ego. And because of that, the ego is afraid. And the Course says that its range of emotions will suddenly shift from suspiciousness to viciousness. And that's where illness and injury and all kinds of scary things come into play. And the Holy Spirit will say just the opposite. The Holy Spirit will say, actually, there is nothing to fear. That what you really are is not this body or any of these images that you see on the screen. What you really are is exactly the same as your Creator. So there are three basic, very important ideas that you have to put together with A Course in Miracles. The first one is that the full awareness of the atonement, and you could think of the atonement as just being correction, the correction to the idea of separation. The full awareness of the atonement is that the separation never occurred. In other words, it never happened. We've never really left God. You know, that idea is impossible, according to the Course. And you're having this dream. So the Course says you are at home in God, dreaming of exile, but perfectly capable of awakening to reality. And the full awareness of the atonement is that you never left, that you're still there. Reality has not gone anywhere. In fact, it's still here, right now. And it's simply out of people's awareness, which is why the full awareness of the atonement is that the separation from God never occurred. And you seem to be having this dream of separation. And when you awaken from that dream, you will realize that you never really left, that you were there the whole time. It's like you're in bed at night, and you're having a dream, and dreams in bed at night can seem very real, almost as real, sometimes as real, as your waking, so-called waking life, which is also a dream. And when you wake up from the dream is gone. It disappears, which is why my first book was called The Disappearance of the Universe, because that's really all that the universe is.
A dream.
Is a dream that we will awaken from. But the second idea is that the sole responsibility of the miracle worker is to accept the atonement for himself. So you have to accept the fact that you're dreaming and accept the fact that you never really left heaven, and neither has anybody else. That's why they're innocent, which leads to the Course's kind of forgiveness. We don't forgive people because they've really done something. We forgive people because they haven't really done anything, because you're the one who made them up in the first place. You know, this is your dream, and they're simply figures in a dream. The Course describes people as images, and it says the images you make cannot prevail against what God himself would have you be. And what God himself would have you be is with him in a state of perfect oneness, still at home in heaven. And it's possible to experience that perfect oneness even while you appear to be here. You know, even while you appear to be walking around in a body or sitting around having a sandwich or something, all of a sudden it's possible for you to have an experience of your perfect oneness with God and to remember what it's like to be in heaven with God. The Course calls that experience revelation, and it describes it as the complete but temporary suspension of doubt and fear. And in that experience, there is no doubt, which means there are no questions, because questions are a function of doubt. And there's no doubt or fear. There's perfect oneness, and you have a direct experience of God. The Gnostics used to call that gnosis. And it needs knowledge, but it's not intellectual knowledge. It's an actual experience of God.
Can you put into words that experience?
You're right. You can't put that experience into words. It's not possible. It's beyond all words. You can try to describe the experience, but it won't do it because words, as the Course says, are but symbols of symbols, twice removed from reality. And when you think about it, how is a symbol of a symbol ever going to make you happy? You know, how's it ever going to make you feel whole or full or complete or satisfied? You can't do it. Even a description of reality can't do it because it's still just words. But the actual experience, the actual experience of being one with God at home in heaven, even if it just lasts for a second or two, will satisfy you because you'll realize that not only does that blow away anything that this world has to offer, but it gives you kind of like a preview of coming attractions. It gives you a taste of what your permanent reality is eventually going to be like, and it encourages you to try to achieve it on a permanent basis even more.
It's like an appetizer. You get a taste.
Yes. So, the third idea is that the means of the atonement is forgiveness. And that's how you undo the ego. The Course says that salvation is undoing. And that's a brilliant approach because all that you have to do is undo the false you through forgiveness. Every time you practice a certain kind of forgiveness where you're coming from a place of cause and not effect, and you're forgiving people because they haven't really done anything and they haven't really left heaven. And that's why they're innocent. And that's why you're innocent. And you have to see them as innocent. And you can't get away from that because of the way that the mind works. If you could get down deep enough into the unconscious mind, then you would find out that there's really just one of us. It's kind of like the Hindus say, there's just one ego appearing as many. So we look out there and we see, 7 billion plus people. Well, that's what the Hindus call the world of multiplicity. And it's all illusion, and it's not true. And there's a reality that is just beyond the veil, and it's everywhere. And it's a constant state. So you have unreality, which is always changing. Then you have reality, which is a constant. And it doesn't change. That's what Jesus was talking about 2,000 years ago, when he was talking about building your house upon the rock instead of on the sand. The sand is always blowing away, and it's always shifting and changing, and the rock stays the same. It doesn't change. So the truth was the truth 2,000 years ago. The truth is still the truth today. The truth will still be the truth 2,000 years from now, and it doesn't shift or change, and it's not subject to our interpretation. The truth is the truth, whether we understand and agree with it or not. And that's the position of the Course in Miracles. Now, of course, some people aren't going to like that idea because they want to find their truth.
Their own truth.
Yes, but the Course is saying, no, there's only one truth, and it's the same for everyone. And the ego's first law of chaos is that the truth is different for everyone. Because the ego is always trying to trick you, and it's a very clever illusionist, and it wants to keep you here. Because not being here would be the end of the ego. And the ego doesn't want that, and will always try to convince you that you're a body. In fact, that's the Course's definition of temptation. If you look in the final section of the text of the Course, which is called Choose Once Again, it practically gives you the Course's definition of temptation, which is a little bit different than the way that people normally think about it. It starts right off by saying temptation has one lesson it would teach, in all its forms, wherever it occurs. It would persuade the Holy Son of God he is a body, born in what must die, unable to escape its frailty, and bound by what it orders him to feel. So now the body is telling you what to feel, exactly the opposite of the way that it should be. You should be able to tell your body what to feel. And the way that you do that is you have to shift, once again, to a place of cause and not effect. So, let's say that I'm feeling some pain in my knee, and I think maybe I'm getting arthritis or something. Well, the first thing I have to realize is that that pain is not really in my knee, it's in my mind. And that's where the projection of your body is coming from. It's actually a projection that is coming from your mind, just like everything else. So, let's say I hold my hand up in front of my face here. What is that really? Well, that is part of the same projection as that table over there. And it's no more real, and you don't have to take it any more personally than that table over there. Which is why Jesus says in the Course, the body is outside of us and not our concern. So he didn't identify with his body. After a while, he didn't think of his body as being him, and we don't have to think of our bodies as being us either. We don't have to identify with the body. I mean, you wouldn't confuse yourself with being your car, and yet you recognize that if your car is going to run properly, you put good things in it, like oil and gas and things like that. Well, you don't have to take your body personally either. You could say, okay, that's just a vehicle that I use temporarily to get around in the dream. And if I want it to work, then I'm going to put good things in it, and I'm going to take care of it. But that doesn't mean that I think that it's me. It's just a tool.
Could you say the body is an extension of the ego?
Yeah, well, the Course would use the word projection of the ego, and it kind of reserves the word extension for God and His kingdom and the extension of love. So you have a thought system of love that comes from the Holy Spirit, and when you use that thought system, the Course would use the word extending or extension of love. And when you're thinking with the ego and teaching separation or coming from a place of fear or anger, then the Course would use the word projection. And the Course is very clear about these things. A lot of people think that the Course is vague and that it's hard to understand. But the Course is actually very clear about what it's saying. And it comes out many, many times in what my teachers in my books describe as definitive ideas, definitive sentences. So, for example, one would be that the Course says there is no world. That's an idea that's hard to get away from. It says there is no world. And it doesn't be vague about it. It doesn't say there is no world, yeah, but maybe. It says there is no world. This is the central idea the Course attempts to teach. That nothing here is true. And that's why the Course is a purely non-dualistic philosophy. Because it's saying of the two seeming worlds, the world of God and the world of man, only the world of God is true. And nothing else is true. Period. And these are the kinds of statements that you can't get away from. I used to do a bunch of podcasts with a friend of mine in Florida. His name's Gene Bogart.
And Gene, still available on iTunes?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. We did about 50 of them. I think he still has them available. I'm not positive about that. But he used to say, if you want to know what the Course says, maybe you should go by what it says. And you have all these definitive statements in the Course that are very clear and really define what the Course is saying.
Why is such a thick book? Is it a lot of repetition?
You have to have repetition. The truth is simple, but the ego is very complicated.
Oh, so it has to hear it over and over and over again.
Yes, the ego must be undone.
Like a...
Yes, and the repetition in A Course in Miracles is ingenious. I mean, it's been said that the text of the Course is 6 pages repeated 100 different ways.
But it's necessary.
That repetition is absolutely necessary. And you'll find that as the ego is undone, you'll go back and you'll read something in the Course that you know that you've read before, but it's like you never saw it before. You're always getting these ideas on deeper and deeper levels. And the words haven't changed in the Course, but you have. Now you're seeing those words from a different place. As the ego is undone, you're seeing the words differently, and you're understanding them on a deeper and deeper level. And as you undo the ego, the Holy Spirit is healing your mind. The Holy Spirit is really taking care of the big part of the job. Our only responsibility, once again, the sole responsibility of the miracle worker, is to accept the atonement for himself. So you don't have to save the world. That's the Holy Spirit's job. And the Holy Spirit, according to the Course, devised a plan looking back from the end of time that permitted for everybody to wake up at a particular time. So we're all going to awaken. We're all going to the same place. Nobody's going to be left out. even the people who you think don't deserve to go to heaven, because they're not going there as people. They're awakening from the idea of being a human being to the idea of being what they really are and where they really are. And this is why you have to think big. I said you have to replace the idea of illusion with something. Well, when you're having a normal conversation with someone, and you should have normal conversations with people, don't forget how to be normal. Don't get so damn spiritual that you forget how to carry on a normal conversation with someone. Just do Buddha's middle way. He was very rich at the beginning of his life, and that didn't make him happy. And then he tried being an ascetic and renouncing the world and giving up everything, and that didn't make him happy either. So then he figured, okay, there's a middle way that I can go where I don't have to go to extremes. I don't have to try to be the richest man in the world, and I don't have to try to be the poorest man in the world. I can just be normal. And the great teacher of A Course in Miracles, Ken Wapnick, said the same thing. He said, don't forget how to be normal. So now you can live a normal life, and you can practice forgiveness at the same time. And then you're what the Course describes as above the battleground. When you're forgiving, you're not stuck in it. So you're looking at it from a different place now. You're looking at it with the Holy Spirit instead of the ego, and you get more and more prepared to forgive so that eventually, no matter what happens, you're ready to forgive.
But what do you want? Your forgiveness? You don't forgive a person. Do you forgive yourself? What do you forgive?
You're forgiving what the ego is showing you. You're not being taken in by appearances now. So, let's say someone is acting crazy, and they're insulting you, and they're, kind of like pushing your buttons and making you feel uncomfortable. That's when you need to realize that you're thinking with the ego and stop it. And start thinking with the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit has a totally different story about what's happening. The ego wants you to make it real and think that that's a real person and you've got a real problem and you've really got to take care of it. And the Holy Spirit is saying the opposite. The Holy Spirit is in the right part of your mind, reminding you that what you're seeing is not true, that what that person really is cannot be limited to the idea of being a body. And this is where you have to think kind of like outside the box. You want to think big, because what that person really is nothing less than God, which means they are not just part of it. The Course teaches that spirit is not a partial attribute. So what that person really is not part of it, but all of it. Something that is bigger than the universe of time and space. Something that cannot be confined in any way to any shape or form. Something that is limitless.
So is it God in disguise?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, but it's not a very good disguise.
No, why not?
Because people will act crazy, and God is not crazy. And the ego is insane, according to the Course. So people will call out for help and call out for love in some very strange ways, like shooting 20 people. And our job is to overlook the craziness of that person and realize that that person may be confused about what they are, but we know better. I know that what that person really is not that body that is acting crazy. What they really are is something that can't be confined like that, something that is exactly the same as God, and they've never left heaven. That's why they're really innocent, even though they may not know it. I know it. And once you know the truth, then you want to live it. You want to live the truth. So Jesus could forgive anybody for anything, even when they seem to be destroying his own body. He would forgive them. And today you have Christians who can't forgive people who have done nothing to them because they don't understand, and they're making it real in their mind. So now that person is really guilty and has really sinned and really deserves to be punished and really deserves to go to hell, and they have all these strange ideas. And the Course would say, no, the truth is they've never left heaven. That's why they're innocent. And that's why you're innocent. So I started to say, if you could get down deep enough into the unconscious mind, you would find out that there's really just one of us. That there's really just one ego appearing as many. Now that's good news and that's bad news. The bad news is that because there's really just one of us, And because your unconscious mind knows everything, it's kind of like Carl Jung's collective unconscious. The unconscious mind knows everything. And it knows that there's really just one of us, because even the truth is buried there in the mind. That means that your unconscious mind will interpret anything that you think about another person to really be about you. Oh. And that's a pretty sobering thought. People wonder why they're depressed. They wonder why they're not happy in life. Just look at the garbage they've been thinking their whole lives about the world and about other people, because they didn't know that those thoughts were really just going to them, and that those thoughts would determine how they feel, and ultimately even what they believe they are. People are establishing their own identities right now. So the Course says, once again, it's in that final section of the text, choose once again. It says, choose once again what you would have him be, knowing that every choice you make will establish your own identity as you will see it and believe that it is. So if you're thinking that somebody is guilty and that they really did it, your unconscious mind will interpret that to mean that you are really guilty, and that every bad thing that you think that you ever did, or any bad or unkind word that you ever said to anybody in your life really happened, and that you're really guilty. But if you can overlook the body, and the Course uses that word, overlook, several times. If you can overlook the illusion of the world, if you can overlook the body and realize that, that there's a truth that is everywhere, that hasn't gone away, that is just beyond the veil, and it's really everywhere, and you can think of that person as being innocent because of what they really are, which is exactly the same as God, then that is how your unconscious mind is going to interpret you. And your unconscious mind will say, okay, you're innocent. You've never really left heaven, which is why you're innocent. And you haven't really done anything. And you are totally worthy of heaven and totally worthy of being with God. And that's the truth. And heaven was given to you as a gift by God. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to earn your way back into heaven, like, Jesus' prodigal son story. You notice when the prodigal son was going home, he thought he was guilty. He says, I've sinned before God, and I'm no longer worthy to be called his son. And what the prodigal son didn't realize was that God didn't share any of those ideas about him. Why? Because God is still perfect love, as both the Bible and the Course in Miracles say. God is perfect love. But I think we need to understand the implications of that. If God is really perfect love, then all that it would know how to do would be to love. If it knew how to be something else or do something else, it wouldn't be perfect love. If it could have imperfect thoughts, then it wouldn't be perfect. So God is still perfect, which is good news for us, because it gives us a perfect home to go home to. And all that we need to do through forgiveness is undo the ego, forgive everything that comes up in our mind or what we see on the screen, even what we see on television, all the madness and the mayhem that we see on our TV screens.
Even Trump?
I hate to say it, but even Donald Trump needs to be forgiven, because he's never really left heaven. He's confused about what he is. I mean, he thinks he's really the president,
Yeah.
And
that's what people tell him.
Yeah, and the truth is, that's not what he is. And he may not awaken in this lifetime, but he will at some point. In fact, that's already been established. It's already been ordained by the Holy Spirit when each one will awaken from the dream. And a lot of Course in Miracles students will awaken from the dream in this lifetime and attain enlightenment. And my teachers in my fourth book told me that I may very likely do that in this lifetime, and I think that my wife Cindy will also. And we were, scheduled in the ego's dream to come back 100 years from now and live another lifetime in Chicago, which is described in my first couple of books. And they actually completed the story in the third book. So I thought maybe that was it, that there wouldn't be any more books, that it was a trilogy and that would be it. But then I asked my teachers, because I talk to them in my mind when they're not around, because they appear to me in person for the books. But I talk to them in my mind when they're not around. And I asked them a question, because I was curious. How did Jesus get to be Jesus? How did Buddha get to be Buddha? What were they like in the incarnations just before they were Jesus and Buddha? What did they study? What did they do? What were their thought processes? What were the lessons that they had to learn? What did they go through? And the answer to that question turned out to be a lot more than I bargained for. And my teachers gave me enough information for a whole new book. And that's where the fourth book came from. It's about 6 different lifetimes that Jesus and Buddha shared together, the things that they learned, and how they eventually became completely uncompromising about this idea that there is a constant reality that you should invest your belief in, and that there is an illusory changing illusion that you should not invest your belief in. And they learned how to choose God and His kingdom. As we already said, the Course teaches be vigilant only for God and His kingdom, which grants you is a pretty tall order, but they eventually got to that point in their final lifetimes. And you can see by the end of Buddha's lifetime in the book that they had become totally uncompromising, and they decided that they had to recognize God as the only reality and acknowledge God. Even in the lifetimes where there were teachers that were teaching that there was this constant thing that was reality, they were not calling it God, and they were not acknowledging God. And the truth is, you can't undo the idea of separation from God without acknowledging God.
Of course.
It wouldn't be possible. So they recognized eventually, and you see this very much in Jesus' final lifetime.
The book is now in Dutch?
Yeah, the book just came out in
great.
Dutch.
Looks great.
I have a great publisher, Annelies, and great translators, and they did what everyone says is an excellent job.
And one how do you call it in English, recension? No, a review says that this book shocks the world, and that's what he likes about it. Is it a shocking book?
It shocked me.
Yeah.
I wasn't prepared for it. It has a lot of things in it that I didn't know. There are a lot of great stories about Jesus and Buddha. There are a lot of teachings that I didn't know about that they learned. And it made me want to be like them. It really inspired me to want to be like them, to be completely uncompromising with the truth, and to not give in to appearances. Because the ego will try very much to trick you and fool you into thinking that this is your real life, and that your happiness depends on getting what you want. Well, what if it didn't matter what happened? That's heresy to the ego.
Yeah.
Of course it matters. Of course it's important that I get what I want. But what if it wasn't important? What if you could be happy and peaceful regardless of what happens?
There are stories of people who are in the concentration camps in the war who saw this.
Yes, absolutely.
It gives me goosebumps when I think about it.
Yes, and if they can do it, anybody can do it. But you have to want it. You have to want the results. The Course says about the words, I want the peace of God. It says to say these words is nothing, but to mean these words is everything. And I think you have to want it. I think you have to desire to be with God.
Is there a crisis needed to want it really deeply, or is it independent of circumstances in the world? Should I first lose my wife, crash my car, lose my family, and then willing to accept this?
No, all that you need to do is be able to forgive whatever comes up. Now, unfortunately, tragedies and crises are going to happen anyway, whether we want them or not. That's the ego script. And the ego script is all based on separation. And there's no better example of separation than death and losing people who are the closest to you, which will happen to all of us if we live long enough. It means, if you live to be in your hundreds, well, everybody who you know is going to die, and you're going to have to watch them die. Even if you're the most successful person in the world, even if you have the most money in the world, you still have to go through that. And the Course is saying that you can be peaceful because you know that you can never really lose that person, that you are with them at home in heaven, that you will both awaken to that, and that you will be even closer to them in heaven than you could possibly be here. Because heaven is a condition of perfect oneness. And you are closer to them than your own heart. And when you have that experience of revelation, which is also a very sexual experience, people don't like it when I talk about that, but it's like a constant orgasm that never stops.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it is great. And I've experienced it, and I think that anybody can experience it if the Holy Spirit thinks that it's a good idea for them to experience it in this lifetime. They may have already experienced it in another lifetime that came before this one. Because most of the people who study A Course in Miracles are not spiritual beginners. You know, they've had a background. They've studied spirituality in other lifetimes, other incarnations, and then they pick up A Course in Miracles and they start to read it. And even if they don't understand it right away, which nobody does, I mean, how could you? The first miracle principle is there is no order of difficulty in miracles. One is not harder or bigger than another. They are all the same. I don't know how anybody could possibly pick that up and have any idea what the hell that means. You know, and it takes repetition all through the course to start to get the hang of it, and most people never do. And the course ends up sitting on their bookcase.
It scared
somewhere.
me for the first time. When I saw it, I opened it up, I read a few sentences. Oh, no more excuses after this.
Yeah.
Go away, book.
Yeah. But, interestingly enough, a lot of people will recognize, even if they don't understand the course right away, they will recognize the authority of the voice of the course. There's a recognition there with a lot of people. They'll see what the voice is saying and the way that it's being said, and they'll say, yes, that's a voice of authority. That's a voice that is speaking the truth. And a lot of people recognize that right away. I did. You know, I didn't understand the course when I first picked it up, but I could see, you know what, this is Jesus. And it really is the voice of Jesus.
It didn't scare you?
No. But in my case, you know, I started talking to Jesus in my mind when I was a child. And I didn't know why. And it wasn't a religious thing. You know, I've never been religious. You know, I like to say in the winter I'm a Buddhist. In the summer I'm a nudist. You know, so it's like I never was a churchgoer. I would go to church twice a year, you know, Easter and Christmas. And I just couldn't buy what they were saying. You know, how Jesus suffered and sacrificed himself for my sins. And I'm thinking, first of all, what are my sins? You know, I stole some candy once. But that's hardly worthy of a death sentence. And what kind of a God would sacrifice his only son as a blood sacrifice to atone for people's sins? It just didn't make sense to me. But when I did look in the Bible and I saw some of the other things, like Jesus practicing forgiveness in a completely uncompromising way, saying even when he's dying, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. Well, that's a pretty good description. When you see people murdering each other on television, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know that they're really just doing it to themselves, and that's how their mind will interpret it. So they don't know what they're doing, but if you know, then you want to live according to what you know. You know, it's an old Chinese saying, to know and not yet do is to not yet know. If you don't do it, you don't really know it. It's just an intellectual exercise that's like an entertainment or, you know, something to amuse you. And that's not the purpose of A Course in Miracles. The purpose of the Course is to actually do it in such a way that you will awaken in God. And you'll notice toward the end of the workbook in the Course, some of those lessons involve an actual approach to God. Because there's this unconscious fear of God that people have that they don't really know about it. They'll experience it a little bit, so you'll hear about the fear of God in the Bible or something. But there's this terrible unconscious fear that people don't know about. And once that fear is gone, then not only will they not fear God, but they will not fear death either. Both the Course and the Bible also say that the last to be overcome shall be death. And Jesus agrees with that in the Course. And he says, of course, you know, because the last two obstacles to peace in A Course in Miracles are the fear of death and the fear of God. And you would not have one without the other. If you didn't have this fear of God, if it went away, then you would no longer fear death either. And it leads to a fearless way of being. And the Holy Spirit has always existed. You can see some of the Holy Spirit in the Bible, even though the Bible is a mixed bag and has a lot of ego in it. There are also a lot of things from the Holy Spirit in the Bible, like the Psalm of David, when it says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. It's kind of funny that people have that read at their funerals, because it's not about death. It's about a fearless way of living. And that's what A Course in Miracles eventually leads to. It leads to the knowledge and the experience that what you really are is something that, like Jesus, is this perfect oneness with God, that is something that is immortal, invulnerable, something that can't be touched by anything in this world, something that can't be threatened by anything in this world. So, when the Course starts right off by saying nothing real can be threatened, that's what it's talking about. It's talking about your reality. It's talking about what you really are and where you really are. And when it says nothing unreal exists, well, that would be anything else. Anything else that is not immortal and invulnerable in perfect oneness with God. And herein lies the peace of God. Well, the peace of God is there because it involves a choice. The Course is always asking us to make a choice between one of two things. Are we going to overlook the illusion, overlook the dream, and think in terms of reality? Or are we going to make the dream real? The Holy Spirit thinks in terms of oneness. So at one point, the Course says, everywhere the Holy Spirit looks, he sees himself. The Holy Spirit overlooks bodies and sees innocence everywhere. But you can't make any exceptions to that. And so, 2,000 years ago, Jesus and Mary Magdalene, who were married, and they were both enlightened, and they forgave everybody and everything. Even when, someone was killing someone, the Romans were killing someone, they could still think of the Roman as being what they really are and where they really are. And today, Christianity would say, well, that person doesn't deserve it. But we forgive people not because we're being good or charitable. We forgive people because what we're seeing is not true. And we overlook what is not true in favor of reality, and by choosing reality, we make it real for ourselves. So ultimately, you're the one who's being forgiven when you forgive, and ultimately, it's a gift that you're really giving to yourself. And you will experience the benefits of it. You'll feel better. You'll feel younger. I started doing A Course in Miracles 25 years ago, and I don't feel any older today than I did 25 years ago. And your body will start to feel lighter instead of this thing that you have to carry around all the time. It'll start to feel more like the figure in a dream that it really is. Maybe it'll feel more flexible, more elastic. Maybe it will become more difficult to hurt it. Maybe you'll get in a little accident, and you hurt yourself, but it doesn't hurt. And you'll think, well, that's odd, that should hurt, but it doesn't. And you'll start to realize that there are fundamental changes that are taking place in your unconscious mind because your mind is being healed by the Holy Spirit every single time you practice forgiveness. Even if it looks like you're forgiving the same thing over and over again. You feel stuck in a relationship. You feel stuck in a job that you don't like. Even if it looks like you're forgiving the same thing, the Course teaches that the Holy Spirit is always performing some kind of a healing every single time, which is why it says that a miracle is never lost. It's never wasted. It can have undreamed of effects in situations of which you were not even aware. So every single time you do it, the Holy Spirit is doing the big part of the job. Your mind is being healed. The ego is being undone. The right part of your mind, where the Holy Spirit dwells, is slowly but surely taking over your entire mind. And when the time comes that you have forgiven everything, and get to the point where the world cannot affect you, where it can't bother you, then you've won. And when you lay your body aside for the final time, as the Course teaches, then you awaken in God, and that experience of revelation that I described, or tried to describe, becomes your permanent reality, and you're at home. And then you find out that you never really left. You realize that you never really left, and neither did anybody else, because in perfect oneness, nothing can be missing. Nothing can be left out. And the experience of that is so beautiful and so amazing and so much more real than this world, which is temporary and fleeting and transitory at best. And this is something that has a feeling of permanence to it. It's so much better that there's unbridled joy. And you can't contain yourself, so you extend into infinity. And that's why it can't be described in terms of this world, because it's just so different from this world. And the Course teaches you would be surprised how different reality is from the world that you are experiencing. But it's worth going for. And the irony is that you can have your life too. You don't have to give up anything. The Course does not call for sacrifice. So you can still have your life, you can still have your job, you can still have money, possessions, you can still have your goals, you can still have sex, you can still have all the things that everybody else has. The only difference is that you're looking at it differently now. You're looking at it with the Holy Spirit instead of the ego. You are above the battleground. And what's going to happen is that you're going to end up enjoying your life more. And there's a beautiful irony to that, because as you forgive and the Holy Spirit heals this unconscious guilt that was in your mind that you didn't even know about, that could be traced all the way back to the original idea of separation from God. As you have less guilt in your mind, you actually end up enjoying your life more. And it doesn't matter that it's an illusion. It's not going to prevent you from enjoying it. Like when I go into a movie theater, which is one of my hobbies, I know that it's not real, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying it.
Yeah.
I still enjoy the movie.
You're willing to forget that it's a movie.
Yeah, and if something bad happens in the movie, well, I can forgive it because I know that it's not real. I know that it's not true. But that's what this life that we thought was reality can be like. We can forgive anything because we know that it's not real and that it's not true, and yet the good things can still be enjoyed. So the Course is teaching that there are really only two attitudes that you should have. If something happens that you don't like, something that affects you, somebody comes into the room who you can't stand, a politician comes on the TV screen who you don't like, you can forgive them, and then you'll be peaceful. And if you've really forgiven them, the way that you'll know it is that the next time that person comes into the room, they won't have any effect on you. The next time that politician comes on the TV screen, he or she won't have any effect on you. And that's how you know that you've forgiven something, when it doesn't bother you anymore, when you're not annoyed anymore.
It reminds me of children around the age of 6 or 7. They not bothered if it's raining or if it's crowded. They just go about on their journey.
Yeah.
Is that what he meant? He meant would be childlike. What Jesus said.
Yes, you should become like a little child. I think that's exactly what he meant. And life actually becomes more fun. And it's not that you're not going to have problems. I mean, I'm not saying that if you do this, that everything's going to go good. You look at Jesus at the end of his life. Things weren't exactly going good. The point is, it didn't matter. Because he could be peaceful regardless of what happens. So what's going to happen in your life, because this is a universe of dualities, you're going to have good and you're going to have bad. And sometimes you're going to get what you want, and sometimes you won't. And when you don't, you can forgive it. And the Course teaches that when it comes to people, you can forgive them if it's called for. But if there's nothing to forgive, then you should celebrate. So we don't have to find something to forgive with everybody. We can just have a good time with them. We can celebrate. I don't feel like I have a lot to forgive with Cindy. So we can celebrate. We can have a good time. And we go out to dinner and we laugh so hard that sometimes the other customers get annoyed at us because we're laughing so much. But life is meant to be fun. And one of the characteristics of a teacher of God in A Course in Miracles is joy. And it says, delay of joy is needless. And that's what forgiveness leads to. It leads to happiness. It leads to good things. And it will also lead to inspiration. Now, a lot of people, they want to make money, but they want it to look spiritual. So they use all these techniques like the law of attraction or whatever to attract money to themselves or possessions to themselves. And A Course in Miracles actually has something better than that. And that's inspiration. In fact, the word inspired comes from the words in spirit. And the more the Holy Spirit comes to dominate your mind, the more you will be inspired. And inspired ideas are like genius level ideas that will tell you what to do. The Holy Spirit can actually guide you through life. So let's say that you have a business. And this can be very practical. You have a business and you can't quite figure out how to make it work. How to make money. And then you'll be sitting around and you won't be doing anything special. And an idea will come into your mind. And you'll go, oh yeah, that's it. I should try that. And you try it, and it works. And that's when you'll start to get excited about those kinds of ideas that just seem to come to you from out of nowhere. It doesn't feel like you thought of it.
No.
You know, like you talk to people who've done something great, and you'll ask them, hey, that was a good idea. How'd you think of that? And they'll say, well, it just came to me.
Eureka.
Yeah. That's an inspired idea.
And it's also from the word enthusiastic, I once heard, onto, from God.
Yes, that's great. And it'll show up in all kinds of different areas, not just business, but, you know, let's say you come down with some kind of an illness. Well, the Holy Spirit may guide you to the way to treat that illness. And even though it involves illusions, and magic in the Course is just simply using illusions to heal illusions. So the Course will teach that, well, that's not a real cure. You know, only salvation can be said to cure. You know, the only real cure is in the mind. But at the same time, the Holy Spirit will guide you to very practical things. You know, I believe that for every disease and every illness in the world, there is a treatment somewhere that will work. And that is simply true because this is a world of duality. So for every good you have a bad, and for every bad you have a good. And it does equal out. Although those two are always going in and out of balance, you know, like the yin and the yang. Ultimately, for every bad thing in the world, there's a good thing to counteract it if you can find it. And what I'm saying is that the Holy Spirit can lead you to that. The Holy Spirit can inspire you to that. And because the ego is so complicated, and because everybody's different, the Course teaches that the curriculum is highly individualized, even though the truth is still the same for everybody. The circumstances that need to be forgiven are not going to be the same for everybody. But the good news is that if you can completely forgive everything in this lifetime, including anything that comes into your mind, whether it's a thought or a memory or anything that makes you uncomfortable, anything that you see in the world, if you can get to the point where the world cannot hurt you, where it cannot affect you, and that you're peaceful all the time, you can attain enlightenment by forgiving this one lifetime. Because the lessons that you're being confronted with in this lifetime are the same lessons that you were confronted with in all the other lifetimes. They may look different, but that's just the illusion. The content, the meaning is still the same. So sure, things look different today than they did 500 years ago. But a lesson that you had 500 years ago is the same in content as a lesson that you have in this lifetime. And to forgive it in one lifetime is to forgive it in every lifetime, because the content of those lifetimes, past, present, and future, are really all the same. So if you can forgive everything in this lifetime, it's possible to be enlightened in one lifetime. And people have done it in half a lifetime. And I've known a couple of people who I'm sure were enlightened. They're no longer in the body, but they're at home with God. And once you're enlightened and once you're at home with God, you don't ever come back. You know, you don't have to come back and save the world. Once again, that's the Holy Spirit's job, and the Holy Spirit is very good at it. And that part is taken care of. But what you need to do is to accept the atonement for yourself and to forgive everything that does affect you. And if you do that, you're doing your job. The means of the atonement is forgiveness. We're only asked to do one thing, and that is this kind of forgiveness where you're forgiving people not because they really did it, but because they haven't really done anything. And in acknowledging that, that's how you get in touch with your own divinity. That's how you get in touch with your own innocence. That's how Jesus and Mary did it 2,000 years ago. And today, in A Course in Miracles, his message hasn't changed at all from 2,000 years ago. But it can be put in a way that we can understand it on a much deeper level, which accelerates our awakening. So now we're being taught to forgive exactly the same way that Jesus did it 2,000 years ago. And in A Course in Miracles, he's kind of like an older brother. You know, he doesn't present himself as being anything special. You know, he says, there's nothing about me that you cannot attain. And he's saying, in fact, you will be like me, and you will awaken from the dream. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And when, a lot of that depends on how bad you want it. And if you want it badly enough, then you will practice forgiveness. And if you don't want it badly enough, then you won't practice forgiveness. Yeah, and it's not much different than being a professional musician. You know, if you want to be a really great piano player, then you'll practice.
Yeah.
And if you don't want it bad enough, if you don't have that desire, then you're not going to practice. Forgiveness is no different. If you want the peace of God, and if you want to go home to God, which is a personal decision, you know, not everybody is ready to go home to God. Not everybody is ready to quit being human and, you know, go back to spirit. But that time is appointed for everyone. And if it is your time, you know it. And if A Course in Miracles is for you, then you know it. And if it's not, well, then this isn't your time to be doing it. And it's not that complicated. But if you want it badly enough, like I do, and like many students of A Course in Miracles do, then they'll do that forgiveness homework of theirs that is required to undo the ego. And it's as simple as that. But it's something that is well worth doing, and it's well worth experiencing. And as I said, you don't have to give up your life either. You can still have all the same things. It's just that now you're above that battleground.
Sounds great. Can you put up the book for us, Gary?
Yeah, this is the book in Dutch. Just came out.
Yeah, you look proud.
Yes.
You should be.
I am.
We're in the same room with your beautiful wife, Cindy. Should we take a little break and then talk a little further with Cindy on your side, or maybe talk to Cindy because she had a book. She has a book also on this subject.
Sure, she can sit right next to me.
Okay, great.
I'll
Let's have some
I'll be
wine.
quiet most of the time. She can talk a little bit.
Thanks, Gary.
Sure.
Sitting here in beautiful Köln,
Yes.
Deutsch, on a beautiful Saturday afternoon
It is.
with nice weather, better weather than in Holland. Meeting Shanti Mai.
Hello.
Thank you for having me.
Greetings and welcome.
Yeah. I got your book through a mutual friend, Giovanjali, one of your students in the past time.
Still,
Still?
I would say that we're always together. Mm-hmm.
Is it so that...
Is she still learning? Is that what you're asking? Is she still learning from me?
Well, I was wondering, how is that when you give someone like Giovanjali a new name, a special name? Is it like a closure of something, or does then the journey start?
Yeah, no, I don't. You know, I have to kind of personalize this because it's really up to Giovanjali how she feels about that, not me, right? But when I look at my own guru, that loaded word, I can't imagine having closure. That would be like having closure from the sky.
But normally when I take a course, let's say I take a course repairing cars, I get a diploma.
Big difference.
Someone gives me a hand and says,
Big difference.
Congratulations, you are now officially a car mechanic.
Right, but in spirituality, you never tell anybody else that they're officially anything. I've never said to Giovanjali or Prajnaparamita or any of them that they have any kind of certificate whatsoever. Their brilliance, their heart, their intention is their own. And my guru never told me that I was anything. I had to find out for myself. And what I found out was I'm not anything particularly. See? And I feel that this realization, enlightenment, these also loaded terms, are never ending. No one really arrives. It's a way of life. And perhaps I can say that it deepens and deepens and deepens. It's a little shifty. Words are a little shifty when you get to this. This kind of explanation. But no. I would never tell anyone they were enlightened, ever. If I tell them they're enlightened and they don't know, or they have not had that experience, or I think you're doing them a great disservice.
Because then they think they're arrived and that's it.
Yeah. And, well, it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Enlightenment, huh?
So, Osho to name someone, he did that on purpose, like a little joke to tell people there, yes, you're now officially enlightened.
Well, officially enlightened is, I wouldn't do that. Everyone is enlightened. Everything is enlightened means that the whole of existence and perception and experience is fundamentally total in scope, and fundamentally total, even though everything appears to be separate and different, yes, separate, no. But realizing that for oneself makes the difference. Or actually, it doesn't make a difference at all. That's the beautiful thing about it.
It stays the same.
I cannot say.
No.
But differences no longer represent separation.
Okay.
In my view, there's differences abounding, infinite differences, but no separation whatsoever. Impossible.
Why do so many people, including me, still think they're separate or feel that separateness?
Think, feel.
Because
you've been told, and because there's. I'm looking out the window right now, and I'm looking at probably a dozen trees, and I'm looking on the dozen trees, probably hundreds of thousands of leaves, and each one unique.
Mm-hmm.
But in that, there is to explain, and we have to be very careful that this explanation does not become an answer, but becomes a doorway.
Mm-hmm.
That again, fundamentally, essentially, this is all brought about by what we could say in language. Eventually, we don't use any language at all. No knowing, no not knowing, those terms don't apply. But now we can say that essentially and fundamentally, to get back to the point, everything is created, so to speak, out of, so to speak, a brilliant, undefinable, unknowable, undeniable intelligence. How that is, I do not know. And I cannot say that I know that, but I am that. And you are that. And I cannot be, in this experience, separated from my experience. I cannot be separated from you as you are right in front of me. We can be different, but you're here, right in the midst of my experience. Is that true?
Yeah.
Well, that's one indicator, is that everything that you experience, you are inseparable from, due to experience itself.
So no separate experiencer of the experience.
I would say absolutely not. No. To me, there's no duality, there's no non-duality. Those are great teachings. They apply to some degree. They deepen one's understanding, but eventually you cannot apply that either.
Can that become another mind game, that non-duality thing?
It can, yeah. I also feel it's a great teaching. But people oftentimes, from what I've seen, from what I've experienced, because I've been around a lot of spiritual people, a lot of spiritual circles, a lot of people come to me who've been in other places with other people, it can become, yes, a bantering back and forth rather than a deepening, because eventually you will not know.
I won't find the answers.
There are no answers.
Yeah. That's how my quest starts. You have answers, and you have questions, and you're looking for answers.
Right, and that's valid, and it's a noble pathway. Excuse me, but
and not but, and that quest is, look, it gives me cold chills to think about it. The quest, for acknowledging one's true nature. But any answer that you get, in my view, I can only speak about my view. Everything else is, even my view is up for criticism, up for grabs, yes or no. In my view, the answers are doorways. They're not arrivals in themselves. If I say to you, I'm seeing or perceiving infinite amount of leaves out there, and essentially they are not two. That should not be an answer for anyone to repeat.
Why not?
It's a realization. It's something that settles in, and one, I don't know. I cannot say, and yet I am. Yeah, and I feel that whatever I say after I am Shanti Mai, I am this, I am that, is a very temporal title or identity.
Yeah. Is that why living as a separate entity
cannot be? You cannot use the word separation. Sorry.
Okay. But, yeah.
Unique.
Oh, unique.
Different.
Okay, but I was referring to that's why it gives so much anxiety, because deep down you know that it's like sand clipping through your fingers.
Why is that? Why does that bring anxiety?
Well, for me it does.
Well, why not just accept it and let it bring whatever it brings, and you're fine with it, and that you come to be at peace with
what is.
Well, yeah, and give up your expectation about the way it should be, or why that is frightening, huh?
Well, the simple answer would be that because you think you have so much invested in this.
Come on, like what?
Like what? Well, for example, if you type in my name in Google, you will find, let's say, maybe 50 websites with all things, creative things, movies. Things.
And what if you changed your name?
Well, I think that would bring out a lot of frustration, but also, again, a lot of peace. I think, because this name, it's.
But it's just a name. It's just a set of letters. It's important. I'm not denying the importance. If I called you Jerry Smith, you wouldn't answer. So that is really important to your name. But we're going deeper than the surface. So the name is surface. Why is it surface? Because you can change it. Why is the body surface as important as it is for navigating through this existence? Because it changes. Yeah. It really belongs to the experience of Earth. What's deeper than that, or more fundamental than that, or more pervasive? The word more is kind of shaky here. What is pervasive? What is fundamental? How is it that I move and have my being and have intelligence? And where did this brain come from? And these bones and this marrow and this skin? How did all of this design come into being? How do I experience any of this? No, I don't know. But there is satisfaction. Not looking for it, not seeking it out, not wishing it was different. And then in everything you experience that is so. And it goes way beyond knowing and words. It's just, here words become very, very, very delicate.
When we just met here in Köln, you told me you have to be fearless to...
Fearless.
Fearless.
Fear's okay too. I mean...
Yeah. You mean by even touching this subject or reading books, or how do you mean fearless?
Well, just exactly as you just said. How did you put it? Yeah, that we have so much invested. These are just ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of investing is, and ideas are important too. They are the play of consciousness. The fear of letting your ideas drop away like rain into the earth and soak you with a kind of wonder. And even the Zen masters would say, eventually the wonder ceases. But fearlessly wonder and be in the state of wonder. What is this?
And that could be of a glass of water.
Yeah, even the beautiful sound.
Yeah.
Anything that you are, that you appear to be.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden, like you say, the sand, the ocean brings the water in, brings in the tide, and the sand, whatever has been there and structured, falls away. But what falls away offers the opportunity. Words are very, 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 very delicate. Offers the opportunity for a greater view.
Mm-hmm.
So now your focus is not on the sandcastle, but the whole beach is available now, so to speak.
So then every drop of sand is...
No.
Yeah?
No, you go. I'm not going to do that.
I'm thinking then every drop of sand, how you call it, coral, is as important as the other one.
It is.
And my drinks and my radio, and I would like to have a special place on the beach.
Sure, and you do. You're a unique individual. We'll wait till the airplane goes by a little bit. Oh, helicopter. Yeah, well, you're still there. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is. You know that one? You know that Zen statement? It's very deep and it's very accurate. So first there is you, then you disappear, so to speak. All of the identity and the ideas have fallen away just for a moment. Let's say just for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And maybe your body doesn't disappear. Maybe it does. It does when you watch TV, by the way. People are enlightened, in my view. They're realized 1,000 times a day, but they don't realize that they've realized.
Watching television.
Whatever.
In a movie, in a drink.
In a restaurant, in the car.
Yeah. You disappear.
You disappear.
You
do.
Yeah.
And there's but your environment and your experience.
Yeah. It feels great driving a car like that.
Yes, it does.
Why is that?
Because
I'm out of the picture.
You're in your element. Everything that you've had to uphold falls away in the drive.
Yeah.
They say that you're in a trance when you drive, but my view is you're in a trance. This is trance. Have you ever gone through a door and it says entrance, enter trance, huh?
Everything is trance.
Yeah, in a way it is. But when we let go of our ideas, I think we're very fortunate. And we see the fearlessness of our heart. And we see in everything and everyone, not the same, not different, not one, not two. No word can define. And yet, this fundamental respect for all of existence comes into play. And then you may or may not like, or you may like or dislike some things. Like I don't like to eat liver. Excuse me, I'm not There's things I'm fond of and not fond of. And great Zen masters say this is a disease of the mind. Well, I know it's a disease of the mind, but I still don't like liver.
And people, for example?
Yeah, and people too.
Let's say that this man who's now running for president in America, Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, how cool is Donald Trump?
Yes, you like him? Yeah.
It depends on where we're talking from. If politicians, I think they're shaky. The whole thing is shaky nowadays. It's become shaky. I don't like to talk about politics so much. But let's say that all of those ideas just disappear. That's very easy.
Mm-hmm.
Then to me, Donald Trump is also totally and absolutely, without question, and fundamentally, the totality of all things.
Yeah.
With a capital T.
Capital
T.
T of totality. Yeah. Well, I look at Donald Trump, I see a big kid with a suit on. You know, he seems so playful.
Yeah.
Doesn't take things too serious. But,
Right. Well, I don't know who's going to do what there, but I live in France.
Yeah.
And I don't pay much attention to the French politics.
No.
Mm-mm.
Talking about the heart, your book says the heart knows.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I know. I think I know out of experience. I think I know because I read the daily paper. I know because I'm informed. I watch the news on television. What's the difference between knowing from the mind and knowing from the heart?
Hey, this is a great question. Again, depend. This word depend. I was just speaking with one of my doctors and students that I have just learned a word in Chinese that is sin, Xin, and that word means the heart and mind, physical, spiritual, inseparably, as one total.
Mm-hmm.
So here we've got this idea that heart and mind are separate.
Mm-hmm. Not?
There's no separation anywhere.
Okay.
I was happy to get the word because, yeah, that's right. So in alchemy, the heart and the thoughts or mind, because mind's a very deep topic in itself, like what is that? But the heart and the mind are married, and you cannot think without the heart. The heart is revelation to oneness, so to speak. I'm not so fond of oneness, but I think it's a really good step.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a resonance of heart. Love. When you love someone, you are really vitrified to them. Vitrification is like glaze on clay.
Mm-hmm.
You can think all kinds of things, but your heart has shown you union.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference between thinking and deciding and defining and separating and positioning in the heart.
And the heart?
Displays union. And to the alchemist, he can or she can not think without the heart engaged. It's part of the story of alchemy.
And with alchemy you mean?
Turning base metal into gold.
Yeah. So is that what you do with your students?
I make great suggestions. Means I don't know if they're great to them or not. To me, just to say that there is no separation is a great suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not my It's the way I speak. And then they either take it or they don't.
Yeah.
It's up to them.
You're not a teacher who sends people out of the room. You know, there's some teachers who say, well, what I'm telling you is it's not for you, or it's not perceived by you as the way I mean it. How does that work, that dynamic?
It's a resonance of heart.
Mm-hmm.
It's a transmission, and I sense that my Guru's grace is on that, my lineage's grace is on that our work has imbibed an environment of resonance. I feel that that's really true. Could be, could not be, but that's the way I see it. And love. And I don't like to be an example for people, but I think I am. And I'm very loose around the edges. I'm not a disciplinarian in any sense or anything like that. But I think those resonances of lineage, some people would say no, but I say yes, okay? Love, caring for the student, not expecting or pushing on them that they should be different than they are. I think that all creates transmission.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they will take it where they take it, whether I'm a disciplinarian or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is up to each person to receive the inspiration that they're asking for, I suppose. And they do.
You've been almost doing this for 30 years.
Yeah.
Talking about this beautiful subject, or this beautiful thing called life, or whatever we want to call it.
See how words don't, they kind of lose something, don't they?
Why is it that doesn't become boring, talking about this?
I was just saying in satsang last night that this is one of the most important topics in life, ever. And there's nothing boring about it. You know, in my spare time, I'm either on the computer or I'm looking into the old sages and seeing what they had to say and how that gives a kind of effervescence to my heart that this conversation's been going on for. Or this versation. I heard that in Italian, versation means to pour.
To pour?
So this pouring has been going on for a long time through shamans, through traditional earth religions like American Indian, Australian Aboriginals, or my view is it's the only topic on earth that's worth considering. Then everything else has is more vibrant or more tender or more. Again, the word more is shifty here, but it adds to life and adds to the fearlessness of death and passing and the fearlessness of letting your ideas go by.
So how come this topic isn't front page news tomorrow?
It's not money making. It's not immersed in the market. It is to some degree. I mean, my gosh, from the first time I started this and went to visit my guru, you couldn't find a... No. And now you see Ganesha and Buddhas everywhere, you know, and Kuan Yins and all this. I think it's really good. Good, bad. But it's not a marketing topic. I always, you know, in Buddhism, in really deep Chan Buddhism, it is said, and I agree humbly, at least through my experience, not just through my ideas, that there is no pathway to enlightenment. So my view is that if anybody packaged, it would be incorrect. So this is deep, personal, intimate experience. And the personal and the impersonal are not two. They're not one, and they're not two.
But at least the suggestion of this, wouldn't that be great news to bring to the world? That's maybe why I also traveled 300 kilometers from Holland to here.
Sure.
I could sit outside in the sun watching beautiful girls go by. You're beautiful too, but a different. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, when this subject when it touches your heart, it really feels like the only thing worth really talking about, but spending time on.
That's what. Look, you just said it. You have the key there. When it touches your heart.
Yeah.
And then you have this. I sense that. I came across my thoughts today that this is a great privilege to consider this matter. When you read the old Zen masters, I mean, hundreds of years ago, they say the same thing is said today. People are engrossed in things that looking for satisfaction, looking for something to fill them up, when in fact they are already filled up, and no need to look for satisfaction. Well, you have come to a divine, what I call divine means undividable. To me, divine means undividable. You have come to a divine curiosity. You're so fortunate. And everybody will come. Eventually. This is the great story in the Bhagavad Gita when Krishna is standing before Arjuna and he shapeshifts into the universal form. Thousands of arms and big old teeth and fire coming out of his mouth. And Arjuna's going, wow. And he says to Arjuna, everyone is coming to me from all sides. That's... So eventually people will. I mean, my view is that, at least for this moment, is that this is what Earth is about. Recognition. And then beyond cognition. Right here, not somewhere else. Beyond is not in another place. It's just the relinquishing of notions and titles and strict, confined thinking.
And this has been so throughout of all ages.
Looks like.
Yeah.
If you look back in the scriptures or in the conversations of the great masters, they say the same thing. Which makes you wonder, is every life cycle going through these kinds of initiations? Is that what's happening here? I cannot say, but looks like, at least it applies to some degree.
Yeah. So I was wondering, you travel around the world talking all parts of the world about this subject. Is the way of communicating it, it's always in English, but I could imagine that we're now in Germany. We had World War II. People of Germany seem to be a little bit still feeling guilty about everything that happened. Is that something you feel when you talk, for example, here?
Sure.
The collective pain, the collective guilt.
Yep.
How do you deal with that? How do you talk about it?
Talk straight through it. We don't talk about it. We don't ignore it, but it's not the topic. The topic is that everything that you put onto yourself, the guilt, the shame, the titles, the names, all of it will have to be stripped away, little by little, or peeled off. All these barriers to deeper understanding. And it just can be washed away like the sand on the beach is washed away by the tide. Same analogy.
Well, maybe it's my projection, but when I walk down the streets here, I feel so much sadness.
Yeah, I feel some sadness around the entire world. I mean, the world is just in a tumultuous mess. Humanity is. And though that is true, and though I care, my work here is to very shaky words, deepen my understanding. Relinquish the world, actually, while caring for it. Jesus said, be in the world, but not of it. So, again, it comes back to relinquishing the ideas that we have about ourselves. And in that, we actually get to see through that. And though we may feel guilt and though we may feel sadness, our feelings do not define us. We don't need to deny them, but they don't define us. There is no definition. It's so beautiful. It's exquisite.
So it doesn't make you sad, all the sadness around the world?
A little bit maybe sometimes. But I don't mind to be sad. But the sadness is, I believe or think or am or refuse to permit the sadness to contain me so that becomes my defined experience and everything else falls apart. You know, like, well, nothing would fall apart, but in my view it would, because here I am, I'm a sad person around the world. And I have an idea inspired by the bodhisattvas that spiritually ignited people such as yourself must maintain joy. And in the face of sadness, natural joy, so that people don't forget what's inside of them, that there is joy, like the color of the leaves, it's more than enough. You know, it's like, I've just been enthralled by the beauty of the yellows and the greens and the way the sun shines through them.
Yeah.
In the world, but not of it.
So the miracle is constantly yelling in our face.
It is. As ourselves. Those eyes that you have, where is the sight in them? You know, it's like, it is so deeply mysterious, and I am all is Isis. Huh? It's about as much as I could possibly say, really. It's probably too much. Even though, like the old Zen masters, they would say, stop thinking and stop talking, but the book's this thick. It's still important what they're saying, even though the book is this thick and the words and the thoughts are there. Like that.
Yeah. Let me open up your book.
Sure.
There were a couple of things which, again, touched my heart. Here on page 93, for the people who have the book in front of them, Shanti Mai says, only the perfect resists, or I hope I translate right, because it's in Dutch. Alleen het volmaakte blijft. The hidden beauty in truth is everything that is truth.
Yeah, with a capital T.
What's the difference between truth with a small t and a capital T?
Okay, the truth may be that, okay, this is the story of your truth and my truth. I find that really
Not so
difficult.
interesting.
Yeah. So what it is small truth is my opinion, my view,
Mhm.
and your view and your opinion.
Yeah.
And those can change. But truth with a capital T cannot be found, cannot be held, and yet is. As all things are, is perfectly as it is.
And must be true.
Well, we use that word. It's a pointer.
Hmm.
You have to be really careful with words. That what's truth really mean? Oh God, I have no idea. Do you?
Well, if I think about this maybe absolute truth we're all searching for, must be true all of the times, everywhere. Doesn't make a difference where in the world, when, in what kind of circumstances, and
But what's it mean?
what it means. Yeah.
You have a sense of it, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a sense of it too.
A taste.
But a realization of that.
Mm-hmm.
But after that realization, or in the center of that realization, or whatever, the definition falls away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is really a lovely thing. Mm-hmm.
Because
Because you're in the throes of the experience. So just stay there. Where else would you want to go?
yeah, the mind says there must be something more special than this, or
Yeah, but now you know better.
yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, me too.
But it took me like, let's say, 35 years to.
Could take lifetimes.
Yeah, and isn't that a waste?
No.
No.
I mean, no, because everything is, here we go with the definitions again, but let's go there. Everything that is the play of consciousness, they say in Hinduism, which I really, it's a very good way of looking. It's the creative expression of the divine intelligence, the inseparable intelligence from all things. The leaf is intelligent, green is intelligent, wind is intelligent, everything is of its divine nature, inseparable nature, which is difficult to talk about.
Yeah. Well, when I look into my life, I think, well, how have I not been recognizing this the last 30? How could I look beyond, or how do you call it?
It's your
Beyond that?
lifetime to do so. Maybe in the last life, maybe there's no other life, but let's say the divine, who knows? But let's say this creative intelligence wants to play out a politician named Donald Trump, or a crazy person who shoots people in schools, or a great saint, or a river, or a cloud, or a yellow leaf, or a grain of sand.
It's not up to me to say what I should be in this life, during this lifetime.
Maybe it is, but now you have that awareness that you have maybe some responsibility towards your own relinquishing divisive and containing ideas. That you have some responsibility towards that. I think some people would disagree with me, but I don't know how else to say it right now. It becomes, I mean, in my view, it becomes a cherished kind of awareness. Yes, of course, why would I do anything else?
So we've been talking now for 45 minutes. I haven't heard you use all those popular terms like ego.
Well, you won't hear me use that word.
No.
Because there is a sense of separation, but there is no separation. So when someone says you have to let go of your ego, in my view, what it means is you have to let go of the idea of separation.
Mm-hmm.
I can show you throughout all the scriptures and through my own experience that for sure there is no such thing as a separate individual. Uniqueness, difference, yes. Separate, impossible. And ego means separate. Me as opposed to you. There's no such thing. So I'm not going to ask anybody to get rid of something that isn't there.
No.
But if they want to talk about that, that's fine.
But could you maybe in a teaching tell to me, well, stop thinking you're so special? Or maybe...
Well, yeah.
Because for me, that's a big...
Or that you're unspecial. Let's not go the other route
Okay.
either. Let's not slide down the board or climb up it.
Mhm.
I'm running into this sometimes where I see spiritually deep people who are teachers. And it's not a criticism. It just comes around me. That's the only reason I'm noticing it, actually. Otherwise, I could care less. It's right in my environment. So that wants to be something here. And okay, that's a teaching. No problem. But for everything that you really want to be, for true understanding, rather than understanding, for true understanding, so to speak, one will have to strip away every last notion.
Notion of?
Me, you, high, low, guilt, fear, incompetence, greatness, any comparison whatsoever.
Vanity? Yeah.
And still, you can comb your hair and look nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the identity with that. It's an interesting word. I-dent.
Yeah.
There's the dent, huh? Identity. So, and identity's harmless as long as you're aware that that's, this body is not myself. I don't even know if I have a self. This self story is a little perplexing, but it's a very good direction. But I have no name. I mean, I've had many names. So that was one way that it helped me a lot. I am not my name. I'm not the body. But thank you for navigating this experience.
Mm-hmm. Is that also a reason why you sometimes give your students a fresh new name? Because
they ask for that.
They ask.
Oh, I never would do it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I have given sometimes. It would be very rare that I would give somebody a name without them coming and saying, "Can I have a name?" I think. Did you ask for a name, Sahar? Right. And I don't think that there's a couple people who did not. But out of the years, I think maybe 5 or 6 out of hundreds. But the name, I feel, fits them really well. But it's another name.
Yeah. But maybe it could help that there's not so much invested in that name.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a blank sheet of paper.
That's right. What a beautiful notion, a blank sheet of paper. What can you do with a blank sheet of paper? Everything.
Yeah. But you could start writing all things that makes
Yes, and then you can erase them. Or get a new blank sheet of paper.
Yeah.
But it's a very good example. Isn't it beautiful out there? Look at the sun and how...
Yeah.
It's just exquisite, huh? And so when I drop the notion that it's just absolutely exquisite, it's still absolutely exquisite.
And you could say that about
Everything.
this appearance.
Yeah, absolutely. A great mystery, in my view, a great mystery, without an answer.
Mm-hmm.
But a way of life. This is a way of life. Discovery, uncovering, stripping back.
There's a lot of ignorance going on then about, for example, how nature works. When you see all those little ants working together to create something beautiful. How come when you look at it, you can how come you cannot be in awe about this and think, well, it's a mystery how that works,
Yeah.
and how this works. When I cut my finger, it grows back again, or
Right. It's all pretty amazing. And it's a dream, and it's changing. It's called a dreaming because it changes, and it has very specific rules and laws. To be a green leaf has a very specific law, as opposed to being an ant. Mm. And yet both are moving, so to speak, the physical or the appearance is moving through time, coming and going. It's amazing. I don't get it. I've never been able to get it. I just don't get it at all. I tell this to people. I don't have any answers. Zero. Some signposts along the way. Maybe, if I'm fortunate, some inspiration that I can offer.
the easy way would be to call this an illusion.
Well, that is true.
It's true that it's an illusion?
Yeah. Why?
Why is it true, or why?
Why is it an illusion? Why is it true that it's an illusion?
Because it comes and goes?
Yeah. There's no root to it whatsoever. It's like trying to capture a second. Or a word.
So nothing permanent. Except permanence.
Yeah, I don't think the word applies. And that which is said to be permanent and that which is said to be changing are not two. Inseparable. Nothing. There's no such thing as separation. And this is one of the things that I have a hard time with, is the true and the false. In my view, it doesn't apply, true and false.
Some teacher I spoke said there are no mistakes.
Who said?
Lisa Cairns from England. She said there are no mistakes.
I agree. We can say we make a mistake because, okay, we have to go back and do it over. But, and we don't have to go back and do it over, but we would feel, maybe sometimes we would feel the need to move through that experience more smoothly, with more intelligence, with more skill. So we could call it a mistake, but no mistakes, no coincidences.
No coincidence?
No!
You say that with a...
Do I?
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's any coincidences. Coincidence. Everything is incidence.
Everything is incidental?
It's occurring.
Yeah.
It appears to occur anyhow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coincidence.
So Shantibai, any final words you want to say to our viewers and listeners? Are you coming to Holland? Maybe no?
I don't think so. I don't think I'll be in Holland for a while. Germany, here I come often. I used to come to Holland, but I haven't come to Holland for a while. Is that true? Yeah. Last time was the time Naropa invited me to Holland. But that hasn't happened for a while because I think he's busy with his own students now, you know.
Yeah.
So I come to Cologne, live in France, going to the United States, live in India, like that. Is there anything? Yeah, there is. A very beautiful statement dropped into my heart one day. Somebody was writing a book and they wanted me to be a part of that. I like this story. And I was looking through the book and seeing what other teachers had said, you know, because he wanted a little statement. And I said, well, okay, I got to make a statement too. And I was looking at the teacher's statement and I thought, I don't have any statement. What the heck is this? You know, these guys made some brilliant little comment. And then this comment, this inspiration fell into my heart that says, The essence of spirituality, awareness is the essence of spirituality, and being willing to be aware is the great turning.
Being willing to be aware.
Is the great turning.
And why is that?
Because you'll take, I don't know, because you will, the word responsibility comes again, because you will take it upon yourself to say, yes, I will drop that idea. It hasn't served me very well. I don't like so much. It doesn't work for me anymore to have resentment. It doesn't work for me anymore to be judgmental. A little bit of that goes on anyhow. We can't say it doesn't. It doesn't work for me to compare myself to anyone. So I'm willing to be aware that that needs to be relinquished. It's not important anymore. It's a great turning. It's a great turning.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And awareness is the essence of spirituality.
So not being aware, but awareness itself.
Yeah, well, being aware.
Being aware also.
Yeah, but awareness is the great, is the essence.
Yeah.
And awareness, whether you're aware or not.
It still goes on.
Well, the totality of all things does not depend on anything. It just is.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah. You either tune in or you don't.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you, Patrick.
Here we go again. So, could this message just be summed up in 3 words? No, 4 words. There is no you.
Which, in a way, would actually almost be too much.
Too much.
So
to
there
say.
actually is no message.
Yeah. But still, we talk for half an hour.
Yeah, apparently. Not really, but apparently.
Yeah. Does it ever...
So if you would assume that this is a message, this could be the message. There is no one.
Does it ever bore you?
Bore?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. Is it still fresh and new talking about this?
In that sense, always, of course.
Because?
That's, in a way, the natural reality. I mean, fresh and new is a little bit... I don't like that picture too much, but what is, just is whole and complete. And by being whole and by being everything, in a way, it's fresh. And always, yeah, like it's always new. But, yeah.
So this is not like being born all the time. That you're born,
Exactly, that's, one could say so, yeah.
born into the moment?
No, there is no such thing. As you say, this sounds like a process or something going on, or being new again, getting old, being new. No, it's just ungrasping. It's
Yeah.
timeless. Timeless, basically. It's ungraspable.
So also no such thing as time. We haven't
No.
been talking for 30 minutes.
No, of course not. No, we haven't been talking.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But still there's a thought that I'm talking to you.
Apparently. Not really, of course, but
Yeah.
yes, that is what apparently happens.
Is it then imagination? Am I imagining that I'm talking to you?
I would say experiencing. You are not really imagining it, but you are. When there is someone, there is an experience, an apparent experience of what happens.
Yeah, but no experiencer.
No, when there is an experience, there is also an experience.
So there's also no experience.
Apparently. When there, that's the basic setup of separation. I experience something.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
Yeah. The dream of...
And liberation, or in a way apparent liberation, is the collapse of that setup. It's the death of me And together with that, also the death of I experienced something. I experienced sitting here and having a talk. That's, for me, that is the only reality. That's all it knows. I'm here and I experience that situation.
Mm-hmm. And I love it, or I hate it, or I want more of it.
Exactly, with all consequences. With the story adding to it and immediately having, judging it. Is it good, is it bad? Regarding my goal, personal happiness, fulfillment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all additional.
We have this movie called The Matrix. Do you see any similarities with that movie talking about this?
Not really.
No?
No, because there is someone seeing through the dream. It's a nice picture, this whole... It's not what it seems like, but there's still someone who sees that.
For you, there's no one seeing through the dream, because there is no one.
And there is actually no dream. There's nothing to see through.
Yeah. Yeah, great. It really sounds freeing, I must say.
Yeah, it is. In that sense, it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. In from reality. In the end, a reality that never existed, but yeah.
Then one could say, are we taking this whole stuff too seriously? And then you say, well, there's no one who's taking it seriously. Or
I mean, in a way, that's the burden of me, to live in reality. And in reality, everything gets meaningful. Because when I'm real, my experience is real, my suffering is real, my need is real, good and bad are real. Within the dream of me, everything is only real. And we could say that's its burden. But yes, it isn't real. It's real and unreal. And yes. But there is no one to take it more lightly, you know. This would just be loosely speaking, so don't take it serious. It's not what's actually being said here. It's not what is suggested. It could become a new task. Mm-hmm. Me might start to take this very seriously.
Yeah, but
I seriously try to not take it too serious.
Or I seriously try to get enlightened.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
But in the story, my father is in the hospital. And I see him suffering because he thinks it's all real. He thinks he's ill. He thinks he has to stay there for another week. You want to help someone.
Okay.
Is there any way to bring this message to someone who...
No, of course not.
Why not?
Someone will never hear that message. There is no message. It's impossible.
And
you can't bring it to anyone.
Yeah.
It's just impossible. It would also be coming out of a misunderstanding that there is someone who needs something like that message. It would come out of the idea that there is someone who needs something additional. And in a way, this idea only can come out of the experience that there is someone who needs something additional.
So this father being in a hospital, that's all, just use a word, perfect. That doesn't have to be anything changed about that.
One could say so, yeah.
And me trying to change it or to help him is also the story, but doesn't have any effect on...
Oh, there can be an apparent effect, of course. But you wanting to change it, or you feeling about it as you feel, is as perfect as your father lying there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just no thing as that. But within the story, there can be an apparent effect. You make him laugh or not, but it all doesn't matter. It all already is it.
Yeah. So Advaita is no medicine for the depressed or the Oh, you don't even call it Advaita, no.
It's not a method, exactly. There
Yeah.
is no such thing as Advaita or non-duality, or that simply doesn't exist. There is no... It just doesn't exist. It's an idea that there is an issue, non-duality, and there is an issue, Advaita, and that there is an issue, separation.
Yeah.
No.
It's a non-issue. Yeah, you still have to give it a name. Yeah. And any plans on traveling the world? And what do you give talks in Germany, but in Holland, also in England or America? Or
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is your full-time job, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what were you in the story before talking about this?
Oh, I did a lot of stuff. I never learned a real profession.
No?
Because I stumbled into seeking very early, so there was no space. It's no space to learn a proper job. That's why I'm ending up like that. And I was working as a security man and courier driver, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Jobbing.
And do you see yourself ever going back to that when this all stops? Could be.
Yeah, it could be,
Yeah.
of course.
There's no goal with this.
No.
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 So it also doesn't bother you how many people are coming to visit you this evening?
No.
Yeah, but for me sometimes, I don't know, this message seems so dear that you think, oh, I have to shout it out of the window to everybody.
Yeah, there is an aspect to this, but not
it-
really. I don't have it actually.
You never had it? Also not in the beginning?
No. No. To be honest, I was surprised that for half a year no one came, but I know there wasn't a sense of. No,
And does
I
that,
never had that.
does that mean never come back and say to you, oh, well, look what you are doing here, that's all. Nobody's coming, stop it. You're crazy. There's not that narrative anymore.
There is a functioning. There is also functioning thoughts or a functioning brain, but no one listening to it. So in that sense, yes, me doesn't come back. But there is a functioning going on that seems to be pretty personal, of course.
So there is a narrative that says you should get something to eat, or you should get some fresh air, or
Yes, apparently.
yeah.
That's what apparently happened. That's what I mean. It's an apparently functioning human.
Yeah. But you don't call that a me.
No, of course not. That's the dream of me.
But what changed then with the thing sitting over there?
And nothing. Nothing really changed.
No, like Tony sometimes says, no, bam, or
Oh, I didn't have an event.
it came gradually.
One could say so. Or death was too subtle to notice. Would be another story to tell it. But in the end there was no event. I mean, that's the whole thing. That in death it turns out that there is nothing alive and there's nothing to die. So this whole end of me thing is something that has no reality. Those two aren't realities. Me and no me aren't two opposite realities. It's part of the dream of me that experiences itself as I'm something on my own. But that's a dream. There is nothing on its own, and there is nothing having an own reality. So in a way, that's the big surprise, that nothing changes. While me only lives in the dream of, for sure, something will have to change. Whatever it is, it can't be this. It has to be different, however it is, but it must be different. But the big surprise is no, absolutely not. That was the dream. So the change, let's say, the apparent shift from me to know me is absolutely illusory. You can't point it out. You can't put your finger on and say, me died.
This date on the calendar.
In the story that sometimes happens, some
Yeah.
people have an apparent event, but it's apparent. It's not real.
Because nothing is real.
Because nothing is real, yes. And the whole presence of me is illusory. Nothing really goes away.
It's good that that is said, because sometimes it seems like you're waiting for something to happen.
That's how me lives, exactly. It is waiting for something to happen. That's its whole experience. This isn't it. And something has still to happen.
Yeah.
No, of course not. That's the dream. It's this, as it is. Like you are, like I am, like this is. Without anyone experiencing how it is. It just is as it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's no additional experience of that, but exactly that's it. With these thoughts and with these thoughts and these feelings and this room and this atmosphere, that's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
There's nothing to get, nothing to reach. And even this can't be experienced or doesn't have to be enjoyed or transcended or seen through or anything. This doesn't completely require anything. No recognition, no seeing of it, nothing, just nothing.
So it's just for the joy of it.
No, it's for nothing.
It's for nothing.
No, it's not even for the joy of it.
Still looking for a reason. Yeah. Yeah, great. Tonight when I'm going to bed, what happens then?
Yeah,
Also nothing.
No thing. That
Yeah.
you go to bed is the story.
Yeah. But the story goes away when I'm in dreamless sleep.
Then you are not there.
Yeah. And we love that. Or it seems like we love that. When you don't have that dreamless sleep, you say, well, I didn't sleep that well last night.
Yeah.
So is that the moment when everything isn't contracted anymore?
One could say so. There's no self-consciousness. Yeah. And one could say as a story, liberation is when in the morning no one wakes up.
So
liberation is just like going to sleep and never waking up again.
So that's what I sometimes call it death. Is that what happens with death?
Yeah, exactly. It's like going to sleep and not waking up again.
Yeah. So we don't have to be afraid of death. Could be.
Yes and no. I mean, for me, being afraid of death is quite logic, because all it have is the illusion of being alive.
Yeah.
But of course, being alive is the illusion, so there is no real death and there's nothing to be afraid of. Yes.
Yeah. And the word love, can I bring that to the table? What is love?
This is love. One could say so.
So we are making love right now. No, there's no we that is making love.
Yeah.
Are we being in love? No.
No.
Is being the love. Is
It depends on how you define love, but you can use love for the unknown, because there's just no one there experiencing it as not it. There's no one running with it and saying, this can't be, this can't be, this isn't allowed, fighting is not allowed. That's just not happening. That's love.
But
no adult watching.
And your partner, he or she, is she, or is it he or she?
It's she.
Okay, yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Of course.
You are. Is that a different kind of love then? No.
That's what apparently that's how you define love. There also can be an apparent feeling of love or attraction that
Is it
can
stronger?
happen too.
Are you stronger feeling that love when you're with her than now sitting with
Oh,
me.
sometimes there's love and sometimes there are other feelings. I'm not living in a state of, I mean, me lives in a story about I'm in love with that person and thinks then I should always feel loving or something. No,
You can be angry sometimes
yes, apparently.
and throw with things.
It hardly happens.
And is she also into this stuff?
Kind of. Yeah, we met before actually. We met when we were seeking. So she's kind of familiar to it.
And is it for someone visiting satsangs and so on, is it a good idea to find a partner in that circumstance, or is it just also a story? You don't know.
But there's no one to choose. There's no right or wrong, or no good or bad. It can be everything. It can be pleasant, it can be unpleasant. But it doesn't matter.
So someone visiting satsangs doesn't have to get involved with other. You know, sometimes a teacher told me, watch out with which people you get involved in your surroundings, because
No, which is bullshit.
yeah, they can pull you back into the illusion of being someone.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Why is that so BS?
Oh, because it's just a complete story.
It doesn't work that way.
That you could choose to be with whom you are. And there are things that are better than other things, and that's just part of the dream, that you can create conditions that serve you, that you have to consciously be aware and attentive to not do the wrong things in order to fuck up your enlightenment. It's just
or fuck
it's
up my
bullshit.
life. Yeah, but
I mean that's the basic fear of I am.
yeah,
If I don't do it right now, then I fuck up my whole future.
yeah.
Or my future enlightenment. My future happiness, which is the only moment when I will be really happy. In the future.
Not now.
Yeah, of course not, because that's not it. In the experience of me, that's not it.
Yeah.
And being pulled back and all that stuff. As long as there is someone, me will live in the dream of things pull me back into me, which doesn't mean anything else than things destroy my good experience.
Yeah. So
That's what's me working on, having good experiences, and it's constantly working on that by being watchful and conscious. I shouldn't meet that person. I should eat better.
Yeah.
I should avoid that groups. I should avoid that feeling. I should avoid that thoughts. I should go there because of. That's the work. That's the struggle. The constant work of me to being attentive, to be consciously aware of doing the right things.
yeah.
For nothing. It's all for nothing. It's completely useless.
Yeah. But one can live a whole life apparently like that.
Yeah, most people do
Yeah.
that. Most apparent people do that, of course.
Isn't that a shame?
No, because it's not real.
Okay, so nothing to worry about.
No, of course not. No.
And nothing for me to help those people.
In a way, that's the story. That there are people living as me is the story.
Yeah.
It is what apparently happens. And obviously it's a story, but obviously no thing appears as the sense of me, and people, apparently people running around seeking for oneness. That's it.
Yeah.
That's already it.
So me thinking that it would be nicer for those people to sit on the beach and enjoying a nice cocktail instead of worrying about the future is also
Is what apparently happens, but when there is someone, this me will live in reality with that story.
yeah.
And apparently suffer from that. But that is what apparently happens,
So
and no one cares about that.
there's no suffering.
No,
Never.
of course not. No.
Syria now, people getting bombs in the story, but In reality, no suffering. Because there is no one in Syria.
It's no thing as suffering. It's not good. It's not to make it good. Me would understand if there's no suffering, then they should actually all be running around dancing in joy. No, it still is as it is.
Yeah.
And it still is apparently painful. And apparently suffering, of course.
Yeah.
It's not making it good in the sense that the apparent me would long for. But it longs for goodness, meaning a state of goodness or an experience of goodness.
But the critics would say we are now denying that there is suffering in Syria.
I'm not denying, in that sense, I'm not denying the suffering in Syria, I'm denying the reality of it, which just cannot be grasped.
Yeah, and that cannot be discussed.
It cannot be discussed. No. And it's not supposed to make suffering less painful.
It doesn't change anything.
No. Not in the sense me would assume it. Because me would assume a real change in the story, because it experiences everything as real. The apparent surprise is that it's not real, that it's not only real, and that it's in a way whole and complete, but as it is. It doesn't have to become good as the me would assume it, or as the me would need it.
Yeah.
But it's also not seeing people and saying to them, it's all good. Don't suffer. No, if suffering is what happens, that's what happens. And no one cares about it.
But one of my plans could be, I'm going to take an airplane and buy all of the books by Andreas and drop them in the cities of Syria. I'm serious. And that someone reads it and maybe it gives them relief. That is also bullshit. Beside the point.
Yeah, of course you are free to buy a lot of books
from you. But it wouldn't change a thing, because there is no thing. Yeah, okay, yeah. And that's already...
the change itself would be no thing. There may be an apparent change, but the apparent before, the change and the apparent after would all be no thing. It would never be a real better.
Yeah. Still, you are a big fan of World War II documentaries and stuff. There is a story that's going around of some people.
That's what apparently happens.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of it. I'm not seeking something in that. That just is what apparently happens.
Mm-hmm. But the story is that there are some people in Auschwitz who came to this conclusion and then didn't suffer anymore. So it brings me that I say we have to go to people who are in lifelong prisons, just that they have the possibility to hear this message. There's no need for that, or
no.
So already again a me who's trying to create a better world that is not there.
If there is someone doing that or thinking that this is the right thing to do, yes, then there is someone living in the dream of there being a world and good, and that this message is a real message that does good to people or not, yeah. Which isn't wrong, but it would in that sense have nothing to do with the end of me.
Yeah. It's I once heard someone say it's decorating your jail a little bit. Maybe a window, maybe some fresh air, but you're trying to help someone.
Yes, that's what exactly. One could say so, which isn't right or wrong.
Yeah. So Andreas is not trying to help people. He's not flying around the world trying to help people.
No,
because
of course
there are
not.
no people.
No, of course not. No.
And there is no Andreas flying around the world.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not trying to help.
Yeah.
in that sense, because I'm not even there. It's not coming out of another concept.
Mm-hmm.
It's not coming out of a new idea that not helping actually is the better help. No, it's just this whole energetic setup of there being two people and seeing someone who is separate and is suffering and needs help. This whole setup just isn't there.
For no one.
For no one, yeah, of course, it's, yes.
Yeah, this is not, that doesn't imply only you, because there is no you. So it couldn't even imply that there's only a select club of people on the world who we call the enlightened, who are in this state or this acceptance, or no. It's a universal rule we are talking about here.
Yes and no. I'm the impression you're mixing up things, because what apparently happens is a world where most people experience themselves as someone.
As separate, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is also no one doing. There is no one really separate, but most people apparently have the experience to be someone. Oh yes, definitely. That's what apparently happens.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not real. The presence of me is nothing real.
So that is not being denied. There are some teachers who say there is no you, that just forget about it.
Yeah, there is no you, because the presence of me is illusory. Of course there is no you. But in that sense there is no general rule, because there is no general big happening going on. It's just simply ungraspable.
Yeah, we can talk for hours and hours. Yeah, it still amazes me that it doesn't. That you don't even have a watch. You don't look at your watch after half an hour and think, well, that was enough. I'm not going to say it one more time. You either get it or don't get it. Get out of the room.
It's endless. It's not moving towards an end.
Yeah, but it's not tiring you. Is that because there is no you who can get tired, or?
It's just what happens.
Yeah, it almost feels like jumping into emptiness, and not knowing if you're ever gonna land again.
Yeah, one could say so. That's how it can feel for me. Yeah.
Quite scary, no.
There is no ground. There is no end.
And nothing to grasp onto.
There's nothing to grasp, and there is no bottom. Me will never land. Me will never arrive. That doesn't exist. There will never be a sense of an end. That's what me is looking for. A point, an end, an arriving. Something where I arrive at and I can count on. That's part of the dream that doesn't exist. There is no arriving anywhere.
Still, teachers tell me I'm searching for home. Then there is no home also.
Of course there is no home.
It sounds so pointless.
It is pointless. Of course.
So, after traveling the apparent world, aren't you glad that you are back in Stuttgart and then finally get home again and get into your nice couch and sit in front of the TV and think,
That's what apparently happens, but there is no experience of it being real. There is no experience of there being someone on the road longing for a rest. Me experiences itself as being on a path, as moving forward in time, and it looks for an experience of arriving, of resting in small things, or one could say as it experiences me, the arriving in small things like coming home after a trip. For a moment it has the experience of that would be another assumption for enlightenment, that I experience it in small things, and enlightenment is the one big me arriving experience.
Yeah. No such thing.
No, there's no experience of that here. You might see me sliding on the sofa, but there's no experience of that being a point, coming to a point. But of course there is no one experiencing himself moving on in the first place. So without that experience, the whole idea of arriving somewhere just falls away. I haven't arrived. There is no one to arrive.
Yeah, that makes something clear to me, because if I understand you right, because I always have the feeling I have to go on vacation, and then when I'm on vacation, I have the feeling I have to go home. And then when you're home again, you think I have to go on vacation. It goes on and on and on.
Yeah, of course. When there is someone, it just goes on.
Never stops.
And it never stops, exactly.
I have to move to another town. I get to the town, I shouldn't have moved to the other town. I should have buy a camper and travel around the world.
It's just empty. I mean, this sense of arriving is just part of the dream of I am. But in the end, it's nothing. It's not a real arriving. It's not real. It doesn't give something. There's nothing in there for me. It's just completely empty and nothing. So it doesn't stop the seeking at all. The seeking doesn't get the need of the seeker doesn't get fulfilled at all by any experience, and also not by the experience of arriving. It's just nothing.
One last question.
Yeah.
There are some people who they call satsang hoppers. They go from satsang to satsang to satsang to satsang to hear someone like you apparently tell this.
Yeah.
Because I now feel like I'm on vacation hearing you say this. So I could get addicted to this.
Yes.
To this that vibe that comes with you. Almost putting this in my face for an hour. Nothing wrong with that. Also.
I don't.
Be hopping satsangs or.
No, I mean, me will live like that. And completely doesn't matter if it's seeking in that, so to speak. It seeks an experience, and it thinks, as long as there is someone, me will turn that in an experience and think, oh, I, to some degree, experienced that freedom. I experienced the letting go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it might come back here and seek here. But as long as there is someone, there will be a seeking setup, and it completely doesn't matter.
But why should people then come and visit you a second time?
Oh, no one should. Most people just don't have another chance.
Because they didn't listen right? Or
No, because they don't decide.
They don't decide?
No one decides to come here or not.
It's just what's apparently happening.
Exactly.
So it doesn't also...
but no one has to come here. It's not good.
And it also doesn't bother you that you see the same faces for years and years on. You think, oh, don't you get it?
No, of course not. No. It's not moving towards a goal.
No.
It has no direction. No. And as long there is me, there will this setup be running. It's ending not because it's supposed to end or because it's right to end. It's ending because it is what apparently happens. But this isn't moving towards the goal of people losing their me and being free afterwards. No, not at all. This setup, this story doesn't exist. It's free already. Asking and answering is free already. It doesn't need, also there, it doesn't require an understanding to end this. It's not about ending something.
Not about getting it.
It's not about getting it. It's not about anything.
So no diploma at the end. Here you go.
No.
Signed by Andreas. You have now arrived.
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
You have failed to survive.
Yeah. Now get out of the room. Yeah.
No.
No.
Is he?
For people who missed you this time, there are no people missing you, but just in the story.
Yeah.
How often do you come to the Netherlands to talk about this?
I don't know how it will continue, but I think twice a year.
Mm-hmm. There are talks on YouTube From every meeting? Also,
No.
Just some meetings.
Yeah.
There's a book.
1 English book and 2 German books.
Can we have the titles?
Okay. Of all 3? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We want to give you some promotion at the end.
Okay. I'm completely not used. I don't want to answer that. No.
Okay.
That gets tough now. The first book is called Weihnachten. Doch, Weihnachten hat es nie gegeben.
Okay. It never gave Christmas.
Christmas never happened.
Christmas never. That's a great. Yes.
The English book is called No Thing, Ungraspable Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And the brand new German book is called Freedom of the Life and Death of a Phantom, I think.
How do you call it in German?
Freiheit vom Leben und Sterben eines Phantoms.
And is it going to be in English?
I don't know.
There's no book in Dutch then.
That's true.
I could ask some friends at Samsara, the Dutch publishing company, if they're interested. But let's see what happens. And the website is Andreas.
No, thetimelesswonder.com.
So that is what we were talking about, the timeless wonder.
Which is no thing. Yeah. Yes, this is the timeless one.
Yeah.
Which is no thing.
Yeah. Do you do these one-on-one talks with people or only in groups?
Oh, if people ask,
Skype?
We can meet. Yeah, Skype.
Yeah. Is it expensive?
It's for free actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
So now I feel obliged to put some. I didn't even bring a gift.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I think I have a gift in the car for you. I guess it's no drugs anyway. You could think we're in Amsterdam. I brought a little bag of weed for you, but that's not. Yeah. Anything you want to add?
No, actually not.
Okay.
No.
Thanks for this great talk, Andreas.
Hey, thanks too.
Liebe Grüße. And thank you.
Thank you. Dankeschön.
Sitting here in beautiful Belgium with Jan Kerschot to talk about something that maybe can confuse a lot of people because it's not a subject that you can easily talk about. But I saw your interviews in Japan and also the interview we did in Dutch, and you are someone who can speak very passionately about this subject. Why are you so passionate about the subject non-duality, Advaita? What touches you?
I believe, Patrick, it's a subject that never fatigues the mind, because it's something which is beyond the mind, and the mind gets both frustrated and fascinated by that, because the mind knows there's something there, which some call an open secret. And on the other hand, mind feels very frustrated that it can't get its hand on it. You never can say, and I can't either, and nobody else can, I've got it. I've got it, I understood it, I've got it all. Now I have finished the job, I have done all the understanding, I got my PhD in non-duality. You will never get it. You can write books about it, and you can keep on talking about it, but you will always, in the end, have to admit I have failed. I failed in describing it, I failed in understanding it, I failed in feeling it. The only thing you can't fail is being it. And that's what we're all doing anyway. So that's the paradox. And this paradox will never leave you, and I think that is why you asked this question. This will never fatigue our search. It will never stop fascinating us, because when you're a seeker, and it may be a good thing or not a good thing, that's another subject. When you're a seeker, you feel something is lacking in life. Your ordinary day-to-day life, something is missing. Something that goes back to the days that you were 3 weeks old, so to speak. That open awareness that was there. And at some point when you grow up at the age of 2 or 3, it gets some sort of, you get lost. And you identify with the person you think you are, that others say you are. And at some point you start to miss that original open awareness. And then you become a seeker. And then of course you will go around and look for spirituality, philosophy, answers to questions. And some seem to give you answers, others don't, and you keep on searching. And for those who really want to know and don't want to make any compromises, they might end up into Advaita. And even there, the frustration will go on, because this is a subject that, as I said before, cannot be reached by a person. And in a way, you could say it's the person who's standing in the way. On the other hand, the person is not standing in the way because it's there anyway. So again, it's full of paradoxes. I will say one moment I will say this, and 5 minutes later I will say the opposite, and both will be true.
Yeah.
So this is something that readers of Advaita will have to get used to, because when you are reading a book of, let's say, conventional philosophy, then you just know that there is a very intelligent person writing down a story and that all goes as it should be. But here in Advaita you will always have these contradictions all the time.
Yeah. There are quite a few people nowadays who speak about Advaita.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they also point at each other and say, well, he's got it wrong, I've got it right.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get this wrong? Can you get this right?
No, of course not. You're right. I think I agree with you. In a way, and I think maybe in one of my books I've done something similar, like saying this is not a real, let's say, Advaita teacher because he's compromising, and I suggest that in some interviews. But afterwards, I should always say, but in the end, it doesn't matter. In the end, nobody's wrong or right about this. Non-duality means there is no division between left and right, high and low, me and you. So where would I find inspiration to say that this person is less than the other one? So even if someone is obviously compromising, okay, then that's what's happening. That's the expression of beingness, of the non-dual reality or energy or life, whatever you want to call it. It's expressing itself in that particular teacher who is allowing his devotees to kiss his feet or to walk around in a white robe or whatever he or she wants to sort of prove himself or herself to the audience, that he or she is special and maybe above the others. Then that's life. It's part of life.
Yeah.
So there's nothing really wrong with that either. And that's maybe liberating, because when you become a teacher, and I can't speak for the others, but I remember when I was, then you start to read books about heroes, spiritual heroes. Like 15-year-old boys or girls have their heroes in music or in the Hollywood scene. Then you have your spiritual heroes. Some of them living, some of them have died. And you have these books and these movies of these perfect people who were expressing eternal love and unconditional love and perfect peace and all of that. Yeah. And you think to yourself, well, I'm not like that. Because when I look in the mirror in the morning, I see a normal person who has arguments, who has frustrations, who has pain, and is not living in this perfect harmony 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So this 24/7 program that you should have according to some rule, you're not going to make it. And I think you never will, because you're only human. Yeah. Thank God you're not some sort of spiritual floating energy. No, you're a real human with a head and a heart and legs and relationships and things you want and things you don't want. What's wrong with that? I mean, let's just let them be there.
Yeah.
And
So there's no such thing as enlightened behavior.
no, of course not. No, not even enlightened beings, because that's a contradiction in terms. If we're talking about non-dualism, I'm not talking about the spiritual, let's say, the usual spiritual heroes who are described as perfect beings. I'm talking about non-dualism now in this interview. And when you say non-dualism, it means you do not divide it into two, right? So there is not two, it's only one. But you can't say one because one is already suggesting
That there's something other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there is only what is, right? So you can't make any divisions anymore. And that's something that a lot of people have find very difficult to accept, that you can't have a high without a low, that you can't have the left without the right. You can't have the past without the future. You can't have a North Pole without the South Pole. If we accept that, and that's what non-dualism is really about, then it becomes extremely difficult to say this person has it, this other person hasn't. Because that's duality.
Yeah.
You're pointing to a direction. And you're not only giving a description, because I don't think there's a problem with saying this is left and that is right. But that's duality, and the world is full of duality. Language is made of duality, the brain works on duality. But once you say left is bad, right is good, then you add a label. You give value to the one or the other. It's like saying the North Pole of the Earth is good and the South Pole is not good. In non-duality you can't do that. So there's always this balance. But when you come up close and you look at a particular person or a particular event, you could say, oh, this sounds very bad, what he did or what happened there and so forth. That's true. But that is because you're focused on a very small area. Like a photographer would use a telelens. He can focus and zoom in into that area and say, yes, this is good or this is bad. But once you zoom out, when you get a broader view, then you can see the balance. And for example, when you are on the beach and you look at the ocean, you see one horizontal line. But maybe if you would come closer, if you would zoom in, maybe there is a storm there with very high waves and very low waves. And the person who's sitting in a little boat in that storm would say, oh my God, I'm in the middle of the storm. Now I'm going down all the way and now I'm going up. He is completely into that experience. But when you take a distance, literally, then you see that there's still a balance, despite the storm that particular person thinks he or she is in.
Yeah. You just told me at the dinner table that for you there's a difference between non-duality and non-dualism.
Yes.
Can you tell us something about that difference?
Yes, I think it was what I just pointed out a bit, that the division between left and right and North Pole, South Pole, that's duality. And we need duality in order to communicate, in order to have a conversation, in order to
play.
Communicate. Exactly. So there is no way out. So duality is perfect. And then the second part is, you say left is bad, right is good. Then you create dualism. You create an additional division.
Yeah.
Because you give value. You say, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. So, for example, if you talk about political parties, those who are from the left side will say that the right side are not so good, and the right side will say we are the good ones and they are the bad ones. And that's also not just in politics, but also in religion, countries, but also on a smaller level in relationships and so forth. So the duality is just the division North Pole, South Pole, left and right. And dualism is you give additional value. That's good and that's bad. And this is something which is so much integrated in our brain, in our education from centuries. I mean, the whole, let's say, the whole cultural life of the earth, of our humanity is based on this. So I don't expect that we just discard it and we say, well, it's not true. That's too hard to do. But when you're talking about non-duality and non-dualism, then I think we have to sort of look at this matter and see, yes, maybe this is just an additional program, because what you think is right may be wrong for me, and vice versa. If you are from a different religious group than I am, then killing someone is good for you, but not good for me, and vice versa. So it's because we are opposite. You're sitting there looking at me, and I'm looking at you. my right side is there.
Yeah.
My left side is there.
Yeah.
And because you're looking at me, you have the opposite vision. So it's already so obvious. But if you would stand next to me and we look the same way, then both would say that that's right and that is left. So it's all a matter of perspective. It's all a matter of how we look at things. And when you look at things as a person, then there is left and right, there's good and bad, and that's fine. Because that's the world of duality, the world of dualism. But when we're talking about non-duality, you're not looking out from a personal entity anymore. You're looking as beingness. I don't have a better word for it. Beingness, even with a capital. Like, for me, the most sacred word, but I wouldn't call it sacred or holy, is to be. Just to be, because that is the magic. And it's all something that where nobody is excluded. Everybody is doing it.
Yeah, being.
And you're doing it naturally. You don't have to put any effort into this.
Yeah.
I think it's a great, let's say, start for people who are new into Advaita to say, let's do something that takes no effort. You just sit here, you watch this video, and you just sit there and there is nowhere to go. No expectations. You don't have to feel in a particular way. Maybe you have pain, maybe you have frustrations, or maybe you feel fine, maybe you feel balanced or in peace. It doesn't matter. And you don't expect anything for the next 5 minutes to happen to you or to your life or your spiritual search or whatever. Just this. Your normal, everyday consciousness. It has never been away. Where would it go? Where would you go in order to find it? What would you do to improve it? There is nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And once you, it's not an understanding, it's not a seeing, but once that's really, really clear, a lot of the old programs and expectations like, I should be more like this, I should be more like him, or like her, or like that spiritual hero, or yesterday I was still having a fight with that person, so I'm not there yet. I should always be in peace and love everyone and everything. Once you realize the law of duality, you know this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And it doesn't have to. Just being. And this simple being is not simplified in the sense that nothing is happening. Life is happening. Life happens anyway. Whether you like it or not, whether you're trying to steer it or not, it's going to happen anyway. And when you see that, it just flows. And there you go with the good moments and the so-called bad moments. But you know that these are only labels in your mind. And that just can go on. And then the spiritual search seems to have lost its power. The fan may still be running for a few moments or for a time or for a while. But who is the person who's looking for it? That's why I would never, let's say, impose people to have certain techniques like meditation or whatever in order to reach something. Because I would ask, who is the meditator? Have you ever found a meditator? If you decide, okay, tomorrow morning from 8 to 8:30, I'm going to meditate. When you sit there, just do it. Just check, where is the meditator? Have you ever found a meditator? Did you find a little man or woman inside this head of yours? I've been in, I'm not a surgeon, but I've been in surgery many times, and I assisted even to brain surgery, and we have never found a little man or a little woman inside the brain. Nobody ever had. And even with the newest scanners, we don't find anyone there. It's an idea, which is a wonderful idea, it's a practical idea, it's great, but it's an idea, it's a concept. And a concept is something that happens like for 1/10 of a second. It's not there all the time. We think that the ego or the person is there 24 hours, 7 days a week. It's not. When you think about how many images come in your mind, visual, auditive, tactile, ideas, feelings, emotions, let's say that there are one every 10th of a second. And so you have hundreds of thousands of those images on a daily basis. One of them is, I am a person. I am a limited person, I'm sitting in here. But the next one is, oh, it's warm here, or it's cold, or the phone is ringing, or I should go there, or next week I'm going on holidays, or whatever. So you have plenty of thousands and thousands of images. And once in a while, several times a day, there is, I am this person. But it's only one thought, it's thought number 100,245,043, which says, I am a person. And then there's all the other ones. Thoughts, images, all of them, appearing on the screen. So aren't we giving that particular thought too much attention? Is it really worth that much value? Isn't it overrated, as we could say?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
And in non-dualism, it's just seen for what it is. Not underrated, not overrated, for what it is. An image that appears several times a day for a split second. While we were eating, while we were drinking, even while we are talking about non-duality, where was the person? Where was the Patrick? Where was Ian? When I am at the border, when I travel and I go to the airport and they ask me to show me the passport, I show the passport and they check my name, they check the face, I say, yes, that's you. And maybe for that split second I say, yes, I am this person. If they ask me, I will say yes. Otherwise they put me into a mental hospital. Yeah. But on the other hand, the rest of the day when I'm walking with my luggage and checking in and sitting in the plane, I'm not all the time thinking, I'm a person, I'm Jan Kerschotter or whatever. No. Even when I look in the mirror the next morning and you're shaving or you're brushing your teeth, I mean, is that person, that image on the other side of the mirror, is that you?
Yeah. And we know that, Jan. We have this every day, every year, also here in Belgium and in Holland, we have this festivities called Carnival.
Mm-hmm.
We put on another mask.
Mm-hmm.
The town gets another name.
Yes.
We dress up like a clown or like a police officer. We love to lose our identity and act another identity for 2 or 3 days. These 2 or 3 days, I'm the nurse.
Yes.
I'm the king. I'm the king of the world. So
whatever you want.
Freeing.
Yes.
Because I can take off
the
old jacket.
Yes.
Be someone fresh, someone new.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people also, when they have alcohol or go to a football match or whatever they like to do, a music festival, they also lose themselves into the event. Yeah. I think joggers or marathon runners or a lot of people who are into sports activities and so forth, at some point you really lose yourself, which is, well, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but that's what's happening. But I think it's not only in those events. I think even while you're walking down the street, even when you're driving your car, even when you're sitting and watching television or a movie, where is the ego? So when these traditions, some of the traditions, you have to get rid of the ego because the ego is not so good. Mm-hmm. First you have to find it. Yeah, it makes it into something. Yes, you give it value. Yeah. Like, oh my God, this is very ego-like behavior or whatever. You shouldn't have egocentric thoughts or ideas or feelings, whatever. But first, if you can't find the ego, what or who are we talking about? Yeah. And if it's only an image that appears, let's say, 100 times even a day or a week, even then it's like, and the rest of the day, the 24/7, and then we still admit that there is time, because that's the next subject, like what's time. But if we still accept that time is there, that there is a past and a future and a now, which is of course not true, but if we accept that, then this idea of ego is only like that. Yeah. So how you don't have to fight it. Yeah. Sometimes people are sitting with the guru in India or whatever, and they say, oh my God, I had this wonderful experience, and when I'm sitting here in the ashram, it's wonderful and I feel so peaceful, but I am afraid when I come home, it will all be gone and I will be in normal life again. I mean, normal life is as much an expression of beingness than feeling peaceful or happy in the group. There is no difference for beingness. The point of non-duality is not what you have sometimes. It's what is there all the time, which is beyond time. It doesn't even enter the idea of past, now or future. So it's never been away. So how can you look for it? It's no experience. No, and it cannot be experience. If someone says, I have experienced oneness, come on. No, nobody can. Or I am without thoughts for more than 10 years now. I mean, come on. And what's wrong with thoughts appearing? There are clouds passing by, okay. Maybe we prefer the blue sky, but sometimes we need some clouds as well. So, okay, there is a cloud. There is a bad thought or a good thought. Even the idea that the thought is good or bad. It's only, again, another image of these thousands of images every day. So I think that's a very easy way to approach non-duality. Just this, and never stops. And you think that you can manage it, and it's okay to feel like that. I think it's okay to think you have free will and all that. Why not? Pretend to have a personal life. Pretend to do this and to do that and to work on the better. It's only a pretend. But deep down, inside, life is just doing its thing. The stars are moving, the earth is turning around, and we are on this planet for. If you look at this in the time and the earth is here, 70 years or 100 years is nothing. It's like the wave in the oceans, the classic metaphor, which I still love, is the wave just comes there, you get born and you die, and that's the wave. It's in real life, the wave is 1 second or a few seconds if it's a big wave, and that's your life. And you are very worried about all these little details happening during that coming and going of that wave. And you wonder how it's like with the other waves. So you look around and you want to be like the other waves and feel the wetness of the water. But the water can never feel the wetness because it's wetness itself. So if you go and see your teacher say, I want to feel how it's like to be oneness, but you are already it. I remember that I was in London at Watkins bookshop, and we had a sort of meeting there about when the book was launched. I think it was Nobody Home, and one of the ladies said to me, but how can I feel this? I want to feel this oneness. I want to feel it all the time. And I remember saying to her, but when you say this, I feel that you are a wave asking another wave, please, I want to feel how it's like to be wet. And I said to her, you're as wet as you can be. Because we're both made of water, and we're all part of this ocean, and for these 50 or 18 years that we are going to be on this planet, we are going to have this rising and falling of personal life, which looks very real, but I can't make you even more wet than you already are, because you're made out of wetness, because we're both made of water.
Yeah.
And maybe you have had an experience where it felt so nice. It's like, I sometimes compare it with the ice cube in a glass of water or in a lake of water. And you feel limited, but when the water temperature is rising, you disappear into the water, which you were before, during and after your life. And I think for some people this metaphor works for them. They realize that what they really are has never been lost. There's nothing that they have to do to get it. You don't have to change your behavior. You don't have to change your clothes or the way you look or the way you talk. What you are is your particular expression, apparently, of course, of beingness. And that is why I like the word beingness so much, because it has no religious connotation. It doesn't sound Indian, or it doesn't sound Christian, or it doesn't sound New Age. It's very neutral, and it's true for everyone. Yeah. Because I think that is very important in non-duality. Nobody is excluded. I will say it again. Nobody is excluded. This means that you, me, but someone here walking by in the street is not excluded from this. You can be excluded from a religious organization because you don't wear the right clothes, or you don't pray the right prayers, or you don't eat the right food, but you can never be excluded from this.
But also the chair and the lamp and
the
cows in the garden are
exactly
excluded.
Nothing can be excluded. But if we're talking about seekers, spiritual seekers, they sort of hope to join a group and then be part of a club with a master, and then that will give them more value. I think we are more important because our master is so important. Yeah. And they maybe consciously or subconsciously might exclude those who are not praying or not meditating or not behaving as they do. And I think for me it's very important that nobody can be excluded. So it's very democratic.
Yeah.
But without any politicians, just democratic.
Universal.
Universal, and everybody's different, because I think I like the differences. I like that you are different from me, and that men are different from women. That is what life makes life.
Yeah.
But still, there is an equality regarding the value. I'm not valuing someone higher or lower because they are famous or they are a man is another woman or vice versa. There is this, and that's again the ocean.
Yeah.
It's horizontal. So there may be difference in the wave in appearance, but when you take a distance, when you zoom out, they're all equal. And equal is not the same. It means the same value. And I think that happens when you start to, or rather, if you would stop to sort of add labels to people or events.
Yeah. Could you say that the less labels you put on yourself, the less labels you put on...
Probably, yes. I think on the others you mean? Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. It could be. But I don't think that it's now wrong to put labels.
Mm-hmm.
If I see something happening on television, I say, how can they be so stupid?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a normal reaction.
Yeah.
This is not a reason for me to think, oh, I'm still labeling, so I'm not there yet. No.
But for you, maybe the difference is that you say that about that character on the TV, but that doesn't mean that from now on, that character or that person will never get rid of that label. It's just an opinion in the moment.
And it's gone.
It's gone.
1 second later,
and maybe
it's gone.
the day later you love him and you say, oh, what a great guy it is.
Because you live in the moment.
Yeah.
I like the comparison when you talk about this. When you when you're very identified, and now I'm contradicting myself, of course, but if there is a lot of identification with your person and your values, religious or political or whatever, then someone compared it. I like the comparison with being like a stone. I mean, you're very strong, or you feel strong, but when someone hits you, for example, with a knife, it leaves a scar.
Yeah.
It's hard
Yeah.
to go in, but it leaves a scar which is there for weeks, months, or years. When you're less identified with that personality, you become more like sand. The knife goes deeper, but after a few days, the wind passes by and it's gone.
Yeah.
And when you're even more, let's say, or less identified, you're like water. The knife goes in all the way, but it doesn't leave any scar.
Yeah.
And I don't want to project a sort of ideal state where you are like the wind or like air and any knife can do anything and nothing happens to you, because that would again become an ideal state that you have to go for. Like, oh my God, I have to be like the sand and not get irritated if my partner gets angry with me or when something happens on the television that irritates me. So that is again the sort of usual trap that you think, oh, I have to get there as well. I need to be different than I am now. But how can I give you your true nature? How can I learn you to be what you are? Because you're already being it.
Yeah.
And the fact that you are, or the fact that things are, or that things happen, that means that it is as it is. And that's for me the most holy thing there is. Without needing any religious system or spiritual tradition that supports me or confirms me. I don't need to use any spiritual terms from India or China or wherever, because this is about common life, everyday life. We don't talk about 7 steps to heaven or very exclusive clubs where they have holy books where only a few have access to and so forth. This is the common life. Every day, whenever you wake up, that's it. There is no escape. You can't find it, but there is no escape.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. That is so amazing.
You
You cannot lose it.
You look very happy when you say that.
Yes, but happiness is not the goal. Happiness and being in peace is not a characteristic of this. Not at all.
But still, when you speak about it, your eyes shine.
Yes, but
full of enlightenment.
that's because you want to share.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, you can't share this because it's already there, whoever you are. Even if you're not interested in Advaita, it's equally there.
Yeah. We don't have to get out on the streets with big signs who say, get into Advaita.
No.
You have to hear this. That was the first thing I
Oh
when I
yeah,
heard
we all
this,
have that.
I wanted to go
Yes.
to the TV station and say, we have to put this on the 8 o'clock news.
Exactly.
This
yes.
is the greatest news ever.
Yes. But that will most likely be very counterproductive.
Yeah, you get cured from that.
Yes, and also I think this subject is not at all interesting for people who are not feeling this lack.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we are the good guys or the bad guys, but if you talk to let's say people,
Normal people, yeah.
yes, maybe people who are not interested in this, they say, "What are you talking about? Come on, let's talk about something interesting." Because for the mind, this is not really interesting. Because the mind wants something to do,
To grasp.
a plan,
Yeah.
to compare, to construct, to deconstruct, whatever, to criticize, to label. That's what the mind loves to do.
Yeah.
And there's also not much emotion involved, so the heart is also not so addressed here. Unless you sort of really see that everybody is this, and nobody's excluded, that's also a form of openness for all and everything.
Yeah.
Which could also be, like say, opening of the heart. And so in the beginning, Advaita looks very cool and cold. And I must admit that I have written texts after, let's say, more in the beginning of this, like 10 years ago, or in the early 2000s years, that might sound very cold and distant. Because when you discover this, it may sound very harsh. But on the other hand, and it's also what Tony Parsons says, this is also something like a complete openness for all and everything.
He calls it the beloved.
Yes. I don't use that word because I don't understand what he means with it, but I'm not English native, so I don't know what it really means. But I would say that it's not that you start to love everyone and everything. I mean, that would be ridiculous, and that's not the goal. But it's like seeing or even recognizing the oneness, the beingness in everyone. You look in someone's eyes, maybe it could be a murderer, or maybe it could be a saint or a sage, and still you know that the energy through which he looks or she looks at you is the same as yours to him or her. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's oneness. That's for me the unconditional love. But it's not means that you have to hug everybody on the streets.
No free hugs.
Or that you no, I mean that's another subject, but that's not non-duality.
No. Talking about good or bad, good old Shakespeare once said, "There's nothing good or bad, but thinking makes
Yes,
it so."
Yeah.
What's that with thinking? Is that thinking the thing that gives us the sense of me? It creates duality, but it's not bad. It's included also, so it has a function.
Yes.
What is the function of thinking for you?
Well, I would say that thinking is something that happens naturally, like clouds passing by. And you have your thoughts, and I have mine, apparently. And I think maybe thoughts are a bit overrated. I think thoughts are interesting for practical life, otherwise we would not be, we would not have the technology we have today. That's the difference that we made over the years, over the centuries, that has created a world for us that is unique and wonderful, but also has its less interesting sides, let's say, put it that way, like creating weapons as well as poetry, music as well as wars. That's all created through our human capacity to think in abstract ideas and past and future and so forth. I think I see thinking as valuable or interesting on that level. When we talk about non-duality, thinking is rather, let's say, it can be again a tool, and it could also be a curse. Like, yeah, you can talk about non-duality as we do, but as I said in the beginning, I will always fail in describing it. But I can be able to describe what it's not. By taking away what it's not, maybe something's left that the viewer will recognize as, yes, this is it. There is something here which is now looking at this video, hearing the sounds, seeing the images, the hands moving, the face, the two eyes, the mouth, and there is something here on my side of the viewer that takes it all in, which is open space. It has to be silent, otherwise there can't be any sounds coming in. It has to be white, like a white screen, otherwise there can't be any colors coming in, and so forth. So I think that the viewer can recognize that this pure awareness is already there, and you don't have to do anything to be aware of this. Even if you say, I'm not aware, you first have to be aware to be able to say you're not. You can't, even if you deny it, you have to be there first. So even if you close your eyes, still images will come, still sounds will come in. I mean, you can't escape from this.
There's a Dutch teacher who once said, it doesn't take any effort to feel that you are really tired. So there must be something that is not touched by being tired.
Exactly.
Being excited, being angry, being frustrated.
Yes. Yeah.
And that being
yes.
is what you're talking about.
Yes. Let's say, when we explain this, you sometimes use the metaphor of the witness. And it's only a metaphor, so it's not for 100% correct, but you could imagine that you're in a movie theater, in a cinema, as we call it here, and you're sitting in a chair. If in front of you you have a white screen, in the back of you have a white light. And you watch your movie of your life. And there's always one image every 10th of a second, and images come and come and come, and you are, in this metaphor, a witness of your life. That's step number one. I don't like to use steps because there are no steps, but I have to now to explain this. You see, language is sometimes a burden. But so you look at your life and you see your life happening in front of you with the sounds, the vision, the emotions, everything is on the screen. Then, and that's more typical for Advaita, you ask yourself, am I sitting in the chair watching with my consciousness behind me spreading the light on the image, or the person who is watching is also on the screen? So instead of sitting in a chair, you are on the screen. And so you're like a two-dimensional flat thing on the screen along with all the rest that's happening. So there's no one in the room, and then you have this white screen and you have the light. And then the third step, again there are no steps, but the third step in this story is that the source of the light and the white screen are one. And then you have a plasma screen or a LED screen where the source of light, the images are one. And that is, I think, the best metaphor I can give you to explain what this non-duality is all about. And you, the person you think you are, is an image that once every hour or 10, 20 times a day appears as an image on that screen. That's all. And when you, as a person, are on that screen, two-dimensional flat screen, it's not two-dimensional in reality, but in the metaphor it is, and you meet another, let's say, guru says, I want to know the light. Where should I go? The other guy says, oh, the light is everywhere. What do you mean everywhere? I don't see it. But you are the light. You can't see it because you are the light. You are on the screen, on the LED screen, on the plasma screen. So there's no way that anyone can bring you there. There's no transmission of the flame. There was a book, I think, by G. Krishnamurti. The title was Transmission of the Flame. Because sometimes in this situation of satsang, you have the sensation that something of this that cannot be described sort of energetically flows through the room. And this is something that is experienced many times, and this is something universal and a very interesting subject. But you cannot transmit the light from one person to another. But in these settings of, call it satsang, or whenever two or more people are talking about this subject, the ego may be checkmated, doesn't know where to go. I mean, no time, no space, nobody's excluded, I don't have to be different. In that sort of setting, it could be that just the light comes in, but the light was never anywhere else. It was always there, but maybe the screens we have in front of our eyes, where I should be this, I should be that, the past, future, good and bad, when they disappear, oh my God, you're back in the baby situation, 3 weeks old. Yeah. I mean, when you remember, well, we can't remember. Most people don't remember how they were when they were 3 weeks old, but you wake up and you look around and you see the ceiling and suddenly you see a foot appearing. It's your own foot, but you don't know it's your own foot. You hear a sound, but you don't say, oh, this is my mother. oh, that's my father. You see images, sounds, and then you hunger. That's an appearance here, but you don't know that it's hunger. And then you cry, but you don't know even that you are crying. You don't know if you're a boy or a girl. You don't know
Name.
nothing.
No.
That openness has never been away. But then your parents started to point at you like, you are a boy. That's your name. You are Patrick, and you are. And when you grow older, you are a good boy or a bad boy. You see, dualism. You should do this, you should do that, you should not go there, you should not talk to this person, you should not, and so forth. So all these programs, they get stuck in you, and that is when you lose this open, or apparently lose, because you can't lose, but apparently lose this openness, which has never been away. And then, after a while, some of us, not all, seem to miss this consciously and start to look for it, and they become seekers. And some of them have spiritual experiences where suddenly they think they see the light. It's like in the movie, the film breaks and suddenly you have a white screen. Suddenly you say, oh my God, this is not real. There is something else. I've seen the light. And there are many stories over the last 2,000 years of people having seen something that they can't explain. And this can be a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing in the sense that you see or experience, but I can't use the word experience here, you see that what all these books that we're talking about, like about non-duality, that this is something which is real. It's not just a theory. That's the blessing. But the curse is that you want it for yourself, and you want it continuously. And then you become a frustrated spiritual seeker, because you have felt it and you want it again, because it felt so good. But there you are back in the horse race. You're back looking for something that you want for yourself now and the future. And you want it, that the other ones don't have it. It's not your problem. You want it for yourself.
Yeah. And sometimes the ego gets hold of it and says, now I'm special.
Of course.
I've seen the light. I'm a light worker. Or
yes.
I'm an enlightened
master.
Enlightened
being, yes,
yeah.
Exactly. Which is also fine. I'm not judging that or saying that it's bad or that it's wrong. But it's a mechanism, it's a phenomenon that happens in the world. And once you've seen through this game, you can still enjoy watching it like you watch a movie, but you know that it's a game that's played. And that's not what I believe, this is my personal opinion, that this is what non-duality and non-dualism is really about.
Yeah.
It's about that which has never been away, that doesn't take any effort, which is there for all, for everybody. Nobody's excluded, but nobody has it. So that's why they sometimes call it an open secret. It's open because everybody has access. It's not locked. The door is open. And on the other hand, it's a secret, but because only a few people seem to sort of understand it. But doesn't mean that there's people who understand it or write books about it or give talks about it, that they are of a higher level. Because that would be duality again.
Yeah.
I've said this before, and I also wrote it in the book, This Is It. There are three, let's say, very popular tools of the ego to keep on searching. And one of them is time, past and future. I don't have it now, but I will have it in the future, so I'm going to work for it. That's the first one. The second one is the idea of separation between me and the others, which is the most difficult one for the most people, to understand that the division between me and the others is something that is talked into our heads, which is conceptual, not real. And then the third one, high and low. Like, that is good and that is bad. This is of a higher energy and this is a lower energy. And these three tools are for the ego, let's say, the perfect tools to postpone, apparently, of course. I always have to say apparently, the sort of understanding of what this is all about.
Yeah. I once heard, I think it was Byron Katie, say, only an ego would try to get rid of ego.
Which it can't. I think it reminds me a little bit of the story of this policeman in Texas. And he has received from his wife and Harley Davidson for his birthday. Beautiful bike in front of his house. And on Saturday morning he starts to clean it. And he suddenly receives a phone call. He walks into his house. It's his brother who is in the hospital and he's talking with his brother. And suddenly he hears, vroom, a very recognizable, beautiful sound of his bike. He says, oh my God, someone is stealing my bike. So he puts down the phone, runs out and sees someone driving away with this beautiful bike. And he gets angry, he jumps into his car, follows the guy, and the guy drives into the port. And it's a very remote area where you can stock cars and where you can stock things behind these, these gates in iron. And so he follows the guy and he sees him opening one of those gates, puts the bike in there. He says, oh my God, I'm going to lose my bike. He runs after it, says, hey, this is my bike. They start a fight. And during the fight, he puts the guy against the wall and he hits his neck and he dies right at the spot. The policeman says, oh my God, I've killed the guy. He was only a thief. So I'm now the murderer. And so he says, what am I going to do? Nobody has seen this. I'm going to put my bike away. I leave the guy here. I erase all the
tracks.
Tracks, because he's a professional, closes the gate, cleans everything, puts his bike away, then drives back home and goes back home. Next Monday, he comes at his work. He's a police officer. And the police officer says, oh, I need you because we have just arrived the message that someone was killed and we have to investigate. And you can do it, because you're good at this. And now he is both investigator and murderer
at the same time.
Exactly. And that is the situation of the spiritual seeker.
He will never give up. He will never say who did it because...
Exactly, because the ego, if the ego finds the killer, he gets the electric chair. The policeman, when he finds the killer, he has to say, I did it. Oh, we are in Texas, you get the electric chair. So he knows that when the final search, when the search finds let's say the final step, it will be the end of the searcher.
The case will never be closed.
And that is why that the ego is so good to find always a new way to postpone.
Let's try that.
Let's admire a special guru who is perfect or seems to be perfect. So I can never be like him or her. That's one of the examples, but there are so many. And that is fascinating in a way. It's not wrong. I'm not saying that it's not wrong because it's just a phenomenon. It's also what is. It's also what's happening. Like murders happen and people helping each other also happen. There are many things happening. I'm not judging and saying this is good or bad. It's just a mechanism that I'm exposing here because we're talking about the subject. But this is really fascinating. The spiritual seeker will never be able, it's even impossible, to sort of...
Stop seeking.
Yes, because that's
the end of the seeker.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
So there is no way around this, and that's the paradox again. And I would say it's interesting to just look at these mechanisms and maybe recognize them. When you watch a video like this, it means that you're interested in Advaita, if you're still watching now. So then you might say, yes, what am I doing? Or what can I say people doing around me? I've been around it myself and been into spiritual groups and reading the books and going to talks and so forth. And I saw so many things that I did and that I saw around me that I learned so much from. The another thing that I think is very interesting is that you can have great spiritual experiences, and as I said before, they can be a blessing and a curse. And especially when you were in a depression for 20 years, you really had all the worst things of life happening to you, and then suddenly you have this insight. It can be such a relief. It's like lightning happening to you. Yes, but the problem then, if you can call it a problem, is that you think that this lightning that strikes you is the standard, the new standard to meet, that you have to have this every day. Every morning you need to have your lightning, and that's not going to happen. Because it's like you are sitting in a cellar and you're locked up there for 20 years. Then someone comes in and takes a match and strikes a match.
Light.
Whoa! But you haven't seen light for 20 years. It's like your eyes will burn. You say, oh my God, what is this? And then after a few seconds, the light goes out and it strikes another one again. You're still excited, but not as much as the first time. And after a while, they put 3-4 candles. You get used to it. So the light is only striking in the very beginning. And I think a lot of spiritual seekers who have had special experiences get stuck in that phase. They say, oh my God, that Monday morning or that day when I was with the Master, I felt, whoa, and now I'm back home, or now I feel bad. It has nothing to do with feeling good or bad. It doesn't have to do with experiences. Experiences come and go like the clouds come and go, but the space in which they happen does not come and go. The white screen in the front of the cinema theater doesn't come and go. And it's even not touched by it. If you go to a movie and you see a Western and there's a lot of shooting and the movie stops, the lights go on and you walk down and you check the cameras.
Holes.
No holes, exactly. There are no holes because the and this may sound cold, but it's not. The white screen is untouched by the good things and the bad things, not by the pleasure and not by the pain, because it's the capacity for all. It's the witness of the witness. Because I was talking about the man sitting in the chair watching his own movie, and that sometimes in some, let's say, spiritual techniques, you can learn to be a witness, to sort of take a distance, and that may sound cold, and sometimes it is a bit like that you take a distance, like, oh, it's not happening to me, it's just a movie, right? So you take a distance, but in fact, when you see that there is no person, that distance is completely gone, and there is no judgment anymore. But there can still be compassion arising. It's not excluded. But sometimes when you talk about life this way, when you talk about compare it with a movie, you are disturbing people, because you said we're not going to go out the street and say this has to be in the 9 o'clock news or whatever. Mm-hmm. Because it's like you're sitting in a movie. It's a great movie. And then someone comes in, switched off on the lights and said, it's only a movie. Yeah, what will the owner say?
Shut
we
up.
paid for this. We have to continue because it's a great story.
So
maybe if it's a horror movie or romantic movie, we want to see the movie. And that's why the movies, that's how the movie is made for.
For me, that's always when someone sits behind me and someone says, that's not possible. I think, come on.
Don't comment.
Let me enjoy this.
Let me just see the movie as it is. And that's why in some cases, talking about Advaita, for people who are not interested in this, is very disturbing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like talking in the movie while they are watching the movie. Like, hey, someone is behind you and saying it's only a movie, this is not real or whatever.
It's the same when two children are playing like father and mother or nurse and doctor. And you come on, you are a 4-year-old, you are not a nurse. You don't do that. You don't spoil it for people and children.
Well, and that's what you might be doing when you force people into, let's say, this kind of talks.
So only if you're interested.
Well, you won't be watching now.
No, but maybe you think, I have to send it to my friends.
No, don't become a sort of messenger or a prediker, someone who wants to sort of really... transmit his ideas. That's not, I don't think that's a goal. But if it's happening, that's also what it is.
Yeah. To close this almost 1 hour talk, you brought out several books in different languages. Mm-hmm. People can watch this all over the world. Your book, one of your books has just been translated into Japanese.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
That's Nobody Home.
Yes, let's say we've put them here especially for that. So the first one, well, the first one was Coming Home, but that is sold out. But the second one was published in London. It's called Nobody Home. Mm-hmm. And then the second one was This Is It, also by Watkins in London. Mm-hmm. And then there is a third one called The Myth of Self-Inquiry, which is published by Non-Duality Press, also in the UK. And some of them have been translated in Spanish or Russian or also Dutch,
Japanese,
French, Korean, and a few more.
Yes. And can if people are interested in getting you to their town or country to talk about this, are you open to that?
Yes, well, because most of these books were written between, let's say, 2000 and 2004 in that time, and afterwards I didn't, let's say, go into that much, because I was busy with other things where I had to travel a lot. But these days I am open again for these kind of talks, and that's why I went, for example, to Tokyo to promote the Japanese version of Nobody Home, and I might be going there again this year, or other areas. I think it's, as you said, when you feel there is someone who is interested in this subject, there is no way not to talk about it, because there is like a pulling energy. It's like something that interacts, and for example in Tokyo we were with a group, and we were having a sort of a small meeting, and one of the ladies said, I feel the resonance here in the room, but it was not my resonance, it wasn't even hers. It's just when the egos don't have anything to get their hands on, to grasp on, then you just simply relax in what is, and then you sense, oh, hey, this is really happening, it's true, yes, it is, of course it is. But usually our minds are so into left and right and past and future, and I should be like this, and the world should be like that, and that is something that when that's taken out of it, it's like, ooh, yeah.
That's maybe also why these interviews don't really seem to cost any effort or energy.
No.
We could talk about this for another hour.
Exactly,
and
yes.
we're still sitting very untired here.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
And it never stops, and that's what you just said before we started the interview. It's quite amazing that people can talk about this subject where nothing is said, and people spend a whole weekend in a sort of silent retreat with someone sitting there talking about the same subject for hours and hours, and at the end of the day or the end of the weekend you would ask them, what did you talk about? Well, I don't know, but it was interesting.
Yeah.
But only interesting for the desperate seeker, I think.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jan.
You're welcome, Patrick.
Sitting here at Schiphol in Amsterdam with two new friends, if I may call you like that.
Absolutely.
I just saw a lovely presentation of your new book. Thanks. It was refreshing. I wrote down some questions. I don't know where I have them, but my first question was, what is a depression? Can you sum it up in a couple of sentences before we go into depth?
Yeah, depression is a habit of emotional shutdown. It's predicated on an emotional collapse. We all avoid emotions, particularly strong emotions, in some way or other. And with depression, our habit of avoidance is to turn inwards, to numb out, to self-narcotize, to try and hide in order to protect ourselves from the strongest emotions. And that becomes a habit that's self-sustaining and leads to a whole pattern of shutdown. That's essentially what depression is.
You just said in your talk it's not an illness.
Correct.
I can imagine that some people
they'd be
argue
shocked
with
to
that.
hear that. Yeah, depression can cause illness, no doubt, because if you shut down emotionally, if you blank out the normal ups and downs of the emotional ride of life, it can be suppressing to many of the body's systems and can cause illness. But depression itself is not an illness. It can cause it, but not an illness. Same with mental illness. Depression can cause mental illness, but that's not essentially what it is. What it is a habit or pattern of emotional closure that then becomes self-sustaining and leads us into feeling, anything from blue to desperate and suicidal in life.
So there's also not such thing as a depressed person. Is that just a mask we wear, or?
Oh,
hello.
Okay. Well, I was expecting you to answer.
Yeah.
So,
I'm opening with the question.
yeah, no, I would agree that people aren't their conditions, and that depression, in my direct living experience, is not only a suppression of emotion and a shutdown to emotion, but the effect of shutting down emotionally that affects our performance at work, our performance at home as parents, it affects us in our relationship, it affects that emotional closure, affects even our performance in intimacy and sexuality. And so that emotional shutdown has a biochemical reaction in the body that can have the effect of putting a blanket over our lives. And are we our blanket? No. There's a blanket happening, but we are not that. And so are people depressed? Well, they can experience having this blanket of shutdown in their lives, but they are not the depression.
I have a father who is addicted to temazepam, the pills you used to take.
Yes.
And you feel so helpless. You want to shake someone and say, stop taking that rubbish. Yeah. What is the right way to handle someone who thinks he's depressed, who acts like depressed someone? People tell me just be loving to him. That's the only thing you can do. Any more advice how to approach someone?
If you allow me a little promotion, give him the book and see if anything in there resonates with him. I think with anyone with depression, you can't force yourself on them. You can't intervene too directly because you're going to get some blowback. You're going to get resistance. Maybe a well-placed book can help allow him to see some of the patterns that he's running unconsciously and allow him to wake up to some different alternatives. The painful fact is that unless someone is willing to look inside themselves, there is nothing much any of us on the outside can do to affect that. So if someone is reconciled in their addiction, if they don't want to create change, if they're not willing to take some responsibility and to open emotionally to face what might be there, there is nothing anyone else can do. We can just be loving and tolerant at best, but we can't affect any change in someone else. So whatever you do, be gentle with it. Make a few suggestions and give plenty of space. Space. For them to live the way they're living, for their karma to play out, and for them to come to a place in themselves eventually, hopefully, where they're willing to look inside and go, okay, it's enough of this, I'm willing to try something different. But they have to come to that decision themselves. We can't thrust it upon anyone.
In the meantime, I see my mother suffering with him.
Sure.
What's the effect of a depressed person, let's call it that, on... Yeah, it has its effects on the surroundings, on the family.
Sure.
So it frustrates me to see that the happiness of my mother also decays.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, for her, I would also recommend her reading the book and using the work for herself, because it can only help her come home to a sense of peace inside herself and wholeness and feel compassion when she recognizes in him the patterns that are laid out so simply and clearly in the book. And also, if she reads the book and does the work, he can, because I'm sure they came together because they loved each other in the beginning, and he can see that his beloved is feeling more real, more at home in her own skin, and he may feel guided to say, well, let me pick up this book, let me see if anything resonates in here. I mean, I truly do feel that any work where someone is going to have to go inside themselves to unearth what's stored there, to release it, to let it go, to forgive, to understand, it has to come from that impetus within the self for a change. Now, usually when someone's had depression long enough, it's painful enough that they hit rock bottom, and then there's a way, they don't know where to turn to get an answer because nothing they've tried works. So I would give the book to your mother, and she can only benefit from the work, which is very deeply healing and brings you to a sense of wholeness in yourself, and then she can even say, hey, this book helped me, maybe I don't know if it'll work for you. Why don't you read it, see if it resonates? But this gentle touch that you were advised, I think is a good advice, to have a gentleness about it, because if you try to push someone into anything, they either dig their heels in or they'll run from you, I feel that with emotional work, people have to come to it because their own heart, their soul wants what's on offer.
Greatly pointed, thank you. So the book is not for someone who is depressed only. It's also for coaches, teachers, someone who rides the bus. You don't have to be depressed to need.
No, that's for sure. If depression touches your life in any way with those you love, or if you experience stress or anxiety or burnout, the same basic principles apply here. And of course, if you're suffering from depression directly, then the work in the book is really tailor-made to get to the root causes of that and to heal at the deepest level. My prayer with the book is that it's a workbook that allows people to free themselves, to liberate themselves from the condition, not just to create temporary mood changes, not to analyze themselves, but to directly experience the freedom that is in the core of every human being, in the nature of every soul, and to wake up to the wholeness that's implicit in each of us. And that takes a little bit of courage. It definitely takes some willingness to stop and to inquire within, willingness to face some emotions that we've not faced before, the willingness to let go, the willingness ultimately to forgive. And those things are massively, massively healing in life.
Yeah. I haven't heard you, I heard you mention the word ego once in your talk.
Yeah.
Is ego the boogeyman? Is it the thing to get rid of? Or is it, what is ego to you guys?
Oh my God. Well, that's a big topic. I mean, we give seminars that are 8 days long on this very thing, and then I give another one that's 11 days long. And yes, but
is it a bad thing, ego? Let me ask the question.
It's what happens. It's said that we are born in this life, and at least science says that when we're first born as an infant, we experience ourselves as this omnipresence of awareness, where there's a peace that is pervading all of existence. And even when Mother's hand comes before our eyes, we experience Mother's hand as being part of ourselves in this oneness, this field of oneness. And unfortunately, through the course of life's natural pains and trials, this awareness of our infinite nature gets covered over with a series of shutdowns and limitations and painful experiences, and we lose sight of the truth of who we are. And then what the journey allows you to do is to crack through this false identity. So let's call that the ego. Mm-hmm. This is the ego is really a protection device where we take up residence in this false notion of false self and then come to believe that's who we are. And what the journey does is it takes you down through the layers of the lies, the shutdowns, the strategies for defending yourself, and you eventually open into that essential nature that you came in as, the freedom that is here, the love that is your nature. And if you have happened, what's happening with us is you fall so in love with the truth inside yourself that you will do anything to clear whatever obscures you, blocks you, holds you back, shuts you down, so that the truth of who you are can live your life. So, yes, the journey is about freedom to be who you truly are in your essence, which is that infinite awareness that you came in as. And it just gives you the tools to clear the lies that we've all of us bought into.
The lies about who we are.
Yes.
I'm a man, I'm 44 years old, I'm bold, I'm overweight.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think I've been to that place where all those things don't matter anymore. But is there then still something to grab onto? Can I define myself then, or am I then infinite?
No, truth is not definable. When you awaken to the truth of who you really are, there is no landing place, there's no thing to reach for, there is no place that you can project expectations from. there's just the immutable truth of, I don't say even the who, the what is prior to the donning of the robes, prior to the masks. You used the word mask earlier on. Prior to the lies, prior to the veils, prior to the pretenses, prior to the identification as somebody, as something, prior to all that is an absolute freedom that is not definable.
You start smiling when you talk about that.
I love it. I love it.
How come you love it?
Because I fell into that realization 20 odd years ago, and it's been the nourishing context in which my life has taken place since that time. And in that realization, life takes place, shit hits the fan, ups and downs occur, emotions come and go, crises happen and flare up and disappear, and yet I recognize the truth of what is untouched by any of life's circumstance. And that is the most extraordinary realization of this life stream.
I heard you talk about grace with another interviewer.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a beautiful word. I'm still flabbergasted by this saying in non-duality Advaita that all those things just come through you, or they are created with you. How does this book, does it feel like you both wrote it, or did it just appear? How does that work?
A recognition first arose with me that there was an impulse to write the book. That there was a need for it, and there was an urge, yes, I suppose, something like that, definitely an impulse. And then sitting down and putting out prayers that the book would be written with the highest and best purpose and would serve people. And then a letting go of the prayer and literally just watching what arose and got written. And so sometimes emotional, sometimes revealing things that my thinking mind didn't know, but made sense.
Yeah.
Sometimes not even knowing what was being written on a page until I went back and read through it. So like this, Brendan described it earlier on as a download, and I'm not sure I would use that exact word, but something like that. It felt like being used by life to give birth to something fresh, something new. And what I've recognized is the more that I get out of the way and allow emptiness to be the guide, to be the scribe, the more interesting, the more valuable it appears. What ends up on paper turns out to be. The more I get in the way, the more it's sticky and difficult and writer's block. It's a stressful way to write in. So just sitting, opening, letting go, and letting the prayer take whatever shape it will take. And then just almost like automatic writing. It's an interesting experience. Prayer, yeah.
How come? By prayer, I think of sitting like this and praying for sunshine tomorrow. You call a book a prayer.
Yeah, it rose from a prayer to reach out to people and to offer the alternative that freedom is available from a lot of conditions that are considered to be essentially manageable but not treatable. So that impulse, if you like, the impulse for me, an impulse when it comes up through the body and you just let go, I would describe that as a prayer. I'm not sitting there going like this, dear God, I'm just allowing an impulse to upwell and to take flight.
Yeah.
That.
So it's not about visualization you hear about? Or
No, it's about recognizing whatever energy and impulse is coming up from within, recognizing that unmanifest energy wants to manifest in a particular way and giving it free rein to manifest as it will.
Yeah. You talk about the journey. I heard you just say a couple of minutes ago that you do the journey also quite often still in a month.
Yes, I do it every week.
Every week?
Every week, while I'm on tour.
And what comes up then?
We all of us have cell memories. In the spiritual world, they would call them samskaras or vasanas, karmic imprints stored inside the body. And in fact, in our Western society world, we know that science says when you feel a strong emotion and you repress it, it actually releases a quantifiable biochemistry into the bloodstream, which will go to certain cell receptors and block them. And if over time illness happens, it happens where the cells are blocked. And conversely, what's also known to be true is when we feel our emotions openly and freely like a child does, naturally, our cell receptors remain open, and they can watch this in a laboratory. And so what the journey guides you to do is to open into this infinite intelligence, the part of you that makes your heart beat and your eyes shine and your hair grow. And it's at that deepest level of being you're guided to certain locations inside the body. And you go through a process of unearthing what's stored inside those cells in a very practical, very down-to-earth way, to release the stored consciousness there, the old hurt, the pain, the shame, the blame. And you come to a place of understanding of what has taken place with you in those cell memories. And ultimately you come to a place of forgiveness, of forgiving God, forgiving life, forgiving yourself, forgiving other people. And somehow there's something quite radical and mystical that happens when you forgive. Because in my direct living experience, that's when you let go of the story. So that when new cells are born, they're born devoid of that old pain, devoid of that old consciousness, those old cell memories, as new regenerative cells. Now I know for a fact there's more than one issue stored inside this body, more than one cell memory. And I'm going to be a student of life till the day I die. And I feel it's a privilege to clear whatever holds me back, whatever obscures me, whatever shuts me down on any level of being, so that this radiant love that is all of our essence can live our life. And one of the things I've experienced, even though this freedom was realized many, many years ago, one of the things I've noticed, especially in satsang circles, well, you know, hundreds of thousands of people experience this infinite presence that is their own self. And they have, as you said, you've experienced this vastness of being where you feel like you are all of existence and all of existence is appearing in you. And yet with these cell memories, these karmic imprints, these vasanas, these samskaras, to me, if freedom is clear water, it's like taking food dye and pouring it into the clear water of freedom. And then satsang is offered, and it's tainted or filtered through the unmet issues of the ego, through the unmet vasanas, samskaras, that the people who are offering satsang have not yet woken up to exist inside. And so I feel I wouldn't have any right to stand on stage, honestly, unless I'm constantly clearing whatever obscures this freedom. Because freedom is who we all are. And yet the body carries a lot of baggage. And what the journey enables you to do is, first of all, wake up to your own enlightened awareness, to the infinite nature, but also to clear these unmet issues so that there's a deepening in the realization. And so I called it the journey because it is a journey. It's not like you wake up and that's the end of it. It's like you wake up and that's the beginning of it. And you spend the rest of your life clearing anything that might taint the waters of freedom, so that this freedom that is your essence can be expressed more wholly, more freely, more truly, more purely.
And you could say you don't have that much wrinkles, it also shines through you. Also someone like Eckhart Tolle, if you hear his age, you think, huh? it almost looks like time stops then when you do this, or because I just heard both of you past 60.
Yes.
I'm 65.
Yeah, I can put you next to people who are 55 and they look 10 more years older than you.
Right.
Oh.
So,
Well, we love hearing this. I
Yeah,
think
of
after
course.
you've turned
Keep
60
going,
years,
keep going.
yeah.
But-
After you've turned 60, you say,
Yeah.
thank you, I love hearing this.
but it's also a biochemical thing that
Yes.
your body starts shining again, or
Yes, it is true.
yeah.
It is true. But it is for me, it is a constant journey. And I never, ever want to be so arrogant again. To say I've got it all handled.
Hmm.
You know? That is a supreme arrogance. And my direct living experience is this is a mystery that will never be known. I will never fathom the depth or understand it even. And so I've had to learn to be content, to just live in this mystery, not understand it, and to recognize that these samskaras are here, and to do whatever I can to clear whatever shuts me down on any level of being. And yes, tremendous physical healing happens as a result. And yes, I love hearing that I look 10 years younger or more or whatever. And I do think it starts to glow, to shine in the eyes, you know, and in the skin.
In the presence.
In the
of
presence,
someone, yeah. I once heard the comparison with a mirror. I think it's the same what you guys mean. You clear the spots on the mirror so the love you are can be reflected everywhere. Yeah. Are there any Advaita teachers you come from, a tradition?
Sure.
Yeah, can you name a few which make you
Yes.
happy if you only pronounce their name?
Well, you know, Ramana Maharishi, it was interesting. I was first in India at an intensive with Guru Mai, where we were visiting in this intensive the different saints of Maharashtra. And we had 28 saints on the walls, and she said, just in meditation, she said, go inside your heart and welcome one of these saints. And so I closed my eyes, and none of the saints appeared. But this man with a white beard and white hair did. And she said, he will be your saint for life, or she will be your saint for life. And I came out of the meditation. Does this man even exist? Is it real? Is it born of my imagination? And 3 months later, in a spiritual bookshop, I saw his picture. And I realized that he had come to me unbidden. And he is the founder, really, of non-dual teaching, of Advaita Vedanta, where it's who are you? You're looking into the nature of who you really are. And ultimately that led me to the feet of Punjaji, Papaji, who is the master who had such a profound effect on me, and who I feel is sort of the living transmission of grace, if you'll use it, that is the blessing given for the journey. And, you know, I could never have known, you know, that the journey would reach millions, that it's in 49 countries, workshops are given in 49 countries and 29 languages, and all I feel is born from that grace, that is Ramana, that is Papaji, and he gave me clear instruction about how to offer what he considered to be the new energy medicine. And so he just said to me, you know, Janaki, that's a spiritual name he gave me, he said, I guess history, mankind must be ready to start clearing the vasanas, the samskaras, and to realize their infinite self.
It's good you point out that there's work to be done, because when I first encountered non-duality, I thought, hey,
That's it.
That's easy. I'm not the body, I'm not the person, I'm not this,
I'm not the mind, I'm not the emotion, I'm not the identity.
Think, well, put that with the trash.
Yeah.
But no, there's no quick fix.
No.
No.
I think that the realization of your infinite nature is the beginning. And, I know I said this to you earlier, that I feel with the journey, you realize you are not those things. I'm not the body. I'm not the mind. I'm not the emotions. I'm not the identity. I'm not my family. I'm not my culture. I'm not my job. I'm not all these things. I am this infinite presence within which all those things are appearing. And so we open into the truth of who we are, realizing we aren't that dream, and yet with the journey, the healing takes place within the dream, even while you know you're not that dream. So we're very much yogis in the world. We're not sitting in caves like Ramana Maharishi did, 27 years in one cave and 17 years in another. We are yogis in the world, where you can realize your infinite nature and all of life can be happening, but somehow this infinite presence is untouched by the emotions that come through, the life circumstances. The tumor was the least of what happened to me. My house burned down after that. My husband of 21 years fell in love with a woman much younger than me and left me for that woman. I lost my job. And by the time I started with the journey, I had lost everything. And yet still, this peace was untouched by all of the tumult and the tragedies and the dramas going on, where I had lost everything that is my life. And that's what I feel is true non-dual living. Mm-hmm. It's not to detach yourself from the world and transcend it all and be disassociated from it all and I'm better than all of that. I don't feel it's that. I think what it is to realize you are this infiniteness and that the whole world is happening in you. And there's no avoidance, expectation, or defense against life happening.
Nothing is excluded.
Excluded. It's all. How can it be?
No.
If you are everything.
We can exclude the dog poo and the rain.
Yes.
The noisy neighbor. Yeah. That's the fight.
And that's exactly makes that person, in fact, be notionally in a concept of this.
Yeah.
But this actually has no problem with any of it.
No.
Because it's the dream just doing what the dream does in this vastness. And I love being allowed to experience the spectrum of life's emotions, experiences, all the while knowing I am not that. It's both and.
It's not this nor or that. It's the paradox.
Yes. Yeah.
So to bring it back to the book,
yes.
Could you say that depression, maybe, could we call it a gift to this? Is it? Some teachers tell me
it was for me, for sure.
Yeah, without crisis, no awakening.
Yeah. I mean, I'd not heard of the phrase at the time when I came to the journey first, but there is a belief that sometimes the dark night of the soul leads to the light, and that was my direct experience in the darkest of dark times. In surrendering into that darkness, I discovered the soul, I discovered myself, the light. And so, absolutely, we could say that. I'm not sure it's true for everyone, but I think it's a beautiful possibility for a lot of people.
So if you could choose, you would choose the same path
I am so grateful, Patrick. That's the honest to God truth. I am so grateful that life put me through exactly what it put me through, because I was lazy. I was one of life's avoiders and then strugglers. And without the amount of pain and pressure that I had in life, I would not have woken up. I would have found different excuses. I would have found different escape routes. I would have continued to strive and be unsatisfied with the product of my striving. And life brought exactly the amount of pain and pressure and misery that was needed to cause me to, I don't know what, put out a soul prayer to find truth, to find something that wasn't a temporary antidote, to find something that was lasting, to find something that was absolute in life. And so I thank God, life, universe for experiencing depression, because it caused me, it catalyzed me to wake up and live an entirely different and very blessed life.
Yeah, greatly said. One final question about emotions. I once read in a book, and I don't know if you agree, energy in motion, emotion. Is that just what it is? It's just like a wave of wind that goes through your system, or?
It can be that way. I think it's a little bit of a trite way to explain it. I think we've so many beliefs around emotions that create the appearance of an emotion being something when it's really not.
It's not a thing.
It's a biochemical shift that takes place in the body. Some of it can hurt, some of it can cause us bliss. And I think there are two things here. One is to realize that any emotion fully felt will lead you directly into an experience of the infinite. And the second, then when you realize that, is no emotion can own you, because who you are, what you are, is untouched by any emotional storm. And so either way, there's a benefit if you stop to directly experience, to tell the deepest truth about what that experience actually is, and to tell the deepest truth about who is experiencing and what is untouched by any experience.
So we don't have to get rid of emotions?
Sure.
No.
We don't have to park them somewhere?
Oh, please don't do that either.
We don't have to meditate them away?
Indeed not.
No.
Just feel.
Just
Yes.
Just be.
To allow feeling or not feeling.
Okay, so when I don't want to feel my emotions, I get depressed. That's what I learned from you.
Well, when you use strategies to manipulate or manage emotions, you're going to end up in pain long term, some way or other. And if you collapse in on those emotions, if you turn inwards and shroud yourself against them, it can lead to depression for sure. So the antidote: stay open, embrace emotions, feel them fully without catharting, just naturally, to embrace all of life and to tell the truth about the deepest truth about what is experienced. That truth is shockingly liberating. It's never what we imagine it to be. And same thing, when we really inquire into who and what experiences, so who and what feels these emotions, it leads back to the same peace, it leads back to the same infinite awareness. So massive joke that is a blessing and a treat to wake up to.
Yeah. Did you experience tinnitus when you were depressed, or?
I experienced a whole host of stuff.
That is away now.
Yes, I
Headaches.
experienced all sorts.
Yeah.
I mean, I became very physically dysfunctional at the worst of it. Was in huge physical pain. At times it felt like my body was plugged into the electric mains. It was really, desperately painful.
Yeah.
I was overwhelmed by life, not functional. Couldn't speak coherently, couldn't answer a question with a whole sentence. Like this, it was pretty extreme when it was at its worst. And that disappeared from doing journey work. And I've lived a pretty functional, generally positive, fulfilled, wholesome life. I've lived an entirely different life than I ever imagined was possible. And of course, in that, the shit hits the fan, the crises occur, the emotions are spiked, and my reaction is very different from what it used to be. So I just stay open, recognizing this too. This is just emotion. Be with it, sit with it, open with it, let it pass.
Yeah, and you emphasized during the talk that feeling emotions is not about expressing emotions.
It's very different.
It's about yelling at your wife or your neighbor or in the car, in the road rage.
Yeah, that's turning emotion into a behavior. What we experience is if you just sit and surrender to emotions in quietude, you don't need to make a fuss about it. You don't need to blame anyone else for them. Just stop the story, that the emotions will take you deeply into the truth of yourself.
So nothing to be afraid of.
Well, fear is allowed, so fear would be another emotion. So yes, fear is welcome in it as well.
Okay, so I get
ultimately nothing to be worried about for sure. Yes.
Okay, but when I fear my emotions, I can just start with feeling
the fear.
I'm sorry,
you have to go to the toilet. Of course, we're going to wrap up. Thank you.
Can I? I'll come back.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you've been quite busy all day.
Yeah, we've been busy.
Is the book translated in more languages than Dutch?
The book is in German. It's published under a different title in German. They published it under the name Goodbye Depression. In Dutch, with the title here, it's coming out in English on the 22nd of October, Light in the Heart of Darkness. And it's going to be published in Scandinavia, so I think in Finnish, in Swedish, in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, France, and onwards from there, I hope.
Yeah. And can people come and watch a seminar or a conference? How do you call it?
Yes, we've got the seminars are called Out of the Blue, and one is taking place in November here in Holland, led by our beautiful friend Arnold Timmerman. I will be leading one in the UK. We've presenters in various parts of the world that lead the Out of the Blue seminar, and it's a gentle and full, deep experience of the work that's outlined in the book.
Where can we find the most information about the journey and your books?
You can look on thejourney.com or on my little website, which is kevinbillet.org. They've both got the listings.
Any teacher you want to thank?
The same as Brandon. We're from the same stable. Yeah. I mean, I love the teaching, non-teaching of Ramana Maharshi. I love the fact that there's no dogma. I love the fact that there's no instruction to do anything, to just stop and inquire and then be honest about the results of that inquiry and just let that be enough, because it's so much more than enough. And similarly with Brandon here, I sat at the feet of Apunjaji, Papaji, and my life has never been the same since that time. And his teacher was Ramana Maharshi, and with Papaji, he would just say, be quiet, be still, turn inwards and recognize the freedom that's always been here. Recognize the nature of the self as this that doesn't come and doesn't go. If it's coming and going in life, it's not real, it's not that. And who you are, what you are, is untouched by any tumult. And that has deeply imprinted me and created a radical awakening 20 odd years ago. And the same as with Brandon here. Yes, of course, the mind wants to extrapolate, the mind wants to own, or the mind wants to explain, the mind wants to know what's next, and then you just realize, okay, just a wave in the ocean, just a ripple on the pond, and what's unaffected by even the questions that the mind gives rise to. Back to the same stillness, back to the same infinitely still ocean of being.
Yeah. One more. Hey, there you are. Come.
Is it okay?
Yeah, of course. One question that comes up. You seem like very intelligent people. I once thought, depression is maybe just for those intelligent people who have so much capacity to think about things and to deep dive into and ask questions nobody asks. Do you think depression has anything to do with intelligence?
I don't, Patrick, no. I've experienced people with relatively low IQ with depression and people with very high IQ with depression. I think it's born from a conditioned impulse to avoid emotions by collapsing, by shrouding, by turning in and hiding from life, or cocooning ourselves from life. And that doesn't take intelligence, it takes some conditioned imprinting. So I think that the condition is one that can affect pretty much anyone.
Still, I haven't heard of a farmer with a depression.
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I go up to Sweden and they have
Yes,
huge depression up
And
there.
people who work in nature.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
People who work in nature and because there's this feelingness that there's more to life, and they can't get access to it somehow. And even though they're working with their hands and in nature,
Yeah.
which in and of itself is very fulfilling, that there's a feelingness internally of there's something more, and I don't know how to get access to it, and it can create a feelingness of pointlessness and not understanding. And so for sure, you know, we've worked with people from all walks of life,
Okay.
you know, and all ages, and doesn't matter whether you work in nature, don't work in nature.
It's not about background.
It's not about religion.
Education.
It's no.
Could we sum it up then that it's because the lie that I'm a person gets so, how do you call it? You know, you feel it feels like a jacket.
Straight jacket.
What doesn't fit anymore. That depression is a natural outcome of identifying with just being a person. That it's almost like, natural that comes out of it. If you know what I mean.
I think it depends, Patrick. I think it depends on how we manipulate and try to manage our emotions. Does that type of identification potentially feed into it? Yes, of course it can. And I think the story is different for each of us. Ultimately, if we stay open to our emotions, if we allow them to naturally pass through the way that an infant would, they say that an infant is afraid of only two things: loud noises and falling. So emotions come, and an infant will feel and cry and open, and kind of whatever's next comes organically. And then, we learn to shut down emotions. We learn to run away from emotions throughout life, and it's that learning that apparently gives us a short-term benefit, but really costs us in the long term, including by creating depression in our lives for some of us.
Yeah, well, maybe just looking for one.
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple.
Answer or one cause of, well, because you said it's all about emotions that we can conclude.
Well, emotional shutdown.
Emotional
shutdown.
Yeah.
Emotional collapse.
I don't want to
and
feel
shutdown.
anything anymore.
Yes.
So I numb out, I shut down
Yeah.
as an avoidance strategy. That is at the core of it. Yeah.
I start drinking, I start using
Oh,
drugs,
yes.
Smoking.
smoking,
Google,
gaming,
Facebook.
internet, porno,
Yeah, everything, anything to avoid.
even spirituality maybe.
Yes, absolutely. I
Sorry.
used to use meditation as a means of escaping feeling emotions that I didn't want to feel. And then I got that big wake-up call.
Okay. Thank you guys for this nice
Great
talk.
pleasure.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
we're gonna follow you and hope to see you again here in
Beautiful.
in
Thank you.
Holland.
Look forward to that.
Oh,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Patrick.
On a not so sunny day in the capital of Holland, Amsterdam, sitting here with Eli. Thank you for talking to me once again. We once talked a couple of years ago.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Good questions. You were insightful.
Oh, well, that puts up the the bar, you know. We talked about Advaita then. Now we're here for the subject of the Enneagram. My first question should be, how come so many people from the Advaita scene are also very interested in the Enneagram?
Well, first let me say that I don't know what Advaita is. I never used the word. My teacher never used the word. It's just some phenomena that has grown up in our community that calls itself that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know really what it's about. But I know that, and same thing with Enneagram, people have so many misunderstandings of what it means. Really, what we're all here for is the same reason. We're here to wake up and be free.
Yeah.
We're here for happiness.
And it doesn't matter which label you put on it.
All the labels are a lie.
Are a lie?
Yes, because you believe the label is real, and the label is just the finger pointing at the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to look behind the label. If you believe the label is a something, an Advaita community, an Advaita something, it's a lie. There is no such thing.
Mm-hmm.
So to look behind the labels to see what the label is pointing to, you find at the end what we all want is the same essence, the same truth. We all want to wake up. We all want to find permanent happiness. And so then the question arises, how can we be happy in this world of suffering? We look around us at the people less fortunate, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking what's happening, what we humans are doing to each other. In the name of religion, in the name of boundaries, in the name of economics. It's really heartbreaking. So how can we be happy? And the answer is, every one of those people who are being bombed and raped and destroyed wants to be happy. And so, rather than jumping into the suffering with them, if you're willing to be happy irregardless of circumstance, then there's a possibility that your happiness is not self-centered, not based on pleasure, not based on your immediate experience, but based on the truth of yourself. And this happiness can be transmitted from heart to heart, and then no matter if you're in the midst of the most horrifying consequences and circumstances, you can still know the truth of yourself, you can still be free.
And is that truth something that has been there always? Of course.
Of course.
Otherwise it wouldn't be truth.
That's right. Truth is what doesn't come and go, my teacher said. So everything that comes and goes, not truth.
Ah, so I am not true.
Yes.
As this.
As a body, not true.
Still, it feels like I'm very
yes, that's
there.
The nature of trance is it feels real.
Yeah. Trance.
Yes. Yes, it's a trance. It's a group trance.
Yeah.
It's like at night when you're dreaming, if you're in a deep sleep and you're in a deep dream, and you see other people and you have other conversations and events happen and there's a world, there's whatever there is, and you wake up. Where did it go? You didn't have to kill it, or you didn't have to fight with it or deny it. You woke up.
It just vanished.
Yeah.
So what is real?
What doesn't come and go?
And what doesn't come and go?
That's the question. And when you can answer that question from your own experience and not from a concept, then you know who you are. And when you know who you are, then you will know freedom. It's causeless. But if I tell you the answer and you believe me, that's another religion.
Yeah.
That's Advaita.
Yeah. So you would call Advaita another religion?
Yes.
Another cult to join or club to join and
yes.
Start reading the same books and agreeing with each other. And
and following the same practices. See, the thing is, there's no problem with agreeing with each other. We were in a common community, and we have common culture, we may have common tastes, but it's the practice that's called the practice of waking up. It's impossible. You can't practice waking up. You can't practice enlightenment. You can't practice knowing yourself. So people turn Advaita into a practice of who am I, who am I, who am I, or okay, no, I know this isn't real, or some kind of talking to yourself, creating a trance, a spiritual trance of what you call Advaita or non-duality or whatever you call it, in order to calm the situation. But it's not about calming the situation. It's more radical.
So is being busy with all that kind of stuff just postponing the real stuff or the real...
Well, who can say? I mean, it seems for some people it's postponing, for others it's ripening.
Ripening? Okay, so it still has a purpose.
Everything has a purpose.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong with anything. It all has a function.
Yeah.
But once you know better, stop.
Stop, yeah. Done with that.
Everything, done with everything. Everything that comes and goes, be done with it. For just a moment.
Yeah.
For just a moment you're done with everything that comes and goes. Everything. No future. No past. No body. No me. For just a moment. You see what's here. Then you will taste truth. you'll taste the truth of yourself. Then life can begin from there. That's where it starts.
So it doesn't matter what age, what circumstances, what kind of body, fat, thin, dark skin, universal.
Universal. Same consciousness. Same Buddha heart in all being.
Yeah.
That's what Ramana Maharshi means, that which is alive in your own heart.
And how come it brings so much peace when you tell us that?
It feels good to hear the truth. That's beautiful, and it's important, and it's essential. That's why I'm having this meeting with you, so that more people can learn of the possibility. But that's just the beginning. Most people settle for that. They settle for just getting the high of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go to meetings to enjoy it with your friends, and you get to feel the high of that moment, that satsang, that meeting, and then go out, have a coffee or a beer and a smoke and talk about it, and that's missing it. That becomes a misuse. That's Advaita.
Yeah.
Okay. See, but if you use it if you just hear it once, that's enough. Just once. To hear it, receive it, and not move. To be willing to stop.
Yeah. Still, Eli, I'm so curious about this thing called the Enneagram, which you are going to talk about here in Amsterdam. Is it a useful tool to dismantle the personality, or to get to know the personality so you know there's no guilt in it or no fault?
What the Enneagram does is describe the false identity as ego. So that you can see that it's a mechanical, structural machine. That what you call me, what I call me, is a machine. It's predictable. You can say, oh, I was just upset. But then, if you take that, I was just upset, or I was just under pressure, or any of the millions of statements that people make about themselves in any given day, and you deconstruct it, you look back at what's the structure of it, you find it's a machine. It's not me, and there was no spontaneous upsetness. It was all mechanical, robotic. And there's only 9 kinds of robots in this human species, because it's a planet for backward souls. And so we have very,
Planet for backward souls?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's taking so long, People, at least you'd say since the age of enlightenment, people would wake up and forget religion. Yeah, but you can see that didn't happen. You can see that people are following a trance for thousands of years. So it's a planet for backward souls.
Yeah. Okay. You say there are 9.
There are 9 animals, 9 types of human, and when you start to see which type it is, you get to see what your traps are. You get to see where you're most identified. You get to see where you get hooked, where you become a victim, where you project. You start to see all the different structures of the animal so that you cannot take it personally, so you can stop it. So in some cases, for example, laziness might be the drive that runs your machine. It doesn't appear lazy on the surface. On the surface, it can be very hardworking, can be very industrious, but there's a deep laziness about what's essential. And unless that's uncovered, it runs unconscious, subconsciously. And then what happens in that particular case, in the laziness, is there's an avoidance of anger. Because anger is dangerous. Anger could hurt somebody. Anger is not socially acceptable. So I'll make believe I'm not angry. I'll go to sleep. And then there's a deeper and deeper sleepwalking. And then the issues that arise could be alcohol, sex, drugs, unhappiness, overeating, whatever it is. Those issues then get addressed on the very superficial level. You can go to therapy, you can go to workshops and work on being more assertive, or work on being less this and more that. And all of that is just the very superficial. But if you go down to the deep rage that hasn't been expressed, and the deep laziness under that, and the deep despair under that, then you start to see the structure of the animal. then you find a gateway out.
Sounds great. For me, if I can, I think I look down deep inside, I think my basic thing is sadness. Is that something that is also can be found in the Enneagram types? That
Sure.
sadness is your basic.
Yeah.
Because when I listen to music, it's almost all those kind of songs that go like, oh, here comes the rain again.
Yeah. So with sadness, every fixation has sadness. For some, it's the core. For others, it's just a buffer. And the sadness, really, in your case, perhaps, is a way of avoiding the deeper feelings of despair, or a way of wallowing a little bit in this despair.
Yeah. And is this something you do yourself? You have these big books about the Enneagram. Should you start? Because there's something recognizable in everything you read about stuff. You think, oh, but that's me too, and that's me too. And
Yeah. So 99% of the Enneagram literature is about the personality. When I heard it, I realized that was wrong. It's not about personality. It's about character fixation. It's about what's deeper, what the personality runs on. As we can see, people with the same fixation have very different personalities. So it's not about the personality, it's what's deeper. So most of the literature you read will be confusing.
Yeah.
And most everyone I read that has typed themselves, most everyone I've met who type themselves, they're very usually wrong. Because we don't really have a clear sight into ourselves. We believe our own propaganda. We kind of stop at a certain ledge that's comfortable.
Yeah. And not go deeper.
Yeah.
You're going to give several talks here in Amsterdam. Is that a good place to start, or
Sure.
But you say it's advanced, so it's for people who know about the Enneagram, or who want to go deeper, or
everybody.
Everybody. Okay. And how does it work?
You start by seeing yourself, and we start to see different examples of the different robots. There's 9 robots, and when you see it, you see someone else who has your same fixation. You go, oh, of course. That's what I've been avoiding. I'd much rather think of myself as a sad person, not an angry person. Nobody wants to think of themselves as an angry person, especially since I never get angry.
Yeah. And have you have you found out yourself, Eli, what kind of robot you had inside?
Mine's an easy one, yeah. Easy one. Outlaw.
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 You've been a cowboy in a previous life.
Yes. Yeah.
Outlaw, meaning
robot number 8.
Not wanting to conform.
Definitely not conforming. Breaking all the rules. You know, I've been arrested many times. I was a revolutionary during the Vietnam War. I was a federal fugitive. I lived underground.
It sounds like a fun life to me.
It was.
Yeah.
Very fun life.
So nothing to get rid of, or...
It's not about getting rid of anything. Freedom does not require your doing anything. Freedom is causeless. It's not about changing your personality or your lifestyle. It's waking up. When you're in the dream, it's not about changing the way you act in the dream. That won't do anything. You're still in the dream. You wake up from the dream. What difference does it make?
And what does it make a difference?
It makes a difference in the sense of that we have to treat each other well.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be kind. You have to be compassionate. The problem is that then people hear that and they try to be. And you can't try to be compassionate. You can't try to be kind. Because the very one who's trying it is the robot. And the robot itself is not compassionate, it's selfish.
So, could I say love comes into the play when you start becoming free?
Love is the truth. Love doesn't come and go. Then love lives this life. Love lives this body. As it does anyway, but it's not veiled anymore. It's really about removing the veilings to yourself. It's unveiling yourself. So that you stand pristine and naked. So that you're open, you're transparent. So that the love that you are shines forth. Lives the life, speaks the words.
And was that always the case?
Was what always the case?
Was love always expressing itself through me, but just the wrong way around, or?
Yes, but it's veiled.
Veiled, yeah. Missed.
Missed. And it's missed because of the identification that who you are is not love, but who you are is this body. When you say your name, you refer to love. Very different to say your name and refer to this body.
Yeah.
So it's a mistaken identity.
So it's the same love with millions of different names. Eli, Patrick.
Same love. Same consciousness. This is what it's meant that we all have the same Buddha nature. It is really just one. It's like if you look at a hive of ants, millions and millions of ants, each individual, each has a personality, each is separate, and it's really just one hive.
Yeah.
It's really one organism. It has one mating, it has one sex thing. It's one organism that survives with millions of little parts.
Yeah. And how come, Eli, that you've been doing this for 30, 40 years, bringing this loving message, how come it doesn't bore you?
What would be more interesting?
Well, I don't know, but you still talk about it as if it's the first time you tell someone.
It is. It is. It's always the first time.
That sounds a little bit confusing because you've been talking about this for so long time.
But if I talk about it from what I remember from what I said before, it's boring. I don't know what's going to come out of these.
Always fresh and new.
Has to be.
Yeah.
Life can be fresh and new, not boring. The reason your life is boring is because it's based on the past. And based on the past, it gets projected into the future. And that past and that future is boring. It's dead. It's conceptual. It's lived with an internal story that you tell yourself about what's going on and the missing of the moment.
Yeah. You talk about this in several countries, America, Europe. Is there any difference in the questions you get from Germany, German people, Danish people?
You know, every culture has its own flavor, its own trance, its own fixation. So like we talk about the Enneagram fixation, every culture has it. And so you can see it when I come to the Netherlands, you can see the Dutch culture. And it's very different, of course, from the German culture, very different from the Swiss, the Australians, the Americans. They each have their own fixation. And so, but everybody wants freedom. Everybody wants the same thing. So there are different flavors, you know, just like there's, you know, different menus.
Yeah.
And some are better cooks than others.
But the way you talk about this is then also different in the different countries. If I listen to a talk in Germany from you, I will hear a certain kind of different flavor. Or
maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Germans are more mental.
Yeah. And you could imagine that there's a lot. That's what I feel when I go to Germany. I feel a lot of guilt in the air still from the World War. And
it's better to me. I started going to Germany in the 80s. I've been going every year since '84, I think, and it used to be much heavier. Now it seems to have opened up, and I really like what's happened with the German psyche. It's really, you know, gotten a lot more open.
Yeah.
Less guilt.
And can you?
But still socially responsible, you know. So it's not about getting rid of the guilt. It's like it's been well used in the psyche of the people I've met. It's been used to examine themselves and to go deeper. And so I really appreciate the German people for that. There's a depth that you don't find in some other countries.
And people say about us, the Dutch, that we're very open to this message. That this is like the hometown for people talking about this. That everybody welcomes them and has ears for it. Is that the case, or?
Superficially, yes.
That's
part of the whole psychedelic thing, you know? That psychedelics opened us all up in the 60s. And this is one of the homes for that opening. And so in that sense, it's very open. But the great trap that I found because I've also done every psychedelic many times, is that in that moment of awakening with psychedelics, it doesn't last. But what does last is a conceptualized idea that you're awake. And so what I find in many psychedelic communities, like here, is people who are conceptually awake. They have all the concepts, they have all the ideas, they've had the experiences, but it hasn't gone all the way through to where it's a moment-to-moment living reality.
And is this freedom, has it got depths? Let's say, are you more free now than you were 10 years ago? Or is it just you found freedom, that's it?
There's always more. So really, when you are free, life begins. Everything before that is like a larval stage. And so it's like the caterpillar has a wonderful life munching leaves, and you can't imagine flying. It doesn't have wings, it's not interested in flying, it only likes eating leaves. And then it gets called. This inner calling happens that it's not in charge of. And it cocoons. And when it bursts out, it's a whole new life. It has different interests. It has different experiences. It flies to different trees. It can fly around the world.
Yeah, inner calling, that's a great way to say it. And
well, you asked me earlier about that. You said the last time I saw you, I told you you're on the edge, but you're not jumping. And you said that stayed with you.
Yeah, it stuck with me, yeah.
And so he said, well, is it true for everybody? And the truth is, most people are not interested. Most people are not interested. They're just interested in munching the leaves, having the best deal they can get, making the best relationships they can make. So the few that are called, it gets in you, and you said, does it stay? You said it feels like a virus. I said, if you're lucky. Yeah, if you're lucky. Most people, they feel it, and then they move on. But if you feel it and it won't leave you alone, if it won't leave you in peace, that's a very good sign that your heart is calling you, that it's time to stop. And there's no practice, there's no method. Really, it's so simple to stop. Simply stop. Everything. Be still. Stop talking to yourself. Stop figuring things out. Stop wondering about what's next. Stop regretting what's in the past. Simply stop. And in that stopping, you'll reveal yourself to yourself. If you sit long enough, still enough, everything is revealed.
Yeah. Breathtaking.
Yes.
So should I go out and start meditating right now? If you say stop, be with yourself, is that a meditation, or with closed eyes, or just stop?
You're talking about a practice.
Yeah.
I'm talking about life.
Mm-hmm.
You can't practice being alive.
Yeah, still looking for a method.
Exactly. And all methods are methods of the mind.
Yeah.
And this is what's beyond the mind. The mind can't go here. So the mind has to stop.
Yeah, great. Concluding this talk, can you two things I want to ask you. Can you warn us for some traps that are we will find along the way when we go this path? You've talked about the trap of not making it into a religion. Is that the only trap?
Oh, there's so many traps along the way. My teacher said there's so many nets in the river to catch the fish swimming towards freedom.
And is that part of the practice that we should?
No practice.
Okay, still no practice. Okay.
Every practice is a trap.
Yeah. Anything we can expect from you or maybe your beautiful wife in the near future? New books, new things on the internet maybe, or anything that comes to mind?
What you can expect from us is to stay true and to expect you to stay true. If we stay true and you stay true, the whole world will wake up and be free. To stay true doesn't have any particular shape or form. It's not about the way you speak, it's not about the way you look, it's not about the way you act. It's staying true to yourself no matter what. If you stay true to yourself and I stay true to myself, this benefits the world. This is what we can expect. This is what we can give ourselves to. See, otherwise it's all mine. Like, oh, I'm going to look forward to the next something.
Mm-hmm. But still, this is not a very good commercial to get the big audiences. When you say it's very, I love it what you say, but it's not a commercial message, in a sense that people think, oh, I should go and visit the Enneagram meetings and.
You know, if you're called, you stay true to your heart, and you're pulled.
Yeah.
And so, my teacher said if I wore different clothes and shaved my head and called myself Swami, I'd have a much bigger following. He said, just be like they are. You are an American. Be an American. Wear American clothes. Speak with an American speak. And then people can see no matter what you look like, no matter. You don't have to be a Swami. You don't have to be anything special. You can just be yourself. And the truth will come through. So then you follow your heart. And if your heart calls you, you stay true to yourself. If your heart doesn't call you, what difference does it make what I say? Or if I say, oh, there's a great new book, or a great, this will do it for you. Nothing will do it for you but you.
Yeah. No one can give me that push.
Well, yeah, teachers give you the push,
Yeah.
but you have to jump.
Still. Yeah.
It's still up to you to jump.
Yeah.
Yeah. The teacher will show you where the edge is and push you, but then you have to jump.
Yeah.
Nobody can do that for you.
And last time we met, I remember asking you, but when do I know when I'm ready to jump?
Now.
Yeah. No more excuses.
Now.
Yeah.
Everybody's ready. You hear this, it makes sense to you, you're ready. Most people in the world could not hear this. It would be unintelligible, even if they could speak perfect English. My parents would never understand a word of what I'm speaking about. My father came to meetings. I once had a meeting in New York with a huge group. It was the biggest church in New York. We had this thing was filled. My father was there, and afterwards I said, so, Dad, how'd you like it? He said, well, I didn't understand a word that you said, but I'm so happy these people like you.
That's nice.
And so that's most people. Most people would much rather go to a football game,
Yeah.
go to a concert.
Doesn't that make you sad that so few people are willing to?
One is a miracle.
What is a miracle?
One real one is a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrate the reality. Celebrate the truth. Celebrate love. If you get sad, then you just fall in the pit with everybody else.
Yeah.
Like you.
Yeah. Well, help me out of it, Eli.
That's it, see?
Yeah.
In the pit, help me out of it. That's the egoic fixation of the victim.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we have to wake up from. It's not real. You're not in a pit, and you don't need any help. You can stand on your own.
It's good that you say that, because we don't name names, but there maybe are some teachers who say you are in the pit and that you need them to.
Of course.
They have
That's
to
one of the many traps.
Yeah.
My teacher calls it the sheep and shepherd. And so, as long as you are a sheep, there will be shepherds. Don't blame the shepherd for your being a sheep. Yeah, many sheep and shepherds.
Yeah.
But my teacher said, you can't herd lions.
Wake up and roar.
That's right, wake up and roar. Then, no herder, no herding.
Yeah. So I'm still positioning myself as a victim when I say that I'm in the trap and you have to get help, throw me a line to get out of it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So right now, if you're already in freedom, let's just make believe.
Mm-hmm.
Freedom is here, you're already in it, you are it. With nowhere else to go, and nothing to do, and nothing to fix, nothing to postpone. What's the difference in your experience?
Yeah. It doesn't feel heavy at all. No. Yeah.
Good.
It's great.
I'm glad.
So people can come and see you in the Roos here at the Vondelpark.
Right next door. Huh?
Yeah. It's 3 days. You give Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I don't know. I don't. It starts. I'm not sure. It starts tomorrow evening.
For 1st of June, or
I don't know.
no,
Sorry.
it's all on the website.
It's on the website.
For people who are watching this in another country, you are visiting next Germany, no,
Switzerland after this, and then Gangaji and I will be in Heidelberg, Berlin, and Copenhagen, and Baden-Baden.
And then back to the States.
Then back to the States.
Yeah. And still, to conclude this interview, which we introduced as about the Enneagram, is there any book you can advise that 1% that does?
Sure, read mine.
Your book about the Enneagram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Self-realization in the Enneagram. From fixation to freedom.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. It's one of those.
Is there a Dutch translation?
There isn't, and I'm very disappointed in that. I think the Dutch should translate it, for God's sakes.
Should we go out and make work of it?
Well, somebody has to translate it. It's been translated into many languages. I mean, it's in German, Spanish, French, Hungarian, Korean.
Yeah.
Why not Dutch?
But is it possible to make a translation of something like that, which would become so precise?
Well, you have to be a good translator.
Yeah. And would knowledge of Advaita be enough to translate your book?
You don't need Advaita. You just need to be a good translator.
Yeah.
But you do have to have a depth of your own experience to some degree.
Yeah. And those people are hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe if someone is watching this and thinks, hey, that's a good job for me, contact us and we will bring you in contact with Eli. Thank you for this nice
I'm
time.
so glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
all beings wake up and be free.
And greetings to your wife.
Yes, thank you. I'm so grateful. I've had so many unbelievable blessings in this life, I mean, I'm nobody special, and I've never done anything special, and I've always been an outlaw and a bad boy, and to have been graced with a goddess. I mean, Gangaji and I have been together since 1976. I'm so lucky. I've been so blessed.
But it still makes you, for me, more attractive that you just go up and say that you are/were an outlaw, because you don't hear much spiritual teachers talk about that. They mostly only say that they had a miserable life until they woke up. So I think it's thanks for that.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Sitting here in Belgium.
Yes.
With Guy Wouters.
Yes.
Or should I pronounce your first name as Guy? No.
In English speaking countries they say Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Near in Belgium they say Guy. Yeah.
We talked once before in Dutch language.
Right.
About non-duality, Advaita, and your path. Yeah. For people from abroad who don't know you, can you tell us something about what you do and why you do it?
That's not an easy question, what I do and what I don't do. Certainly by moving to this new house, which is completely in the country, in the green, where we came from the city, it is a big question for me and my wife. So now we have what we wanted to have, living in the green. And then this morning we said, and what now? What will we do now?
Yeah.
And we didn't have an answer.
No.
And I always think, if you don't have an answer, sometimes that's good. Because then it comes from nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Naturally,
Yeah.
yes. We had some difficult days
when we saw that we changed to a complete new environment. This day was a very difficult day. We went driving around a bit, and we saw a very nice church, and we went into the church, and we sat there. And then I realized that being in a church and praying and being in the presence of what I call God gives you a lot of courage. And God is for me putting things in a bigger picture. You see, God is not the God people think, the father, the father with the white beard, but you put things in a wider context.
Mm-hmm.
Belgian churches, and they call it basilics, they have a very round
roof.
A very round roof.
Mm-hmm.
So when you enter, you feel as you are in a kind of heaven.
Yeah.
You put it in a very big picture. And when I do this with my hands, I remember Douglas Harning, who said, here you are space, here you are the world. But that's just the same when you enter in the church and you're in the basilica and you think, I'm here in the presence with God. For me, that's the same.
Mm-hmm.
God or space or... So we said, now we are here, what are we going to do? And we said, we have to make reality ourselves. We also said, I thought, I want to put things now in a very large picture. In my first interview, I was more theoretically, and now I'm getting practically.
Mm-hmm.
More deeper in myself. It's difficult to explain because it's something you feel inside.
Yeah.
You feel that there is a bigger picture. Much bigger than you are. It's the same thing Catholics or Protestants felt before when they went to church. God was very big, He was very more important than their ordinary life and their ordinary problems.
Yeah.
And I think in Advaita it's a bit the same. When I tell my wife I'm the space and in that space happens everything, she says, I don't believe that. What do I have with being in space when I don't get my laundry done? Huh?
Yeah.
And then I says, yeah, but doing your laundry also happened in the space. And she said, I can't do anything with those kind of theories because the laundry is still there, the ironing is still there. I think she's right. There are the two aspects, not only one. Like I said in the first interview, and what Jan van den Hoover said, it is, we live in a dualistic world, and we talk a lot about non-dualistic world, but Jan says we first have to emerge
Mm-hmm.
in the dualistic world till we are almost
fed up with it,
and that we need a God, a bigger perspective, a space. Yeah.
So Guy, you've been working as a psychotherapist for a lot of years.
Yeah.
What is the most hurt problem people come to you with?
Well, a lot of people come with problems like relation problems, sexual incest, depression, fear. But those are all problems who are lying on the surface. There is always something behind. And even if you go deeper and deeper, there always come the questions, who am I? What I'm doing here? Like we said this morning, my wife, and now we are here. And now? What are we going to do now? Who are we? Why are we here? I think those questions are the fundamental questions. And they are not easy to answer to my clients, because if you start talking about space, I'm the space, and or I'm the ocean and the waves, and they can't imagine. It's too abstract. So what I try, mostly under the influence of other people like my wife, is to get it realistic, and not all those metaphors. The metaphors are nice, but to get Advaita very realistic and very usable for all kinds of people. That's a bit my goal, my aim. I think vulnerability. I don't know if you already listened to Brené Brown. Brené Brown, the power of vulnerability. You can see her on YouTube. I feel more and more vulnerable, and being aware of vulnerability and being available for all those feelings. That availability becomes an availability for everything. And with my children and my grandchildren, when I'm very critical, I'm in my ego, I'm in a tunnel vision, a real tunnel vision like that. I become aggressive, I become depressive, I become neurotic, till I can make a click here and see it in a wider space. And accepting who they are and what they are. And then everything changes. But it's not easy. Life is not easy. I think life is very difficult. And people say when I'm in the consciousness, everything gets easy. Well, I doubt.
Maybe that's a trap. When I first heard of Advaita, it looked to me like a cure for everything. You think, now I found it. Now I found a theory that's gonna get me rid of all problems, all the bad feelings, all negativity.
Like it's an antivirus for the flu. But still you get the flu. It's a little bit less difficult to have a flu then, but still you get a flu. No, it's not a cure. It also is not a way to become happy. It's only a way to like Jeff Foster says, to get in total acceptance of everything what happens. And I can tell you that now, but that is my most difficult thing in life. To accept what's happening, what other people say. For me that's very difficult. I think that living the non-dualistic way is a thing you desire. And I think the desiring is the most important thing. More than realizing. Sometimes masters say, I got realized. And I more like to desire.
And what is that you are desiring for? Total acceptance?
Total acceptance, total... what does Jan van den Hoover says? Availability. Be available for everything. Being available for everything what happens. I struggle with it each day. But if you can see the struggle, you are already on the way.
In our Dutch interview, you told us that you take medicine.
Yeah.
Is that still so? Are you still on pills to reduce anxiety or to feel more relaxed?
I think I'm getting more relaxed. Less pills. For the rest of my life, I will be on one pill left, and that's okay for me.
Yeah.
Jan said to me, Guy, take that one pill and live your life, he said.
Yeah.
And look at the trees and the birds and take that one pill and say it's okay.
Yeah.
Accept also that.
And are you planning to give satsang also here in your new home, or maybe one-on-one talks? Or
On my website there is here a place for satsang. We can do it outside now. We can do it inside. I'll leave it up to who is coming and what is coming. And,
yeah. There's not that much going on in Belgium with Advaita meetings.
No.
Not the same as in Holland, right?
No.
How come?
I don't know.
Mm.
I think Flemish people are more practical, are more having difficulties in seeing abstract things. And also me, when I go to listen to a satsang, usually I leave earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. You cannot learn to drive a car just by hearing your teacher explaining how to drive a car.
Yeah.
You have to step into the car and drive.
Yeah.
And sometimes have an accident or a collision.
Yeah.
You have to step into real life.
So is that maybe the thing that a lot of Advaita fans do? They go from one satsang to the other, they read books, but they forget about living life to the fullest.
Yeah. And living life to the fullest is who will do the laundry today, who will cleaning the house today,
yeah.
Who will taking care of the dogs today, who will walk the dogs, and all those really things of life.
Mm-hmm.
And how you in that real life, how do you get non-dualistic by cleaning the house? How you can do it without getting enervated,
yeah,
or angry because you have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You just can you just do it in acceptance?
Yeah. Mostly when we men clean the house, it's let's do it quick so I can get behind the computer again.
Yeah. like an old Zen master said to his pupil. The pupil asked her, "Teacher, master, I have meditated for so many years, and I don't have enlightenment." And the master said, "Go and clean the kitchen."
Is that what I mean by mindfulness? Doing things in the moment, no resistance?
Yeah, I think so. It's also one of my struggles. Yeah.
But what is it then? What comes up when you are cleaning the house or walking the dog? Is that not wanting to walk the dog?
Yeah.
And ever found an answer why?
Because I'm lazy. Because I'm lazy and I prefer to sit in my chair.
Yeah.
And don't take any responsibility. Till I'm getting aware then I don't want to take responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Till I get aware that I'm lazy and that I can fully accept it, then I can walk the dogs. Then I think I'm on the non-dualistic way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then I think, what's wrong with being lazy?
Right. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't judge yourself on that.
No. But that doesn't mean that some other people need you to do things. Or you just have to clean the house because your wife is doing the laundry. Because she doesn't have to do everything on her own.
Mm-hmm.
So being lazy is okay, between brackets, you see?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a certain limit.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about silence.
And the dog starts barking.
And the dog starts barking, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think silence is more important than words. I've always dreamed to giving psychotherapy or counseling without any words.
Just being with someone.
Just being with one, completely silent. I would like to do that before I leave. Completely silent, just being there. Just being. No more words, no more satsang. No more satsang with words. I only read about Ramana Maharaji and I hear that he didn't say a lot. Afterwards they made movies, old movies, where they talked about him, but himself he didn't say a lot. And yeah, silence. I think there is more Advaita in silence than in words. You sit in church or in a Buddhist temple and you sit in silence. Then you feel there is something bigger, something that can dragen, that can carry all your problems. Because when my wife and I we're having problems and we keep talking about it, sometimes we get talking so much that we get in a drama.
Yeah.
In an ego drama.
Yeah.
So when we sit still, and then I have an American friend at Facebook, and we video chat, and he talked about gazing therapy. You know about gazing therapy?
Is that looking in each other's eyes?
Just looking into, not staring, but gazing. Just looking into the other one's eyes with a sort of loving kindness. And that's beautiful for me. That's Advaita for me.
It sounds very intimate.
Very intimate.
Yeah.
And a lot of love. If there would be no love in Advaita, I wouldn't care about it. If there is no love in Zen, I wouldn't care about it. And that's something what I find in Christian mysticism, like St. John of the Cross and Teresa from Avila. They had a lot of love in them. That's sometimes what I'm missing in the other religions.
So is the search for truth the search for love?
Yeah. Not so much the search for love. First of all, feeling the love in yourself, and then by gazing to the other one, or just by being present to the other one, you interchange love, and there you solve more problems than with words. I think it's all about love.
Shall we give the dog some love and then start?
Yeah, let's give the dog some love. Yeah.
Okay.
Stop.
So, what is love to you? That four-letter word everyone talks about.
It's inside. Love is not so much between you and me. Love is first of all inside me. Love is a feeling of softening, soothing. Personal interaction is another kind of love. It's love with a small L. I'm talking of with a large L. It's more important for me than Advaita or Zen, or I like it. I don't read it anymore about Advaita or the theories are fading away. It's becoming silence, love and silence. It's a deepening in my life, becoming more soft. It's about my heart.
And has that something to do with age? You hear sometimes that the older people get, the more vulnerable people get, and the more silent people get.
Well, I think it's the way with me. I think it's not always like that, because there are also older people who are getting more harder and frustrated.
Yeah.
There are two ways older people can go: becoming harder, frustrated, angry, afraid, and other ones are becoming softer. And I hope I'm one of those who is getting softer. I think so.
But do you cry a lot, or do you get?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an emotional guy.
Always been, or now more?
More, yeah.
Yeah.
One of my family members said to me that I'm getting emotional incontinent. Not so fine to say, but yeah, you cry more, and it's not a crying of sentimental things. There is a crazy example, like André Hazes, well known in the Holland, but perhaps not so known in the English countries, but not so much his music and his songs, but I saw a DVD of his life, how difficult his life was with his alcoholic problem. Yeah. And then it makes me cry when somebody is having a very difficult life. And he's looking for love. André, I think, when I can't say, was looking for love. And yeah, I'm getting more emotional with the day. It's okay, because I'm melting.
Yeah.
Before I was very hard, strong. I knew everything. And now I don't know so much anymore. Perhaps I don't know anything anymore. At last you are breathing and smiling and crying and cleaning the house. And that's it.
Yeah, that's special enough.
That's special enough.
Yeah.
What do you need more in life?
Yeah, well, we think there's something special out there to get and to achieve, enlightenment, knowledge. Yeah. I'm interested, Guy, how does that change your work as a psychotherapist? Because I heard that, and I experience with some psychotherapists, that they still keep kind of distance to the patient they have, they don't get involved emotionally. Can you still do that?
No, of course I can't do that anymore. That's what you learn at university. Keep a distance.
Yeah.
Be clinical. Be ahead of the client. I can't do that anymore. Sometimes I take a client in my arms. And then other psychologists will say he does that because he needs love himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. But the other one also needs love.
It works both ways, yeah.
And when I always almost say love therapy, but that's very difficult, dangerous to say.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have love therapy, then I see clients and patients changing. More changing than having a year on therapy with words and methods and protocols. And but when the client feels you really care about him or her, I think then he or her changes, really changes.
Yeah. That's the same, I don't know if I talked about it with you in the Dutch interview, but in Africa, when someone is depressed, they throw a party for him, they cuddle him all day, they make great food for him, they sing for him, they dance for him, they give him love.
Yeah, they give him love, yeah.
And he cures.
Yeah. And what do we hear?
Pills.
Yeah. Pills and clinical therapy.
Yeah.
Behavior therapy, cognitive therapy. You know that giving a hug to a client is becoming very dangerous.
You can get...
yeah, you can get...
reprimand or...
Yeah, certainly. Because the other one said he touched me or... No. I cannot give any more psychotherapy
in the old way.
In the old way.
No.
That's not possible anymore. And if somebody would like to have that here, I would say no, go somewhere else. Yeah. In fact, I'm not a psychotherapist anymore. No. I don't know if you know Thomas Myrtle, the monk, the Trappist monk who was a playboy, lived in the south of France and then became a monk in the United States. And he said that God said to him, metaphorically, you don't want to carry any title anymore, mystic or psychotherapist, and sometimes I use it in my websites, in my automatic answering mails, because people always ask, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you a psychotherapist or a counselor? And then people need that you give an answer. But for myself, I don't want to have a title anymore. Yeah.
Because it limits you? Or?
It limits you. It gets me more like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is feels like a better interview than the first one. Because now I feel more. I'm more present. The first interview I was more there. And now I'm more here.
Yeah. People can see the difference.
Yeah.
And feel the difference. When you open your website, you hear a song, a very uplifting song.
Yeah.
What song is it again?
My webmaster put it in. No mountain is high enough.
Yeah.
And they also we see the picture with me and with my wife and me. No mountain is high enough. People say that in their lives there are so many mountains they cannot get over them. But you can't get over them. The only problem is that when you get to a mountain, you stay at the top.
Ah.
It's descending, like they say in Zen with the guy who is watching the cows or don't know which animals. At the end of his life, he's just walking at the market and selling wine. That's like Siddhartha in Hermann Hesse.
Mm-hmm.
He looks for everything, religion, buying, selling, and at the end he becomes a ferryman. So at the end, you don't become enlightened. You just walk the dogs, do the cleaning, but you do it in another way.
Yeah, with equality.
With equality, exactly. With the mindfulness, yeah, with love.
Yeah.
My dogs feel. You saw when I cuddled the big one, then he put his head down. He becomes quiet.
Yeah.
Dogs, animals feel that very well. Sometimes people are afraid of it. When I have too much love in myself and I be very loving kindness to other people, some things they get aggressive because they don't know it anymore. You know, there is so much aggression and individualism. And when somebody is loving, then they get afraid. My dogs do that. They like that. Yeah. So, to come to a conclusion, it's all about love for me. And when love is not the result, then it doesn't, I have no need for it.
No. One more question I want to ask you, Guy, about the childhood. There's a lot of documentaries on TV lately in Dutch about the importance of how we bring up our children and all the conflicts we see in the world right now, that it's part of the wrong upbringing of a child. What is the right way to send a child into the world? Have you found an answer to that?
Yeah, attention. To giving attention, is that the right word?
Mm-hmm.
To give attention.
Yeah.
Don't leave the child just walking around while you are working.
Mm-hmm.
Or when you are coming home at 6, 7 o'clock, and when it has to go to bed and look at his laptop or the Pokemon thing, or give it attention. Give it a lot of attention. Don't give it an iPhone. I do it myself. But don't give it an iPhone. Don't give it a MacBook Air. Give it attention. Look it in the eyes. Look at your children. When you look a child in their eyes, the child's become aware he has a right to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And when he has the right to be there as a child, he will be another adult. An adult which has the right to be there. I think when you are an adult who doesn't have the right to be there, there is a big chance you become aggressive.
Why is that?
I think there is a big paradox. When I don't have the right to be there, when nobody loves me, when nobody sees me, I have to kill another one. I have to kill another one to feel that I'm alive. That's a very, perhaps, that's my personal
vision.
Yes. I kill you because I have to feel alive. I kill you to feel something. Because otherwise I don't feel anything. And then I'm a living dead. You know, I don't believe in terrorism. No. Terrorism is a thing I think which is made by the media. I believe in sick people, very psychic sick people, and how we treat them or how we don't treat them, how we give them so many pills and they don't get better because we know on the beforehand that the pills don't work, but we still give them pills. They get in a psychotic situation and they do very strange things then. And you see that the latest terrorist attack, even the media say the murderer wasn't connected to a terrorist organization, but he had psychic problems.
Yeah, he was depressed.
Well, more and more you hear that now.
Yeah.
More and more you hear that, and I think that's the truth behind. We have to look at what's behind. Yeah, what is the real reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, why do they do that? Yeah.
So it's all just a big shout out for attention, for help.
Yeah.
Please give me love.
Yeah, and please see me.
Yeah.
Hear me. Acknowledge that I'm a person. Will be people who wouldn't like what I say now. Most people say when cut his head off or send him to prison for the rest of his life or death sentence or so. But that will not help because 20 terrorists went to prison here in Belgium, and 2 days later there are 5 others.
Yeah.
So I don't say you don't have to put him in prison, but that's not really the
cure.
That's not really the
No.
cure. No. You have to look deeper.
So the very loving thing to say, because it's very ego-minded to say, well, just kill all the terrorists and then peace is back again.